Dead Air by Iain Banks. Read by Peter Capaldi. You're breaking up. Alright? Never mind. See you later. I folded the phone. This was 3 weeks before the whole grisly West to East End night experience, when I realized some bastard, or bastards unknown, seriously wanted to harm me, or even, according to their own threats, kill me. Which actually happened not far from here. Here where we're starting. Here where we're picking up our story precisely because it was like the start and the end of something. A time when everyone knew exactly where they were. Who was that? Jo joined me at the parapet. No idea, I lied. Didn't recognize the number. She pushed a short glass into my hand. There was ice in the whiskey, and an apple squatting on top of the glass like a fat red-green backside on a crystal toilet. I looked over my shades at her. She clinked my glass with hers. You should eat. I'm not hungry. Yeah, precisely. Jo was small, with very thick black hair, cut short, and very thin white skin, variously pierced. She did PR for the Ice House record label. Today she was looking vaguely Drowned World-era Madonna-ish, with black tights, a short tartan skirt, and an old leather jacket over an artfully ripped T-shirt. I hoisted the apple from the glass and took a bite. It tasted of nothing much. Jo was probably right that I ought to eat something. Breakfast had been some orange juice and a couple of lines of coke each. I had this theory that the last time you want to get coked up is late at night, when you just make your body stay up way beyond the time it wants to, and you therefore stand a good chance of missing the next day. Snort during the hours of daylight instead, and sort of slide off into alcohol as the evening descends, so maintaining something remotely like the body's usual rhythms. As a result, we hadn't eaten much of the wedding brunch and probably should force ourselves to eat a little. On the other hand, the apple was pretty unappetizing. I put it down on the chest-high brick parapet. It wobbled and started to roll towards the drop. I caught it and steadied it before it could fall the 100 or so feet to the pitted asphalt of the abandoned car park beneath. Which was not, in fact, totally abandoned. My pal Ed had left his gleaming new yellow Porsche at one end. Everybody else had parked in the quiet and empty street on the other side of the old factory. Coolwinder and Fay had lived here in the not-yet-fashionable bit of London's East End north of Canary Wharf for a couple of years, always knowing that the place was likely to be demolished at any time. The red brick building had originally made lead soldiers and lead shot, which apparently needed a big tall tower to drop little spits of molten lead down into a big water pool. Hence the height of the place, 8 tall floors, now mostly artists' studios. Coolwinder and Fay had leased half the top floor and turned it into a big New York-style loft, spare, echoing and vast. However, some developer had got planning permission, and so the place was getting knocked down in a week or two. Cool and Fay had already bought a place in Shoreditch. Buying seemed to encourage the need for further commitment, so they'd got married this morning, and Jo and I were 2 of the 50 or so guests invited to the wedding. I couldn't make it, show to do, and the subsequent feast back at the loft. Ken, Jo, how are you two doing? Coolwinder joined us. Fine, Cool, I told him. He was wearing a cool black suit with a white shirt and Nehru collar, big liquid eyes, currently shielded by some silver-framed Oakleys. Coolwinder was a gig promoter, and one of those annoying people who was effortlessly stylish. Married life still suiting you? He smiled. So far, so good. When do you head for NYC? I asked. They were honeymooning in New York. Tomorrow. Ken won't take me to the States, Jo told Cool. He raised his eyebrows at me. I shrugged. I was thinking I might wait until democracy had been restored. Coolwinder snorted. You really don't like W, do you? That's not the point. I have this old-fashioned belief that if you lose the race, you shouldn't be given the prize. Getting it handed to you because of electoral roll manipulation, the police in your brother's state stopping the black folks from voting, a right-wing mob storming a counting station, and the Supreme Court being stuffed with Republican fucks called, gosh, what's the technical term? Oh yeah, a coup d'etat. Oh, Ken, Cool said sadly, do you ever get off that high horse? Shit, Jo said, staring at her mobile's display. I hadn't heard it ring. She usually had it set on vibrate, which, about 6 months ago, gave me the idea for one of the show's more long-running and successful items. Well, long-running in the sense I still went back to it now and again, and successful in that we'd had dozens of complaints about our crudity rather than the more common handful. Jo thumbed a button and said, with a totally insincere brightness, "Todd, how are you? What can I do for you?" She sneered down at the phone, while Todd, one of her bosses at Icehouse, talked. "Can't you deal with it?" she said, and walked slowly along the terrace. "Right, now I see. Yeah, no, of course." "So what about you, Ken?" Krul asked. "Jo going to make an honest man of you?" "Marriage?" I asked softly. "I don't think so. Once was enough. How is Jude?" "All right, last I heard." My ex was currently shacked up with a cop in sunny Luton. "Still in touch?" "Very occasionally," I shrugged. "Slightly dodgy territory here, as Jude and I did meet up now and again, and on a few of those occasions had, despite all the bitterness and recriminations, ended up falling into bed. Not something I wanted Jo to know about." Jo shut her phone and came marching over to us. "Those fucking addictor wankers again." Addictor were Icehouse's latest hot band. "That fucking useless cunt needs me to go and hold their fucking hands while some fucking precious snapper drapes them across a fucking Bentley or something." She kicked the parapet with one Doc Marten. "Cunt." "You're upset," I said. "I can tell." "Fuck off, Ken," she breathed, heading for the flat's interior. "Ken, thought you were avoiding me." "Emma, as if," I said, sitting beside her. "You look great," I told her. "It's a few drinks later here, but it wasn't the drink talking or looking." Emma was married to my best pal from school days in Glasgow, Craig Varon. Craig and I were our own little two-guy gang before he left for University College London, and within a year was settled down with Emma and a baby girl. Emma was smart and funny and attractive, and I'd always loved her to bits. But things had become a little spoiled between us because we shared the guilty secret that just the once we'd slept together. She and Craig had been going through a bad patch when it had happened, after Craig had strayed and been found out, and they were split up again now. But still, my best pal's girl. What the hell had I been thinking of? Emma and I had both been so ashamed it had been pointless trying to pretend that what had happened had been anything other than a colossal mistake, and I lived in intermittent terror that Craig would find out. It was another relationship I couldn't talk to anyone about. I certainly couldn't talk about the other big one, the one with Celia. Celia the svelte, Celia the sexy, either. A shallow person could come away from a review of my private life with some sort of idea that I liked the frisson of danger in my dalliances. But that particular one was not just dangerous. That one could get me very seriously hurt, or worse. In my darker moments, it sometimes occurred to me that these entanglements, or one of them, would be the death of me. "Where's Craig?" I asked. "Picking up Nicky. So how's your program going?" I pretended to be hurt. "Don't you listen anymore? You lost me when you were banging on about how only criminals should have guns." "I was not. I was saying the idea that if you took the handguns away from ordinary law-abiding people, then only criminals would have guns was a crap argument for keeping guns. Because it's the ordinary law-abiding people who go crazy and walk into primary schools and open fire on a class of kids. Compared to that, crims use guns responsibly. To them, a gun's just a tool, and something they tend to use on other crims, I might add, not a gym full of under-8s. You said criminals should have guns. That's a quote. I heard you. Well, if I did, I was just exaggerating for comic effect. I don't think it's anything. You probably missed the way we developed that," I told her. "We decided only extroverts and nutters should get guns, crims or not, because it's always the quiet ones that go mad. Ever noticed that? The shocked neighbours always say the same things. He was very quiet. He always kept himself to himself. You used to argue everybody should have guns. Emma, I'm a professional contrarian. That's my job." I knocked back my scotch. "Now that's a different argument entirely. "Hey, Ken!" I saw Craig, official best pal, Scottish. Usual faintly diffident grin and sloppy-looking, thrown-on clothes, wee round glasses beneath a shaven head, brown eyes. Alongside Craig was his daughter, Nicky, balanced on a pair of crutches. I hadn't seen Nicky for over a year, when she was all gawky, awkward, and blushing. Now she was as tall as her father, and as beautiful as her mother. She had long, glossy auburn hair, half hiding a slim, pale face that just shone with youth and health. "Craig, Nicky," I said. "Kid, you look fabulous." I looked down at the freshly plastered leg hanging from her bootleg jeans. "But you've broken your leg." "Football," she said, shrugging. Craig and I hugged and slapped backs in full-on hail fellow Caledonian well-met style. I embraced Nicky rather more tentatively. She smelled of the open air, of somewhere fresh and perfect, a long way from London. "Heard you're about to start at Oxford, yeah?" I said, shaking my head as I looked at her. "Oh dear, Nicky, you are going to break so many hearts, youngster." "Nicky!" Emma hugged her daughter tightly, eyes closed. I hovered for a bit, but there was no room on the sofa once they'd got settled, and Emma seemed to be deliberately ignoring me. I waved to Nicky and wandered off. A drink or two later, a couple of lines and various conversations to the better, I was standing on the terrace again. With Joe gone, I felt a sense of freedom, and even opportunity and promise. I had a couple of Evo 8s with me and pondered taking one. Loved up for the rest of the day. An arm slipped round my waist, a body against mine, a kiss on my cheek, and a voice purring, "Hello." Amy. Well, hello indeed. Amy was a friend. One of Joe's friends originally. Amy was nearly my height. She had fine, shoulder-length, dark blonde hair with a natural curl. She also had very long legs and a figure. Amy was actually younger than Joe, by a year, but she dressed and acted 10 years older. PA to a lobbying firm. "You look well, Ken." Amy leaned back against the parapet, arms along the stone. She wore pearls, a blue blouse, a mid-length skirt and a long jacket, court shoes. "And you look delectable as ever," I told her, smiling. Amy and I had been flirting and joking about having a torrid affair for a year or so, but we both knew it wasn't going to happen. Well, probably. It was Amy I'd been on the phone to earlier when we got cut off. She looked around. "Joe here?" "Was. Had to go. Work." She held a glass of white wine and took a delicate sip. "What was the wedding like?" The wind produced a tiny gust, moving her hair across her face. She blew it away. "Don't know," I said. "Couldn't make it. Show to do." "Aha. Ken, do you have any drugs?" "Some coke, a couple of E's." "Think I might have some of the Charlie?" "I don't know why. Just feel like it." She wrinkled her nose. "Do you ever get that?" "Every day with a Y in it." We found a room off the lofts-only corridor. It had been Faye's office, but now it was full of packing cases, ready for the move. Back on the terrace, the two of us talking up a storm, she picked up the part-eaten apple still lying on the parapet, twirling it in her hands. "It's all right," I told her. "It's one of ours." She threw it to me. I leaned on the brickwork and held it over the drop to the car park. Amy leaned beside me. I let the apple go. It tumbled very slowly, then hit the asphalt and exploded in a highly satisfactory manner, all little lumps of whiteness bursting out across the dark surface. "Excellent!" Amy clapped her hands. I felt, suddenly, like I was a schoolboy again. "Hey," I said, "let's drop more stuff." "That's just what I was thinking." Which is how it came to pass that we ended up chucking what seemed like half the contents of Fay and Cool's loft over the parapet. We started with more fruit. "They've got far too much food in anyway," Amy said as we loaded up on oranges, bananas, a melon, and more apples. "Here, what are you two up to?" "Ed, hi! Dropping fruit onto the car park. It's okay, nowhere near your car." "Fucking hell, mate, I hope not. Only got it last week. Cost me 70 grand. Ed was my official best pal, English. Slight of build, with a face that always reminded me of a black Marquis Smith, hard and soft at the same time. Club DJ, sort of in-demand guy, does 2 gigs a night and catches a helicopter in between. The Porsche probably constituted a week's wages. It's a beautiful car, I told him, but yellow. That's a fucking traditional Porsche colour, that is. Traditional? How can yellow be traditional? Blue or green, these are traditional colours, even red. But not yellow. Yellow is traditional for JCBs and Tonka toys. Even lime green at a pinch, Kawasaki's, but not yellow. What a load of shit, Ed laughed. What are you on? Amy got ready with 2 apples, poised to drop. Ready? Ready, I said. What are you doing this for? Ed asked as we let the apples go. Eh? The apples duly splattered. Ow, yeah, Ed said. That's why, I said. Cool, man. Melon? Said Amy. Melon, definitely, I agreed, hefting it. Let me, said Ed. I want to drop the melon. I haven't got to drop nothing yet. That's the test, Amy said sternly. You have to bring something worth dropping to the party, or it's no entry. I nodded. You haven't been initiated. I'll get something. Ed started towards the apartment, then stopped. Hold on, let's see the melon go first. I held it out with both hands, and then let it go. Amy whooped, and we high-fived. Outstanding. Fucking yeah, man. We need more fruit. You'll be lucky, something of a shortfall on the fruit front. I'll find something else. Rubbish, junk. They're moving, man. They must have stuff they're thrown out. Good point. See what you can find. Let's all see what we can find. So soon most of the people at the party were taking turns to throw things over the parapet. For a dedicatedly minimalist couple, Faye and Cool had a surprising amount of stuff they weren't going to miss when they quit the loft. Quite a lot of old kitchen bits and pieces, like bowls, plates, jars, a broken juicer, a defunct thermos flask, a bilious screen fondue set. Then bigger stuff as Faye and Cool got into it, an old hi-fi system, a bus TV, a misbehaving radio, and bottles, lots of bottles. Me fucking car! Ed wailed as 6 carefully released wine bottles plummeted to their destruction. A big cheer went up as they shattered, more or less simultaneously. I bet you started this, didn't you, Ken? I turned to find Nicky perched on her crutches, all grumpy glare. I held up my hands. Guilty, I said, surprised at her expression. Why? What's wrong? Throwing perfectly good food away is wrong, Ken, she said, shaking her head as though at a child who needed to be told that scrawling on the walls with crayons was bad. She shook her head and stumped away, just as my mobile went. I keep mine on vibrate, too. As I pulled it out of my jacket, Amy's ringtone sounded. I looked at the display on my phone. My producer, calling from the office. I had 1 or 2 other phones going off, and thought I could hear the landline in the apartment, too, and wondered hazily whether for some bizarre reason everybody here had something urgent they had set alarms for, a little after 2 o'clock on a Tuesday in September. Yo, Phil, I said. Amy answered her call, too. What? What? New York? The what? Where? The World Trade Center, isn't that? A plane? What? A big plane, like a jumbo or something? The atmosphere began to change and chill around us. Colwinder was heading for the loft's main space again, talking to somebody on his phone. Yeah, I'll put the TV on. Half man, half Limp Biscuit there. Their Mission Impossible themette. Hasn't been on the playlist for a while, Phil. You attempting to make some sort of point with that title? Not me, boss. You sure, Phil? I looked across the desk at him. We were in our usual studio at Capitol Live. I sat surrounded by screens, buttons, and keyboards like some sort of commodities dealer, because that's the way studios have gone, even in the relatively short time that I've been in the wonderful world of radio broadcasting. You had to search for the 2 CD players to reassure yourself that you weren't some suit playing the futures market. Positive, Phil said, blinking behind his glasses. Phil's glasses had thick black frames like Michael Caine as Harry Palmer. Phil Ashby was a big, gentle, rumpled-looking guy with thick, unruly, prematurely salt and pepper hair and a slight West Country burr to his voice, which complemented my voice. A running joke we've used is that he's on permanent Valium while I'm forever speeding, and one day we'll swap drugs and just both sound normal. Phil had been my producer for the last year here at Capital Live. Another 2 months, and I would have established a new on-air employment record. I rarely last more than a year before I get sacked for saying something that somebody somewhere thinks I shouldn't have. Lalo. What? It was my turn to blink. Lalo, Phil repeated. Isn't that one of the Teletubbies? I only ask because I know you're an expert. No, Lalo Schifrin. He shrugged. Good radio shrug there, Phil. I had sound effects for many of the silent syllables that made up Phil's fractured body language, but I was still working on one for a shrug. He raised his eyebrows. Right. I picked up an old-fashioned mechanical stopwatch from the green baize of the desk. I clicked it. Okay, I'm putting the dead air stopwatch on you until you explain yourself, Ashby. I glanced up at the big studio clock above the door. Another 90 seconds, and we were off air. Through the triple glazing in the production suite, where producers used to be decently confined in the good old days, our assistants appeared to be conducting a low-level conflict, which consisted of throwing paper planes at each other. Lalo Schifrin, Phil said patiently into the silence on our side of the glass. He wrote the original theme for Mission Impossible. I pressed a function button on my FX keyboard. An exaggerated wooden head-scratching noise of dubious comedic value sounded in my headphones. It was either that or the dead air watch again, and you can't overdo these things. Our listeners, whom we knew, thanks to some very expensive, proactive and robust market research, to be statistically stoutly loyal and containing a major proportion of ad agency prime target A's and B's with a lofty disposable income profile, would be familiar with the array of assertedly wacky and indeed even zany sound effects I used to give them an idea of Phil's silent on-air actions. They also knew about dead air, which is the terrifically technical term us radio boffins use for silence. I took a breath. Can we talk about what we haven't talked about yet? Must we? Phil, I was held off the air for 3 days last week. We played the pop equivalent of martial music through the whole show yesterday, and yet we're told the world changed forever 7 days ago. Shouldn't a purportedly topical show reflect that? I didn't even know you knew the word purportedly. I leaned closer to the mic. Phil closed his eyes. Thought for today, listener, for our American cousins. If you do find and kill bin Laden, assuming he is the piece of scum behind this, or even if you just find his body. I paused, watching the hands on the studio clock flick silently towards the top of the hour. Wrap him in pigskin and bury him under Fort Knox. I can even tell you how deep. 1,350 feet. That's 110 stories. Another pause. Don't worry about that noise, listeners. It's just the sound of my producer's head gently thumping on the desk. Oh, one last thing. As it stands, what happened last week wasn't an attack on democracy. If it was, they'd have crashed a plane into Al Gore's house. That's it for today. Talk to you tomorrow, if I'm still here. She turned in the bed and looked at me. Everything seemed so quiet. So spooky, don't you think? She turned back again. I stroked away a rope of her long brown hair and licked at the valley between her shoulder blades. That hollow was the color of milk chocolate and tasted of salt. I breathed in the warm scent of her skin, senses swimming, losing myself in the sweet, heady microclimate of her long, slim body. It's the plains, I said, smoothing a hand down her flank, over waist and hip to thigh. Her body, so light for somebody so definitely black, looked dark as old mahogany against the startling whiteness of the sheets. The planes? She asked, taking my hand. They've stopped them flying over the city, so another Mr. Atta can't crash dive into the Canary Wharf Tower or the Houses of Parliament. Makes the whole place seem quieter. That day, sitting in the ruins of the abandoned party at Fay and Colwinder's, while it slowly dawned on those two that they would not be going to NYC for their honeymoon, we kept going out onto the terrace to look at the Canary Wharf towers, tall against the skyline, less than a mile away, half expecting to see them hit by a plane and crumble with the same awful grandeur as the first tower. It's Pearl Harbor too, we said. They'll fucking nuke Baghdad. I can't believe this. I just can't believe I'm seeing this. Where's Superman? Where's Batman? Where's Superman? Where's Bruce Willis or Tom Cruise or Arnie or Stallone? Fuck. The bad guys are rewriting the scripts. This is a disaster movie directed by Satan. Switching channels, some man on the beeb was saying that when people claimed they'd seen people jumping from the towers, they were really only seeing cladding falling off. Then you switched back and saw the bits of cladding holding hands as they jumped together, skirts blowing up around their bodies. Then the second tower collapsed, and there was no more jumping or falling to be done. Just the catching up with the additional fragments of atrocity popping up and ploughing in elsewhere in America. I see, Celia said softly. She stroked my hand. But I mean, it's really quieter too, Kenneth. Seal was the only person apart from my mother who ever called me Kenneth. Well, also apart from Ed, who sometimes called me Kenneth, and Ed's mum, who's been known to call me Kenneth. Less, fewer people, especially in places like Mayfair and Knightsbridge and Chelsea too. Ah, the posh places, the hedonistic hoods. You reckon they're quieter? Yes, I think they're all staying in their places in the country. So why are you still here? I hate Gladbrook. Gladbrook was Seal's place in the country, or rather her husband's, deepest Surrey. Seal told me her husband only really used it for business meetings and impressing people. Is that where Mr. M is? No, John is in Amsterdam again. John. Mr. M. Mr. Mario. In the import-export business. Drugs, to begin with. People, largely these days. Plus fingers and more pies than he has fingers. Some of Mr. M's business interests were even legal these days. A man a little older than me, about 40, a quiet, even dividend guy by all accounts, with a half-posh, vaguely southeast accent, pale skin and black hair, usually dressed in an unshowy Savile Row suit, and not at all the sort of chap who looks like a multimillionaire crime lord, who could have people much more important than me rubbed out as quietly and efficiently, not as painfully and messily as he wants, any day of the week. And I'm screwing his wife. I must be fucking mad. But then when we fuck, when I am lost in her, surrendered to those depths beyond me of flesh, nothing could be better. Nothing ever has been better. Nothing ever will be better. There is no one like her. No one so calm and studied and childlike and innocent and wanton and wise all at once. She thinks I am mad too, but only for wanting her so much in the first place, not for risking whatever her husband would do to me if he ever found out about us. For herself she has no fear, because she feels she is half dead already. I have to try to explain this. She doesn't mean half dead in any trivial sense of being tired out or tired of life or anything like that, but half dead in a way unique to, and only capable of definition by, her own bizarre, self-made religion, a belief system which she cleaves to with the airy casualness of the truly convinced, not the fundamentalist intensity of those who secretly guess they may well be wrong. What it boiled down to was Seal sincerely believed herself to be half dead in the sense of existing in this world, while in a deeply soul-entangled state with a twin Seal in another reality who was dead. A Seal who died almost exactly half her life ago, when she was 14. It's all to do with the lightning. We'll come back to this. And have you seen, Kenneth, how everybody's become so suspicious, looking at each other like everybody they meet might be a terrorist? I took my hand away and brought it down over her flat belly. through the soft spring of curls and dipping to the cleft beneath. Her upper thighs tensed, closing fractionally. "I'm a little sore there, from before," she said, taking my hand again. She held it as she rolled over and settled on her front. On her left side, there is a strange patterning of dark shadows, exactly as though somebody had traced a henna tattoo of forest ferns upon her light brown skin. It stretches from one shoulder, skirting her breast, and continuing down to the honeyed swell of her hip. This is from the lightning. What is that? I remembered breathing on the night of the day that I first saw it, nearly 4 months ago, in the alloyed sheen of golden street and silver moonlight, in another room across the city. Thinking it really was some sort of weird fern henna tattoo, I even tried to lick and rub it off. She just lay there, watching me, great dark eyes unblinking. "That is from when I half died," she said matter-of-factly. "From the lightning, Kenneth." Lightning? Lightning as in thunder and... Yes. She had stood on a cliff in Martinique when she was barely more than a child, watching a storm, and had been hit by lightning. Her heart stopped. She could feel it had stopped, and when she fell down, it was pure luck that she fell back into the grass and not forward off the cliff towards the rocks 30 meters below. She had felt very calm, and had known as she lay there, waiting for her heart to start again, and the smell of burning hair to disappear, that she was most definitely going to live. But she was also absolutely certain that the world had gone in 2 different directions at exactly the point when the lightning bolt struck her, and that in another world, right alongside this one, and identical until that point in every respect, she had died, either killed by the bolt itself or fallen to her death on the rocks below. I traced the frond lines with my gaze as she guided my hand down to the cheeks of her perfect behind. "If you like," she said, "perhaps you may go here instead." "I'm on it, babe." "Ah, yes, so you are. Gently now." Somewhere beyond and beneath the layers of thick, dark curtains, London growled quietly to itself. "Now, Nicky, are you sure I can't take you for lunch?" "Yeah, I'm fine, thanks." We were sitting in my ancient Land Rover in the office's underground car park, waiting for the engine's plugs to warm up. Nicky was down to one crutch now, but still lame. She was here because I knew she was a Radiohead fan, and Tom York had been coming in to talk on our lunchtime show. Only then we'd heard he wasn't, so the best I could offer the girl was a tour round the place and lunch. I swung the Land Rover out of the Mouth Cop car park. We went bouncing and rattling and squeaking into Dean Street. I looked over at her. "What's so funny?" Nicky glanced over at me through her long red hair. "I wasn't expecting a Land Rover," she said. "I thought you'd have a Harley-Davidson, or a limo, or maybe a Smart." "Ah, I was never into Harleys," I said. "Susie's and Quacks were my kind of bikes, back in my courier days. But this old thing, despite our grant, looking like the sort of transport that would be infinitely more at home hauling a brace of sodden sheep from one field to another on a failing hill farm in darkest Wales, is almost the ideal car for London. You reckon?" Nicky sounded like she was humouring me. "Think about it," I said. "It's old, slow, and a bit battered, so nobody's going to want to nick it. Even the wheels don't fit anything else. Look, comedy wipers." I turned on the windscreen wipers. On a Land Rover of this vintage, they're about 7 inches long and just sort of flop about, looking more like they're waving at the rain to welcome it onto the glass. Look at that. Pathetic. No self-respecting vandal's even going to bother bending those. Wouldn't be sporting." "They are a bit pathetic," Nicky agreed. "You're high up, as you may have noticed, clambering awkwardly in here with your gammy leg, so you can see over most other traffic. The better to take advantage of what overtaking opportunities do arise in the hurly-burly of metropolitan motoring. The ancient design means that the vehicle is narrow, as well as having a short wheelbase for squeezing through gaps and into restricted parking spaces. And, lastly, driving one of these, no curb in London holds any terror for you whatsoever. If a brief expedition onto the pavement or over a minor traffic island is required to facilitate progress, you just happily bump onto and over it without a second thought. I glanced over at her. So, for an agricultural device only one automotive chromosome removed from a tractor, this is a surprisingly suitable urban runabout, and I commend the vehicle to the house. I'd been developing this why a Landy's great for London speech and variations thereof for nearly a year, and this was, in my humble opinion, a particularly fine and well-delivered example of the breed, which I thought might have elicited a pained grin, if nothing else, from the lovely Nicky. But it drew only a woundingly blank, oh yeah, ho-hum look across her glowing features. She was silent for a few moments, then nodded at the radio. "That's not your station playing, is it?" "Ah, no, that'll be Mark and Lard on Radio 1. Isn't that disloyal?" "Deeply. Can I let you in on a terrible secret?" "I'm only half joking about it being secret," I said first. "The press haven't heard this yet, and on a quiet news day it could just make it into print and conceivably cause me problems in a straw that breaks the camel's back kind of style-y." "Guide's honour," she said, saluting ironically. "Thanks. Okay, here it is. Hold on." I waved cheerfully at the silver Merc that led us out of Old Compton Street as we swung onto Wardour Street to start heading north in a vaguely Highgate-ish direction. I looked at Nicky. "Yeah, it's this. I can't fucking stand commercial radio." I nodded. "There it is. It's out now, and I feel better for it. Including the station you work for, obviously." "Obviously. So you listen to Radio 1? It'll get turned off promptly at 3, but for large parts of the day, yes. And I have a definite weakness for Mark and Lard. Yeah, listen." In fact, all we were listening to was the Landy's rattling engine and ambient outside traffic noises until the boy Lard squeaked, "Carry on," and the program resumed. "See," I said, "dead air there. Silence. Used to be anathema for DJs and radio people in general. Nowadays, well, nobody's much bothered about leaving pauses anymore, but these guys have made it into a feature. Repeat until funny, as they say themselves. Genius!" I glanced at Nicky, who was looking sceptically at me from beneath her mass of red hair. "But the point," I insisted, "is that the Beeb has minimal advertising. I mean, they carry trailers for their own shows, and those can get wearing enough, but what they don't have is relentless high-rotation drivel every 15 minutes from fucking loan companies, ambulance-chasing shyster legal firms, and chipboard warehouses owners shouting at you from too near the mic to come on down and feel the cut of his special offers. I hate adverts. I prefer the license fee. That's how I want to pay, up front, efficiently, then get to listen to what I want to listen to and nothing else. Whether it's pop clones or Beethoven or the sort of crap all-day talk shows that taxi drivers listen to. I suppose Phil points out that the adverts are what pays your wages." "Phil?" I laughed. "He's a Radio 3 and 4 man. He hates adverts even more than I do." I glanced at her again as we troubled the usually little-used upper region of the Landy's gearbox in a miraculous void in the traffic, which gave us an almost clear run to the lights at Oxford Street. "Don't get me wrong. He's a good producer, and he's a real muso. Goes to see a band practically every night, whether it's at Wembley Arena or a pub in Hackney. But he can't stand Capital Live either. Nah, it's our friendly local station manager to whom it falls to bring the realities of commercial radio regularly to our attention." We crossed Oxford Street and started to head up Cleveland Street, following a motorcycle courier on a Honda VFR. Perhaps, I thought, a little reminiscing about my days as a fearless gonzo courier, only a few years ago, after all, would impress Nicky. It started raining, and I turned on the wipers, to hilarious effect. I looked at Nicky. "Well, do you listen to Capital Live?" "Sometimes," she said, not looking at me. "Yeah, well, exactly. You're 18. You should be part of our target audience. What do you listen to, anyway?" Well, they sort of come and go, but I think they're all illegal black stations from south of the river." "What, K-Black, X-Men, Chill Harbour Lane?" "Yeah, and Rough House, Precinct 17. "Radio Free Peckham, is that still going?" "No, it was closed down." "Well, frankly, good for you for ignoring the usual commercial tat." I was snatching glances at Nicky to see if she was impressed that I knew all these cool illegal stations, but she didn't seem to be. I looked ahead again. "Shit! Oh!" A black car swept out of a side street right into the path of the courier in front of us. I caught a brief glimpse of the car driver looking the wrong way and talking on his mobile. The bike rider went whump into the BMW compact's wing. The bike stood on its front wheel, then clattered back to the rain-greased street just in front of us, files spilling from one pannier and skidding papers over the street and into the gutter. The rider went sailing over the Beamer's bonnet as it braked and skidded to a stop. He landed heavily on the road ahead, sliding on his back a metre to hit the curb hard with his helmet. "Oh, oh," Nicky was saying. I'd pulled up. "You'll probably be okay," I told her quickly. "You just stay here." She nodded. She cleared some hair from her face with a trembling hand and pulled a mobile from her jacket as I opened the door. "Should I phone for an ambulance?" she asked. "Good idea." I jumped out and ran past the white-faced car driver, just getting out, still holding his mobile. It crossed my mind to tell him what a fuckwit he was, but I didn't. A couple of people were already standing, looking down at the black figure lying in the road. He wasn't moving. Some kid in a puffer jacket was squatting by him, doing something to his helmet. "Just leave the helmet on, yeah?" I said to the kid, kneeling on the courier's other side and carefully lifting up his visor. Behind me, somebody had the sense to turn off the fallen bike's engine, which was more than I thought to do. The courier was older than me, grey beard, glasses, face pinched by the helmet's foam padding. He blinked. "Fuck," he said weakly. "How you doing there, pal?" I asked him. "Bit sore," he croaked. The rain was making little spots on his glasses. He put his gloved hand up towards the helmet's fastening. I held on to it. Hold on," I said. "Can you feel everything? Waggle your toes and stuff?" Yeah, I think... Yeah, I'm all right. I think I'm all right. Breathing's a bit... What about the bike?" "Think you're going to need new forks." "Shit. Fuck. Rats. You a biker too, eh?" "Yeah, used to be." He looked away to one side, where I sensed more people standing and somebody approaching. I turned round and saw the car driver. The biker coughed and said wheezily, "If this cunt says sorry, mate, I didn't see you, take him for me, will ya?" Nicky was beautifully bedraggled by the rain. "You didn't need to get out, kid," I told her. She was trying to dry her hair with a small chamois leather. The Landy's interior was trying to mist up. "The operator was asking me where the incident had taken place, and I couldn't see the street names," she explained. "Then I thought I'd better stop the bike's engine." "Well, I think the guy's going to be all right. We did good. We make a fine emergency team. Triples all round." I'd left our details with the cops, and the biker had been persuaded to take the ambulance. He was still dazed and might have some broken ribs. Nicky had handed him the VFR's keys, though the cops had taken them away again because they wanted them left with the machine. She gave me back the chamois leather. "Thanks." "You're welcome." I used it on the windscreen. "Blimey, welcome to London, eh? Oh, do just say if you need a stiff drink or anything." She shook her head. "No, thanks." "Yeah, just straight home, I think." We continued north, through the rain, for Highgate. Debbie Cotty, our station manager, looked at me with weary, bleary blue eyes as my voice came from the DAP machine. "Well, here is an alternative fatwa. Women of Islam, judge your men, and if they are bad, kill them. They oppress you and scorn you, and yet they are frightened of you. Why else would they keep you from power in the sight of other men? But you have the power to judge whether your man is good or not. Ask yourself this. Would your husband kill another person just because they are Jewish or American or something else people are simply born to be? Allah has let people be born these things. Would your man kill them for no other reason than the faith or the country they were born into by the will of Allah? If he would, then he is a bad person and deserves death, for he brings shame upon your faith and the name of Allah. When next he comes to you, have a kitchen knife concealed beneath your bedclothes, or a pair of scissors, or even a penknife or a carton cutter, and slit his unworthy throat. If you have no knife, bite out his throat. If you wish only to mutilate him, use a knife or your teeth on his manhood." Debbie used the remote. "Well," she said. I don't know," I said. "Do you think we're using too much compression on my voice?" "Ken, but nobody, Phil said, was actually saying that. I mean, there was a bit just before that where Ken was saying that we didn't force Muslim women in this country to wear miniskirts or bikinis, whereas a Western woman going to Saudi has no choice but to conform to their dress code. The whole point is about toleration and intolerance, and about public figures like religious leaders being allowed to pass what is in effect a death sentence, without any sort of trial or defence on nationals of another country. That was the whole point of putting the bit at the start, pointing out that nobody in a position of responsibility in the West would say something like that. It's fucking irrelevant, Phil, Debbie said. She was 30, but looked older, and she was fit in a chunky sort of way. What if a Muslim person switches on just after your so-called disclaimer and then switches off, totally fucking incensed just before the end? What the fuck are they going to think they've just heard? Oh, come on, Phil said. That's like asking, what if somebody hears the word country but switches off before the re bit? I mean, it's just one of those things. That's one word. This is a whole speech. Yes, but it's the principle, Phil insisted stubbornly. Debbie switched from Phil to me. Ken, she said, even for you. Debbie, I said, holding up both hands. We're proving our own point here. About prejudice, about bigotry. How does insulting people do that? How does the Islamic Council of Churches screaming down the phone at me do anything to defeat bigotry? Because we had the head rabbi screaming down the phone last month, I pointed out. The Israel is a rogue state rant, Phil said, nodding. Are you trying to claim that insulting two religions is better than insulting one? It's being even-handed, I agreed. It's being bigoted towards ethno-religious groupings, she shouted. It is, arguably, inciting religious and even racial hatred towards Jews and Muslims. That's not fair, I protested. We did that whole week of Christ is a certifiable nutter. But he was a Jew, Debbie yelled, and sacred to Islam as well. 1 stone, 3 birds, I yelled back. What's the problem? All Abrahamic religions have been selectively targeted over time for trenchant, robust, but above all, fair criticism, Phil put in. I have the relevant records. Debbie looked from Phil to me. This isn't a fucking joke, guys. There were mosques, synagogues being firebombed, people being attacked because they're Middle Eastern in appearance. Some nasty little dickhead from the National Front or the British National Party could listen into a programme of yours where you lay into the Jewish people or the Muslims and fucking cheer you on, Ken. Now, is that what you want? A pretty good point, and one that Phil and I had worried over ourselves. That's why we have to attack bigotry and stupidity everywhere, I blustered. If we stop now, they'll be left thinking the last lot we went after were the definitive bad guys. What? Debbie said. Fair enough, this last assertion didn't make much sense even to me. I think that is a fair point, Phil said, nodding. Well, here are another 2 points, gentlemen. There's such a thing as this station's licence and the Broadcasting Standards Authority. There are also such things as our advertisers. Some very important people, some very vital advertisers have been having words with Sir Jamie, Debbie said through clenched teeth. To our credit, not one of the 3 of us even glanced towards the dear owner's portrait on the wall. He is not happy. He is not happy to the extent that he is seriously weighing up which he needs most, your show or his good name. She sat back, letting this sink in. Guys, you run a reasonably successful program for us, but it's only 10 hours of airtime per week out of 168. Sir Jamie's backed you until now, but he can't let you jeopardize the station, let alone the reputation of the Mouth Corporation or the goodwill he's built up from nothing over the last 30 years. Phil and I looked at each other. Jesus Christ, Debs, Phil said shakily. Are you telling us to tone it down? Or are we sacked? I mean, what? You're not sacked. But it's not just tone it down. It's make amends. Make amends? I squawked. This attacking Islam and Judaism in particular has to be reversed. So we can attack Christianity, I suggested. Debbie glared at me. What? I said, holding out both hands. We've got the perfect thing, Phil announced, just like that. I did probably the first genuine double take I'd ever done in my entire life. We have? Phil nodded. Ken doesn't know about this yet, he told Debbie. I don't? Suggestion came in just yesterday from the breaking news people. I just managed to prevent myself saying it. It did? The new Channel 4 thing? Debbie asked, eyes narrowed. Yeah, they're a competitor for Newsnight, Phil said. Weren't they trying to poach Paxman for that? I think so, but he wasn't having it. Last I heard was their main presenters would be Kevin Lutton-James and Beth Lang. Anyway, Phil said, they're still doing dummy programs at the moment, but they start for real on Monday, and they want something hard-hitting and controversial, something that'll get them headlines. They want Ken for the Monday program? Debbie asked. If we can get the terms right, Phil said. Debbie could probably see the surprise on my face. You're not Ken's fucking agent, Phil. This was true, though he sometimes acted like one. I mean the terms of control over content and the people involved, Phil explained patiently. I didn't want Ken going in there thinking he was about to do a short piece of light relief about mic technique or something, and then being confronted with half a dozen swivel-eyed fanatics representing all the different brands of fundamentalists we've upset over the last year. That's the sort of thing that can happen, and I just wanted to make sure it wouldn't. So, Debbie said, still sounding and looking suspicious, what are you proposing? That we give them something hard-hitting and controversial, Phil said. Which would be what? One of their ideas is to get Ken to debate with a genuine Holocaust denier, a guy from the extreme right Aryan Christian movement who claims the Allies built the death camps after the war, Phil said. All three of us exchanged looks. I wasn't so sure about that, he added. But, well, maybe, given what you've been saying about the perceived, if mistaken, bias against the Jewish and Muslim faiths, that would be the way to go after all. He turned to me. Obviously only if you feel comfortable with the idea, Ken. Oh, I'm comfortable with it, I said. A fucking Holocaust denier. What self-respecting militant liberal wouldn't want to get their teeth into one of those fucks? Debbie's eyes were so narrow they were almost closed. Why do I feel that this might just be a good idea? She asked slowly. And yet we seem to have come back to the original, totally facile and childish proposal that the way out of all this was to insult Christians some more. Oh, come on, Phil said. This guy's Christian like Satan is Christian. The point is, he's wildly anti-Semitic and he's mad. Articulate, but mad. Ken'll be seen defending... You sure this guy's mad? Debbie asked. Well, he agrees with the idea currently gaining ground in sections of Arab society, Phil said, in the slow, considered voice that told me he felt back in control here, that the September 11th attacks were organized by the International Zionist Conspiracy to discredit Islam and give Sharon carte blanche against the Palestinians. But it's okay, he hates the Arabs too. This guy has a consistent belief system totally based around race, religion, and sexuality. Nordic, Aryan, Christian, straight equals good. Everything else is just shades of evil. It was while Phil was talking about this that I thought of it. My big idea. I knew what I was going to do. If they did let me onto the show with that anti-Semitic fuck, I knew exactly what I was going to do to him. My mouth went dry, and my palms suddenly felt pinpricked with sweat. Oh, fuck, I thought. What a sweet, beautiful, terrifying idea. Did I really dare? Okay, I'm going to have to consult on this, Debbie announced. I clicked back to reality. Debs was going to kick it upstairs. Sensible woman. Fine by me, Phil said. He looked at me and I nodded. But we need a decision by Friday at the very latest. Tomorrow would be better. We'll have one, Debbie said. In the meantime, Ken, I think we'd all really appreciate it if you avoided offending any major ethnic or religious groups. Could you just do that for us? We can certainly try, Phil said merrily. Fuck, I said, as we walked away down a broad corridor lined with framed plaques, discs, awards, and letters of thanks and endorsement, none of which were mine. You weren't making any of that up in there, were you? Phil grinned. Course not. I'll call the breaking news people before we hit the pub." He frowned at me. "Didn't realize you'd be quite so keen." I wasn't going to tell him about my idea. Best if he didn't know for his own sake, apart from anything else. "Yeah, well," I said, "Keen Ken, that's what they call me." "No, they don't." The Golden Bow was our usual after-show drinking hole. Not fashionable, rarely crowded. We ended up with the others from our show and a couple of people from Timmy Mann's, the one after ours, though not the boy man himself. But our drinking party started to break up as people went off to catch trains, tubes and buses. Phil and I decided on takeaways from the Taj, our local curry house round the corner, then went our separate ways. Sometimes I told people I lived in a tied cottage. The houseboat at Chelsea Wharf used to be one of Sir Jamie's pads in the city, back when he was basically trying to be Richard Branson. The Temple Bell was an old, much-converted coaster. It still belonged to Mouth Corp, but it was rented to me at an extremely reasonable rate, though, as Phil had been the first to point out, if I lost the day job, I lost the cool houseboat and Chelsea address too. The Temple Bell was riding high on the flood tide as I walked down the jetty. Upriver, where the breeze was coming from, seeded with light rain, a train grumbled across Battersea Railway Bridge. Nearer, the towering facade of the Chelsea Reach development glittered with a cheesy opulence. The high tide meant there was no awful smell. Despite the rain, I hesitated by the old wheelhouse with the door keys in one hand and the slowly cooling curry in the other, looking out at the dark water for a minute or two, feeling a little lonely all of a sudden. And then, in my defence, almost immediately, a bit ashamed for feeling sorry for myself. The gentle background roar of the unsleeping city filled the sodium-stained skies, and I stood listening for the river's dark, liquidic music in vain. I met Joe on a river cruise one sticky summer night. Seal in Sir Jamie's glittering new penthouse at Limehouse Tower during a storm. "You're the guy that did the Cat Stevens cover. Didn't you get sued?" Late summer, 2000. I was still doing the Capital Live pre-midnight program and had been talking to my then producer near the stern of the little river cruise boat when this crop-haired, blonde semi-goth with lots of facial metalwork barged in between us. Producer Vic looked the girl up and down, decided I probably didn't mind being interrupted by her, and wandered off. "I wasn't exactly sued," I said warily, wondering if I was talking to a journalist. There was an exchange of lawyers' letters that seemed to cost as much as serious litigation, but we managed to avoid an actual writ. "Right," the girl nodded vigorously. "Oh, Joe LePage," she said, holding out her hand to shake while nodding back towards the glass superstructure of the boat, where music thudded and impressive 10 years ago disco lights flashed. "I'm with Icehouse," she explained. "The record company. You're Ken Knott, the DJ, right?" "Right." I shook her hand. "Right. What was that song? Rushdie and Son?" "Uh-huh, but the tune was mostly Moonshadow." "Ah, right. What was it? I'm being shadowed by a fundamentalist," she sang, huskily, but in tune. "Nearly," I said. "It was, I'm being stalked by a fundamentalist. I think I'm being shadowed." I spoke rather than sang the lyrics. "Yeah," she said. "I heard it at a party once. Never did get hold of a copy." "Well, I'd love to provide you with one," I said, grinning. "But I don't even have a copy myself anymore." "Sorry," she said, smiling. "I wasn't trying to blag one." She pushed her hand through her spiky blonde hair, exposing ink-dark roots. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Counting your piercings. 7 that I can see." "Ha!" she said, and hoisted her T-shirt to show a belly button neatly cinched with a little bone-shaped metal rod. 8, I said. She drank and wiped her lips with the back of one hand and made an obvious job of measuring me up. 9 altogether, she said, and performed a little movement that made me think at first she was taking a bow. Then I realized she was making as though to look down at herself. "My," I said. "Must be fun going through airport metal detectors. You're not into piercings?" "What can I say? I'm a fully paid-up hetero male," I grinned. We had boisterous, energetic sex back on the temple bell, and I found the ninth piercing. Ken, great to meet you. Come in. Ah, yes, let this delightful young lady take your coat. Nice to meet you. Jamie. Call me Jamie. No standing on ceremony here. Come on into the body of the kirk, as they say. Us Hielanders have to stick together, eh? Listen, we're all really excited about you joining us at Capital Live. I hear you're doing incredibly well. Called you a few times myself. Very near the bone, but I like that. That's my style, too. Edge work. Nothing like it, is there? The danger, the risk, that's what it's all about, isn't it? How are you settling into the old temple bell? Ah, very nicely, I said. I hesitated, wondering whether to point out that I'd been settled in there for over a year. Brill! Superb! Ah, Helena, like you to meet Ken. Ken, this is my wife, the lovely Helena. Ah, drinks? Excellent. Ken, champagne. Lady Werthamley, I said, nodding to her. Thank you. Sir Jamie Werthamley, our dear owner, had a penthouse in the top 2 stories of his own newest office building, Limehouse Tower, overlooking the river at Limehouse Reach. This was April 2001, and I'd been working for him for nearly a year by then, but this, one of his birthday parties, was my first chance to meet him. Sir Jamie was a young-looking 50, ginger going grey, single diamond stud in his ear. He was dressed casually in designer jeans, a white T-shirt, and a blue jacket that looked glossily fine and very expensive. There were maybe 100 people in the sunken space of the main room, which famously had been fashioned by a film set designer. The room held the crowd easily. Sir Jamie was the touchy-feely sort, taking your hand, cradling your elbow, all the time talking in that intense, breathily enthusiastic manner. His wife sat upright and poised, in a tall, high-tech wheelchair. Lady W. had suffered a bad fall horse-riding not long after they were married. She wore something blue and gauzy and a few shimmering pieces of diamond and platinum jewellery. She was maybe 10 years younger than her husband and had raven black hair and violet eyes. "Call me Helena, please," she said, letting go of my hand. "I listened to your show, Ken. You are terribly outspoken, aren't you?" "That's my job, Helena," I said. "You do upset a lot of people. A lot of important people, in fact." "Guilty as charged, ma'am," I agreed. "I know quite a lot of those people." I'd be surprised if you didn't," I said evenly. She snorted in a very English public schoolgirl way and looked up at me, winking. "Yes, well, keep up the good work. Now, who shall we find for you to talk to?" She surveyed the room. I did too. There were a lot of famous faces from, I guessed at the time, pretty much every walk of life that led to people getting their faces into the papers or onto TV, apart from crime. Actually, I was wrong about the crime bit. "Ah," said Mrs. W. decisively. "You might be interested to meet Anne and David Schuler. She teaches political philosophy at the LSE, and he's a Tribune Group stalwart. Come on." The Schulers were charming and fascinating, and interesting to talk to, and I chatted to various other people who were all or most of those things during the course of the evening. I drank the champagne and sampled some of the melt-in-the-mouth food, and fascinating as all this felt at the time, the only thing that came to mean anything, eventually, was meeting Celia later. I had already seen her as I made my way back from the loo. Head for the Monet and then hang a right at the Picasso, as Sir Jamie himself had instructed me. She was standing with a smallish, pale man, who was dressed in a severely tailored black suit, listening while he talked quietly to a rotund lord who owned a national daily and a few regional titles. She wore short heels that brought her nearly up to his height of about 170 centimeters, and a long, black, high-necked dress. A single string of large, grey-black pearls, skin like milky coffee. She looked mixed race, a combination of white and black and maybe Southeast Asian, too. Pushed, I'd have guessed she was in her mid-20s, but her face was extraordinary. It gave the impression that it belonged to either a teenager who'd seen some terrible things in her short existence, or a 60-year-old who'd never had a day's trauma or a single aging event in her entire life. There was a sort of intense calmness to her features, an almost wilful innocence that I couldn't recall ever having seen before. It seemed almost identical to the poised serenity of a secure, untroubled child, and yet profoundly different. Something struggled for and arrived at rather than inherited, rather than bestowed. Her eyes were amber beneath fine sculpts of dark brows, and her forehead like a smooth and perfect bowl. Her hair was gathered up, full and shining, immaculate. It was the colour of heroin. Her gaze slid straight over me as I passed a few metres away, in pursuit of some more of that very pleasant champagne. I didn't recognize her or the man at her side, who looked a bit like Bernie Ecclestone with no glasses and better hair, though I did see him leaving an hour later without her, but with a blond guy, so wide and tall he just had to be a bodyguard. A storm had been advancing on London since the vividly bloody sunset hours earlier. The party was in full swing by the time it hit, but aside from a distant roar if you stood near the windows, and the swirling patterns of rain whirling over the west-facing glass, it was easy to miss. I headed towards the Monet again, but there was already somebody in the bathroom. Sir Jamie, clutching a thin-necked bottle of Krug, and in the company of a pair of giggling young soap stars, stopped and said, "Q?" He nodded to the spiral stairs. "Up there. See you later. Have fun." Upstairs I couldn't find any open doors, so I chose, adventurously, the one double set I could see. A suitably large bedroom the size of a tennis court presented itself, and I crossed to where I guessed the ensuite might be. It was a gym, but far away, on the other side of the room, was the bathroom. It had a loo, 2 sinks the size of small baths, a vast, sunken bath studded with nozzles, lights, and underwater speakers, a colossal shower cabinet with marginally more nozzles than the bath, and a sauna the size of a log cabin. It felt slightly pathetic only to do a pee in this palace of evacuation, exfoliation, and immersion. It was all immaculate, save for a poorly wiped area on a glass shelf where a few tiny white crystals lay scattered. I lifted some to my tongue and tasted cocaine. About to quit the bedroom, I saw the curtains that filled one wall move at the edge. I tentatively pulled the curtains back. The view was to the northeast over a terrace cut diagonally across the tower's summit. Shrubs and small trees in giant pots swayed in the wind, and the surfaces of ornamental pools ruffled as the gusts struck them. I caught a glimpse of a figure in the shadows near one edge of the terrace where thin, straight railings segmented the view. Much later I thought, it ought to have been lightning that lit that scene. That it had been that sort of storm, and when I first saw her standing there, it was courtesy of a flash of lightning, which lit up the mysterious figure in the shadows. But it wasn't. Just the lights of the storm-pressed city. Sometimes reality isn't gothic enough. I could see it was a woman, standing about 4 meters away, under a roof projecting over part of the garden. She looked thin and frail and dark. Her arms were crossed under her breasts. The wind tugged at the hem of her long dress, and I could see little strands of her hair whipping about her face and flickering up about her head like quick, attenuated flames. She turned her head to look straight at me. She stood like that for a moment, then her head tipped to one side. I recognized the woman in the narrow black dress with the extraordinary face. Even then, in theory, I could just have let the drapes fall back and toddled off downstairs, tipsily descending to the party. But what I did was push the heavy glass panel aside. "Hello?" she said, her voice barely audible over the roar of the wind. "You'll catch your death, you know." "Yes?" she said, as though this was new and important information I'd presented her with. God, I thought, she's some sort of simpleton. "Look," I said, "will I gestured back into the bedroom, meaning to suggest I'd leave her to whatever solitary communing with rooftop nature she'd been indulging in. She shook her head. "Shit," I said under my breath, and stepped out onto the stones. Well, what else was I going to do?
End of Disc 1. Disc 2.
She was beautiful. The guy she'd been with had left the hoo-ha without her. I was 35 and starting to watch my weight and check my hair for grey each morning, and I wasn't so entangled elsewhere that I couldn't handle the potential extra complication of getting tangled up with a woman who looked as good as she did. Rain sprinkled itself across my face, and the wind uncombed my hair. "Ken Knott. Pleased to meet you." I held out my hand. She looked at it for a moment, then took it in hers. "Celia." "Mariel," she said. "How do you do?" Her voice was soft. "You okay out here?" I asked. "Yes." "Is it all right?" "Sorry?" "For me to be here. Is it all right? Is it permitted?" It sounded like she thought I was a security guard for Mouth Corp, come to shoo her back to the properly appointed fun-having territory down below. "Haven't the faintest idea," I admitted. "Civilian here myself. Listen, if you're okay, I'll just leave you to it. I saw you out here, and I wasn't even handling my withdrawal gracefully." She ignored this. She frowned and said, "Ah, I know your name. You were on the radio." Her teeth were very white as she gave a little, tentative smile. "I listened to you." That was me hooked. As far as my ego was concerned, she might as well have claimed to be my biggest fan. At the same time, a tiny crease of disappointment ruffled my contentment. Intelligent, rich, overachieving, and wildly influential though I naturally assumed all my listeners to be, there was something insufficiently exotic for a woman like this to be listening to my pop-rattled, commercial-choked show on daytime radio. She should be a Radio 3 type, certainly not listening to any radio station with an exclamation mark in its title. "I'm sorry, you fall beneath the acceptable standards of intriguingness that my overheated and deeply wretched romantic sensibilities demand. Very groucho altogether, sad git." "I'm very flattered," I told her. "Are you? Why?" I gave a small laugh. A gust of wind thudded into us, showering us with rain and making us sway together, as if dancing to the pummeling music of the storm. "Oh, I'm just always flattered when I meet somebody who admits to listening to my terminally facile and disposable show. And you—" "Is it really so?" she said. "Do you really think it's facile and disposable?" "Well, it can certainly be facile," I said. "And when it comes down to it, it is just local radio, even if it's local radio for London. Noam Chomsky it ain't." "You admire Noam Chomsky," she said. The wind was howling round the building, scattering raindrops over the two of us. "You have mentioned him a few times, I think." I held up my hands. "Closest thing to a hero I have." "You really do listen to the show, don't you?" "Sometimes." "You say such things. I'm always amazed that you get away with what you do. So often I think they won't let him get away with that. And yet, next time I switch on, there you are." "We do call the studio the Departure Lounge," she said, smiling. "I know." She didn't seem to notice the gale blowing around her. "You must make many enemies." "The more the better," I agreed airily. "You really don't worry that somebody might take such offense at what you say they try to harm you?" "I refuse to worry," I told her. "I wouldn't hand people like that even the partial victory of knowing I was concerned." "So, then, are you brave?" she asked with a small smile. "No, I'm not brave. I just don't give a fuck." She seemed to find this amusing. I sighed. "Life's too short to spend it worrying, Celia. Carpe diem." "Yes, life is short," She agreed, not looking at me. Then she did. But you might risk making it shorter. I held her gaze. I said, I don't care. And just then, there on the roof in the loud midst of the storm, I meant it. She lifted her face up a little, and I really wanted to take hold of that perfect little chin and kiss her. Look, I said, apart from anything else, it's just radio. And people know I'm paid to be controversial, or just plain rude. I'm a shock jock, the shock jock, jock the shock, if you prefer your definitions in tabloid form. To really make an impression these days, I'd have to say something actually slanderous, and that would get me fired. Though that'll probably happen soon enough anyway. Still, it seems strange to approach what you do the way you do. Most people want to be liked, or even loved. Oh, I'm always ready for my fair share of both, I told her. Look, I don't insult people or their beliefs because I want to hurt those people. I mean that what I find I need and want to say, and which is what I do sincerely believe, which is what I think is the truth, as exactly as I can tell it, is stuff that happens to hurt other people. Does that make sense? Yes, I think so, she said in a skeptical tone. What I'm trying to say is, I have my own beliefs. Jeez. I took a deep breath of the storms there. I believe in truth, I told her. I was making a complete idiot of myself, but I didn't care anymore. There, I said it. I believe there is something pretty damn close to objective truth more or less all the time, and I'm not accepting this shite about everybody having their own truths or respecting somebody's opinions just because they're sincerely held. The Nazis sincerely hated the Jews. They weren't just kidding. I'm not respecting their fucking ideas just because they were deeply held. I believe in science, in the scientific method, in doubt, in questioning, in facing truths, not hiding from them. I don't believe in God, but I admit I could be wrong. I don't believe in faith at all because faith is belief without reason. And reason is the only thing we have. The only thing I do believe in. I think people have every right to believe in anything they want, no matter how ridiculous it might be, but I don't accept their right to coerce others into the same views. And I certainly don't accept any right they might think they have not to have their views challenged just because they're going to feel peeved in the process. You have faith in reason, she said calmly, tucking some strands of hair back into place. Don't you? I laughed out loud, waving my arms about. This is crazy, I yelled. We're standing here on top of a tower block in the middle of a fucking hurricane, getting soaked to the skin, and we're talking about philosophy? Does the essential absurdity of this situation not strike you too? I'm sorry. Are you cold? She asked, sounding concerned. We could go in. No, I told her. I'm fine out here if you are. I'm a Scotsman. We're legally and morally bound not to admit to feeling cold, certainly not in the presence of thinly clad females, and especially not heart-stoppingly beautiful thinly clad females we might legitimately assume are used to balmier climes. The penalties are actually quite severe. They endorse your passport and... She was nodding. Yes, you only become inarticulate when you are being especially sincere, she said, concluding. That took the wind out of my sails. What are you? I demanded. Celia, are you some sort of flying squad critic come philosophical psychoanalyst? I'm a married woman, a housewife, a listener. Married. Married. Did you give your husband this hard a time? I would not dare. Well, I might, but he would not understand. Fuck this, I was getting cold. This was the most interesting, even unusual woman I'd met in a long, long time. But there comes a point. I held her gaze, and, after a breath, said, And are you a faithful wife, Celia? She didn't say anything for a while. I could see little drops of rain on her face, like sweat or tears, and her hair was coming undone in the tearing wind. She shook in those gusts, as though shivering. "I have been," she said eventually. "Well, I—" She stopped me, holding up one hand towards my mouth, shaking her head. She glanced behind me to the still open window. "My husband is—" she began, then stopped. She tutted, looked down and to one side, and pinched her lower lip briefly with the fingers of her right hand. She looked up at me. "Once," she said, "I thought that if I really, really hated somebody, I would make love to them and have my husband find out. But only if I really hated the person and wanted them dead, or perhaps thought that they wished they were dead." "Holy shit," I said, reasonably. She did not look like she was joking. "He is, of the jealous persuasion, then?" "He is John Mariel." I shook my head. "I'm sorry," I said. "Not ringing any bells." She nodded slowly. She said, "I would like to see you again, if you would like." Her voice was nearly drowned by the wind. "Yes, I'd like," I said. I was thinking, I haven't touched her, kissed her, anything yet. Nothing. "However, you must know that if I were to see you," she said, "it would have to be seldom and secretly. It might sound casual, but it would not be. It could not be. It would be—" she shook her head, "of significance. Not something to be entered into lightly." She smiled. "I make it all sound very formal, do I not? I've suffered more romantic propositions." I moved slowly forwards and reached for her. She came up on her toes, raising her head and tipping it, bringing her hands to either side of my face and opening her mouth to mine, while the wind tugged and pushed and jostled us, and the rain sowed the gusts like a soft, cold shrapnel of the storm. "John Mariel, Mr. Mariel," Ed said. "He's a gangster, mate." "He's what?" "He's a fucking gangster, crime boss, whatever you want to call it, yeah. Mind you, could be he's not much involved in actual villainy these days. Gone legit, innit? Course, on the other hand, there's better profits in stuff like drugs and refugees and cars and computer crime and stuff." Ed's eyes went wide. "Fucking hell, Ken. You ain't thinking of saying something horrible about him, are you?" "Fucking say it ain't true. I'm serious, mate. Fucking barge pole. Know what I'm saying?" "I wasn't thinking of saying anything about him," I said truthfully. "I just saw him at a party the other night, and somebody said who he was, but not what he was, and I thought I'd ask. I'd no idea he was a cross between the Cray brothers and Al fucking Capone. Well, he is. Leave well alone, know what I mean? I am leaving him well alone." We were in Ed's then new car, a black Hummer with darkened windows. It made my Land Rover feel like a 2CV. We were driving through the streets of South London on the way to a gig in an old cinema in Beckenham. Ed was determined to make me some sort of club DJ, or at least teach me the intricacies of getting two bits of plastic to revolve at different rates, so that the tunes contained sounded like they had the same BPM. "Jesus Christ, Ed," I said. "I do believe this thing is literally wider than a London bus. Yeah, it's rough, innit?" Ed grinned, teeth like a snowfield. "Rough? Yeah, wicked, innit? What the fuck is it with this fucking black patois shit?" "What?" Ed said innocently. "Rough means good," I said indignantly. "Wicked means good? Fucking hell. Bad means good. I mean, I realize there are issues about slavery and centuries of oppression here, but you have to take it out on the language." "Nah, mate," Ed said, finally making slow forward progress as the bus rolled off ahead of us. "It's like you go so far into the concept, right, the meaning, that you come out the far side. Know what I mean?" I looked at him. "What?" he asked. My mistake, I said, waving one hand and looking away. Silly old me. I didn't even realise that meanings had sides you could come out of. Serves me right for passing up a university education, that'll learn me. Or not, as is in fact the case. It's what language is about, innit? Communication. You don't say. But if people make words mean the opposite of... But everybody knows what they really mean, don't they? Do they? Of course they do. It's about context, innit? But hold on. The first time somebody said bad when they meant good, how did anybody know what the hell they really meant? Ed thought about this. Right, he said. Way I see it, it was like this. Some bloke was trying to cop off with this bird, right? And she was a bit coy, right? And she says, "Oh, you wicked man," or something. Like, maybe he'd been telling her all the things what he wanted to do with her, and she was pretending to be modest, but actually she was getting really wet, right? She calls him wicked and smiles, and they both know what she means, see? So that's the first time that somebody says wicked and means good. Brilliant, bring it on. So then, like, by extension, know what I mean, people start using other words what are the opposite of what they seem to mean, like rough for cool and bad for good, because it's not, like, really much of a leap from using wicked that first time. And the reason that all this is happening in the black community right here or in the States is precisely because the brothers haven't got much else that is theirs. We could be boxers or musicians and that, but all these other, like, modes of expression is closed off to us artistically, so we fuck with your language. And that's what I think happened. Probably. I stared at him. There could actually be a grain of truth in that silo of gibberish, I said, but this still doesn't explain how you can come out the other side of an accepted lexicological meaning for a perfectly clear and unambiguous term such as bad. It's like Klein bottles, innit? It's like what? Klein bottles. They're like four-dimensional bottles what can only exist in fucking hyperspace, man. What the fuck has that got to do with anything? My old mum knitted me a Klein bottle hat when I was a nipper. Are you on drugs? Yeah, but listen, like, the spout of a Klein bottle sort of curves round and goes back into the bottle, doesn't it? It may astonish you to know, and it certainly appalls me to admit, that I do sort of know what you're talking about. So that's like the meaning I was talking about earlier, isn't it? Going out beyond itself and then coming back in. Bleeding obvious, I should think. Fucking pay attention, Ken. I was actually lost for words. Eventually, I recovered enough to say, "And you seriously had a hat that resembled a Klein bottle, you mad fuck? Or was that the bit I hallucinated? Me mum was doing this Open University course, wasn't she? Geometry and that. So she decided to knit a Klein bottle, and then it sort of turned into a Bob Marley hat. Fucking horrible it was. She made me wear it to school once, too, because she was so proud of it. Came to the school gates with me and everything, so I couldn't accidentally lose it. I do trust that your pals did the decent thing and kicked the living shit out of you." "Ha! They did too." Ed shook his head, a happy, nostalgic expression on his face. "Never liked maths ever since." We were silent for a minute or so. Then I said, "Hey, we just went past a cop car without you getting pulled over. That's 'cause they think you're driving the fucker." "Of course. White man in the right-hand seat. Easily enough to confuse the average plod, I'll grant you." "Exactly. Why else do you think I offered you a lift? You fuck. You're exploiting me. Hee hee hee." When I first kissed Celia on the night of the storm, that was as far as it went. It was a fabulous kiss, with her warm, taut body against mine, and her soft mouth and hard little tongue flickering inside my mouth like a tiny flame of moist muscle. But that was all. She wouldn't even give me her address or phone number or mobile or anything. At the time, of course, I still didn't know who her husband was. Just that he sounded somewhat on the psycho side, which, goodness knows, should have been enough. Nothing, for weeks. Life went on, all the usual nonsense happened. Dental appointments, run-ins with management, a couple of boozy, flirtatious lunches with the lovely Amy, a gig in Brighton with Ed, which ended in some chilly dawn skinny dipping with a couple of girls from Argentina. Jo and I went out to parties and films, got loved up, and went clubbing, had good, fun sex every now and again, and I decided that Celia was just one of those never-quite things. Then, one overcast Wednesday in mid-May, a courier arrived with a slim, padded envelope immediately after I'd finished the show. The envelope was so light it felt empty. There was a grey plastic hotel key card inside. I was in the corridor from the studio to our office at the time. I looked inside the envelope, but there was nothing else in there. I tipped it up and tapped it, but still nada. The key card didn't say what room it was for, or what hotel. They never do. My mobile sounded as soon as I switched it back on. The phone's display said anonymous. "Hello?" I answered. "Is that Kenneth?" said a female voice. "May we talk?" "Yes," I said. I stopped by the office door. Inside I could hear Phil and Andy, his assistant, talking and laughing. "Who is this?" "We met on the roof about 5 weeks ago. Do you remember? Please don't say my name. But do you remember me?" "Ah, well, yes." "Do you still—" I'm not sure what to say. "Wish to proceed?" "This is very unromantic, I'm sorry." "Ah," I said, staring at the carpet. "I found out who your other half is. So you do not." "I see. I'm sorry. I've been stupid. Please dispose of it." "What? No, hold on. You received what I sent. Size of a credit card. Nothing else." "That's right." "Yes, where is it for?" "The Dorchester, 607. It's just that I would have liked to have seen you again." I swallowed and asked, "You there now?" "Yes." I glanced at my watch. "I have a few things to tidy up here. Half an hour." "We have all afternoon, until about 6. "So I'll see you." "Two things. You must not leave any mark on me. Nothing." "Of course. I understand." "Also, just this time, would you be silent, completely, from when you arrive to when you go?" "That's a little weird." "It is a private superstition, you would probably say. I know it makes no sense to you, but I would like you to indulge me in this." "Hold on," I said, nearly laughing. "Is this place bugged?" "No." I could hear her smile. "What if I say no?" "Then I will not have been indulged, and because of that, if we go ahead, I will believe that this will end badly for us. I do not know what you will believe, Kenneth." "I thought about this." "All right." At the Dorchester, number 607 was a suite. I hesitated at the door, fingering the little sliver of plastic in my pocket. The whole cloak and dagger setup with the key card was either faintly amusing and reassuring, or deeply worrying. What was I doing? He's a gangster, mate. We reassure ourselves that we're all special, but was anybody that special that were worth taking the sort of risk I might be taking? Of course, people had been taking mad risks for sex, lust, love, for as long as we'd been people. Wars had been fought for what you could, if you were being uncharitable, characterized as basically a bit of slap and tickle. Holy books had been rewritten, the laws of God changed to facilitate the having of some desperately yearned-for piece of ass. Seen one, seen 'em all, I reminded myself. But then that, of course, was such shit. Sexers said that the way racists claimed. They all looked the same to me. Both were confessions of personal inadequacy, of the inability to really see. I used the key card and stepped into the dark hallway, illuminated only by light spilling from a small loo on the other side of the hall. The air was very warm. I had to take my jacket off. The first door led to a sitting room, darkly curtained, the afternoon sunshine held at bay by drapes thick as carpets. The other door led to the bedroom. There had been a light on in here all the time. Celia was sitting at a roll-top desk on the far side of the room, reading by a desk lamp, wrapped in a white robe that was too big for her. Her golden-brown hair was down, spreading and reaching almost to the seat of the chair. She turned round when she heard the door open. She wore little round glasses. She raised one finger to her lips. My heart was thudding. I was half expecting muscled goons with 18-inch collars to bust out of the wardrobe, whack me on the back of the head, gaffer tape my mouth and zip me into a body bag. Though this place was too posh for wardrobes, it had a dressing room instead. I stood there, in the heat, wondering how much initiative she wanted me to take, how much, indeed, I wanted me to take. This whole silent running deal, or at least me agreeing to it, had put that ball pretty firmly in her court. The dome of an elegantly gleaming trolley sat in one shadowy corner of the bedroom. A champagne bucket and 2 glasses sat on a low table in front of a towering display of lilies. The flower scent saturated the blood-warm air. Celia closed her hardback, took off her glasses, got up, and walked over to me, raising herself on her toes with her last step and kissing me, just as she had on the night of the storm. She smelled of musk and roses. I used both hands to undo the rope-thick belt, then pulled her robe open. Her skin was smooth and warm, warmer even than the overheated air of the room. I held her away a little to look at her. She let the white robe fall. My eyes went wide, and I breathed in, seeing the strange, curled imprint of her lightning scar for the first time. I was about, I think, to say, "Good God," but she anticipated me, and gently put her cupped hand over my mouth, silencing me as I stared at the tracery of dark brown lines. She stood still in the glowing white whirl of the fallen robe, letting me inspect the fern mark, raising her arms and gathering up her hair to let me see better, displaying herself quietly. On, not in, a vast bed beneath a swooping canopy, we fell to our shared cause. I let her undress me, an urgency in her hands and expression. I stroked her hair while she did this, ploughing its rich thickness with my fingers. Her body was the most sensuous thing I had ever seen in my life. Limbs slim, but muscled enough to curve, waist tiny. Her areolae and nipples were unexpectedly pink for her caramel skin, whose tone, save for the lightning intaglioed print descending her left flank, didn't vary anywhere, except faintly on the palms of her hands and the soles of her feet. Her pubic hair was darker than that on her head, surprisingly soft, but tightly curled. She skinned my jeans off and smiled when she saw my erection, as though it was already an old friend, and peeled off my briefs. I mimed putting on a condom and pointed at my jacket, which she'd hung over a chair. She shook her head. I raised my eyebrows and shook my head slightly at what I hoped looked like a suitable translation of, "You sure?" She nodded emphatically. Well, okay, I thought, as she kissed me again. I wanted her so much, so immediately. But I decided to take charge a bit and got her down on her back. I wanted to see her, to experience every part of her with as many senses as I could bring to bear. I found myself quivering, shaking like some adolescent getting laid for the first time, my mouth suddenly dry, tears welling in my eyes. She lay on her hair, head to one side, facing the darkness, the tendon on the side of her neck a taut, deeply shadowed column, her arms thrown out across the bed, fingers clutching, caging fistfuls of plump white pillows, her legs in a tensed V, toes pointing. Then, finally, when at last I was fully in her, she gasped and threw herself around me, arms and legs wrapping and squeezing me with an astonishing power. I even managed to come quietly, but then, afterwards, lying there, chests heaving, limbs trembling, she rolled over to me, slick with sweat, and put 2 fingers delicately to my lips. "It's all right," she said softly. These were the first articulate sounds she had made. "We can talk now, Kenneth. Just the beginning was enough, and that you were prepared to." I took a handful of her hair, rolling my fist around in it, taking up all slack. Her head tipped towards my hand. Her large, dark amber eyes gazed down. "You are a very singular woman, Celia. Will we do this again?" I raised my head and made a show of looking downwards. In about 5 minutes, I'd guess. She smiled. "You will meet me again?" "Oh, I should think so." "Good. We won't be able to go out, to meet in public. It will have to be like this." "This is okay. I can handle this." "Handle me," she whispered, lowering herself into my arms. So began my erratic, erotic tour of the luxury hotels of London. Every few weeks, apart from once when holidays got in the way, a courier would deliver a slim package holding only a hotel key or key card. The accompanying phone call got shorter and shorter each time, until all I could hear was the Connaught 316, or the Landmark 818, or the Howard 503. In a succession of tall-ceilinged, feverishly hot, darkened suites, on top of a series of king or emperor-sized beds, Celia and I pursued our sporadic affair. That first time, in the Dorchester, it turned out we had longer than she'd first said. Not until 6, but until 10, when she really had to go. "Who are you, Celia? Tell me about yourself," I said into the darkness, "if you want." "I told you. I'm a married woman, a housewife, a listener. Perhaps you could start a little closer to the beginning." "I am from Martinique. My father was a fisherman, my mother a waitress. I have 4 brothers, 5 sisters. I studied languages. I became a model. I moved to Paris, then London. I met a man who I thought loved me." "What about you loving him?" Her body tensed fractionally against mine, then relaxed again. "Love," she said, as if saying, tasting the word for the first time, getting the measure of its meaning in her mouth and mind. "I don't know." Eyelashes flitted against the skin of my shoulder. "I felt fondness for him. He was kind to me. He helped me considerably. I don't mean to say that I married him out of gratitude, but I felt that I knew him, and that he would be a good husband." "And is he?" She was silent for a while. "He treats me well. He's never struck me. He became cold towards me about the time when it was found I could not have children. I'm sorry. The point is more that it does not matter that he is a good husband to me. What matters is that he is a bad man to others. He would say they always deserved it, but did you know he was like that when you married him?" She was silent for a moment. "I knew a little. I did not want to know it all. I should have." "Do you mean to stay with him?" "I would be afraid to tell him I was leaving him. Also, practically my whole family works for one of his businesses now, on the island." "Ah. Ah, indeed. What about you, Kenneth? What don't you know from my many exciting and unfailingly accurate profiles in top media outlets? Your marriage? Your wife?" "I married a nurse called Judith. Met in a club when I was between jobs. Not long after I moved down to London. Great sex, similar interests, robust cross-platform political beliefs with only a few troublesome legacy systems. She believed in astrology, compatible groups of friends, and we certainly thought we were in love. She didn't really want to get married, but I insisted. I knew I was very likely to stray, or certainly to want to stray, to be unfaithful. And I came up with this bizarre concept that if I got married, then the fact I'd made a solemn promise to her to forsake all others, made a legally binding commitment, would stop me." I paused. Probably the single most balmy idea I've ever entertained in my entire adult life. I shrugged gently, so as not to jar her head where it lay against my shoulder and chest. I cheated. She found out, confronted me with it, and I swore it wouldn't happen again. I meant it, too. I always meant it. Repeat until no longer funny. I breathed deeply. She's okay now, in a stable relationship. I still see her now and again. Do you still love her? No, ma'am. You still sleep with her? I felt my body jerk. She must have felt it too. You guessing, Celia? I asked. Or are we in some creepy play misty for me vibe here? Guessing, you would call it. I am good at it. Well, as you guessed, I shrugged again. We never mean to, it just happens. But anyway, not for a while. And you have a regular girlfriend? Yes, nice girl, bit mad, works for a record company. She doesn't know, I hope, about you and me. I hope nobody does. Nobody. You don't mind? Some men like to boast. Not me, and no, I don't mind. Usually we met on a Friday, but not every time. Never at the weekends. She said this was because she liked to listen to me on the radio beforehand. Soon, with every show I did, I'd start to wonder, was she listening? More to the point, was she listening in an 800 quid a night suite, slowly undressing in the darkness, while a cranked-up heating system, wound round to maximum, gradually toasted every molecule of air in the place? Wherever it was I met Seal, she was always there, always waiting, almost always reading a book. Usually something recent I'd heard of. White Teeth, Man and Boy, Bridget Jones's Diary. Once it was The Prince, once Madame Bovary, and once the Kama Sutra, which she was reading for ideas we didn't really need. The room, suite, was always dark, always hot. There would be something light to eat if we wanted, and vintage champagne. It was a while before I realized the glasses we drank from were always the same ones, and that there would always be a different spare glass present. She brought the crystal flutes herself. They belonged to her. She seemed pleased that I'd noticed. You were a model, you said. Did you appear mostly in French magazines? Yes. I'm afraid I have no portfolio to show you. What was your modeling name? Celia McFadden. McFadden, I said, laughing. What possessed you to take a Scottish name? It was my maiden name, she said, sounding surprised. My great-great-grandfather was a slave on Barbados. He was given the name of his slave master, who may have been his biological father. He escaped and ended up in Martinique. Whoa, sorry. That's all right, Celia said, shrugging. You changed your name, didn't you? Yeah, not officially, just for the radio. It still says McNutt on my passport. McNutt, she smiled. Yes. So, this, I said, changing the subject and stroking the lightning scar, has appeared in public, has it? What did they do, cover it with makeup? No. They shot from the other side. So all your model shots are from the right? Mostly. Though they don't all appear so once they're printed. You just reverse the neck. All right, of course. She shrugged. Covering things up is easy. The latest she ever stayed was 10 p.m. I was welcome to stay longer if I wanted, but I never did, and I knew she preferred me to leave first. She would arrive and depart with her hair tightly compressed under a wig, usually blonde, and wore large dark glasses and baggy, undistinguished clothes. In Claridge's, she'd stripped the bed to its bottom sheet and covered the surface and a dozen extra pillows in red rose petals. This was where she finally explained her insane theory about having half died when the lightning struck her. What? There are two me's, two of me, in different parallel worlds. Hold on, I think I know this theory. Simple idea, but the complexities are hideous. Mine is quite simple. Yeah, but the real one is confusing to a bonkers degree. According to it, there are an infinity of yous. A pleasing prospect, I might add, except there are also, anyway, an infinity of me's too, and your husbands, whatever. See how confusing it is? Yes, well, she said, waving one dismissive hand, but for me it is very simple. I half died then, when the lightning struck me. In that other world, I am half dead too, but also half alive, just as in this one. So did you fall off this cliff in the other world or not? I asked, deciding to humor this matter-of-fact madness of hers. Yes and no. I did, but I also fell back onto the grass, just as I did here. So in this world, here, you fell off the cliff too? Yes. And yet you woke up on the grass? That part of me did. This part of me did. So in the other world, what, if you woke up on the grass in this one, she must have not woken up, because she was lying dead at the bottom of the cliff? No, she woke up too on the grass. So who the hell fell off the bleeding cliff? I did. You did, but both of I. I and I. What now, you're a Rastafarian? She laughed. We both fell off the cliff. I remember it happening. I remember seeing myself fall, and the noise the air made, and how my legs made a useless running motion, and how I could not scream because the air had been knocked out of my lungs, and how the rocks looked as I fell towards them. So did the lightning half kill you, or was it the fall? Perhaps both did, or half did. All that matters is that it happened. It would be useless to suggest, I suppose, that this might all really only have happened in your head, the result of having 90,000 volts zapped through your brain pan and down your body. But of course it's not useless to suggest it, if that is what you need to believe to make sense of what happened to me by your way of thinking. Then, of course, that is what you must believe. That's not quite what I meant. Yes, I know. But you see, when it happened, I was there, and you, my dear, were not. I let out a long breath. Right, so what are the symptoms of you being only half alive in this world and the other one? You do seem wholly, and I would risk saying even vibrantly alive in this world to me, especially about 10 minutes ago. But what makes you feel this? That I feel it. Right. No, not right. I'm not getting it. It feels obvious to me. In a way, I always knew it. Reading about parallel universes simply made sense of that feeling. I didn't feel any more certain of what I felt, and it did not really alter what I felt or what I believed, but it made it more possible for me to explain it to others. I laughed. So all we've been talking about in the last 5 minutes is after it became easier to explain. Yes, easier. Not easy. Perhaps less difficult would be a better formulation. Right? I think it might all change on my next birthday, she said, nodding seriously. Why? Because the lightning hit me on the day of my 14th birthday, and on my next birthday I will be 28. You see? Yes, I do. My God, your aberrant personal belief system is actually contagious. I suppose they all are. I sat up in the bed. You mean that on the day of your 28th birthday, in April next year, the 5th, what? She shrugged. I don't know. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps I die. Perhaps the other one of me dies. And if the other one dies, I will become fully alive, which will manifest itself. She smiled. Well, perhaps I will decide that I love you. I stared into those amber eyes. No humor there just now, no irony, not even doubt. Puzzlement, perhaps, but no doubt. She really believed all this. There, I said, is that big little word that neither of us have spoken until now. Why should we speak it? I wondered what that meant. I might have pursued the matter, but then she shrugged again, and her immaculate breasts moved in just such a way that in this world, and surely any other, all I could say was, "Oh, come here." In the Lanesborough we spent hours in a cavernous bath, experimenting with various lotions and creams. Later, while she was in the bathroom, I noticed her bag lying on a chair, and her mobile phone inside its little brown leather cave, a green light blinking slowly. This must be the phone my mobile knew only as anonymous. I swallowed a little pride, not to mention some principles, and quickly rolled over and dug the dainty Nokia out. I'd had a similar model to this 2 mobiles back, and knew how to access the phone's own number. I scribbled it onto a piece of hotel paper and stuffed the note in a jacket pocket after I'd returned the phone to her bag, long before she reappeared. This was a safety precaution, I told myself, in case I ever needed to warn her of something, like a terrorist threat we'd heard about via the newsroom, but couldn't broadcast because it would cause mass panic. Yes, something like that, say. A few times I tried to follow her, to see where she lived, or just what she did next after one of these trysts. One of these times was after the Connaught. I got a call on my mobile. "Anonymous," said the screen. "Uh-oh." "Hello? I live in Belgravia. Usually I go straight home. Sometimes I do a little more shopping. Bookshops often. Are you still there?" "Yep, still here," I said. I took a deep breath. "I'm sorry. You would make a very poor spy." "Yeah," I sighed. It's not some weird obsessive thing. I mean, it's not something to worry about. I'm interested. You intrigue me. We're so intimate and yet, so strange to each other. Stranger still. You won't do this again, will you? Please." "No, I won't. You're not angry with me." "More flattered than angry, but more alarmed than either. It's not worth the risk. It won't happen again, but what?" It was worth it for this phone call. She was silent for a moment. "You are very sweet," she said. "I have to go now." The longest interval was after the Ritz. Her husband was taking her to Oz and New Zealand on a month-long holiday, and there was a week-long overlap while Joe and I spent a fortnight doing the tombs on the Nile and snorkeling in the Red Sea. While she was away, I'd take out my mobile and cuss her through to Seal's number and just sit and stare at it for a few moments until the phone's backlighting clicked off. Infected by Celia's caution, I hadn't even entered her name in the mobile's own memory, or the SIM cards. Just put the number in by itself. As far as my phone was concerned, she was just location 96. The big breaking news thing was stuttering. It got all rather hyper and frenetic over the next day or two after our meeting with Debbie, the way sometimes these relatively trivial things tend to. Even Sir Jamie himself got involved, because, according to my contract, he needed to give personal permission for me to appear on another not pre-agreed media outlet. This turned out not to be a problem, as he was a good friend of the owner of Winsome Productions, and he even had shares in the company. Then, of course, just as everybody concerned had whipped themselves up into a high, teetering, effervescent froth of wild-eyed expectation and teeth-chattering frenzy, it all fell apart. "It's been postponed," Phil said tiredly. We were in the Capitol Live canteen having an early breakfast. It was just after 7 o'clock. We'd come in early to do a special recorded edition of the show so that I could get to the Channel 4 studios in time for the recording of breaking news. They backed off the original idea of doing it live. "So, when did they tell you it might happen now?" "Lucky to be this year now, according to my new close friend at Winsome, Moselle. Major rethink on format after the events of September the 11th. He scratched his head. "What a brilliant excuse that's turned out to be, for so many things." "Yeah," I breathed. Part of me was deeply relieved. I'd come up with this great idea for what I was going to do on the program, and it still excited me and scared me in equally intense proportions. I stood up. Come on, let's go and do the fucking show." Phil glanced at his watch. "We can't. Judy T's using the studio till past." I sat back down again, heavily. "Fuck," I said eloquently, putting my head in my hands. "Fuck, fuck, 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 fuck." Phil and I were sitting in a booth in the Retox bar on level tepid. If you listened carefully, you could just make out the thud, thud, thud from the main dance area on the floor above. From downstairs, where the main chill spaces were, and quiet, relaxing sounds were the ambient noisescape, there was what sounded like silence. Well, maybe just the occasional quiet pop of yet another fried brain cell departing this world. Above, you could hardly hear the person next to you if you hollered in their ear. Below, it felt wrong to do much more than whisper. Here, music played, but normal conversation was perfectly possible. I must be getting old because I preferred it here. Fucking right I did. Here was where you obviously got to meet pieces of class ass like Rain. Fucking yee-haw. Calm down, I told myself. I tried breathing deeply. I've been on a real fucking roll recently, I told Phil, shaking my head. Joe, Seal, Seal, who was really in another category altogether. It was a whole world in herself, but who I saw so horribly seldom. I'd lost track. Start again. Joe, Seal, that Argentinian girl in Brighton, one or two others, and I still reckoned I was green light with Amy if I wanted to take things further down that next on personal playlist route. And now this Rain girl? A total fucking stunner with a Sloan accent, and she seemed to be after my body. I loved London. I loved even the modest morsel of fame that I had. I have, haven't I? Yeah, Phil said, nodding wisely. Don't know what they see in you myself. Me either, I agreed. I drank some more water and studied the floor at my feet. The floor of the Retox was some blonde Scandinavian-looking wood. Pouring a whiskey away straight onto it might cause unseemly dribbling, splashing noises like you'd pissed yourself or something. Aha! Phil had put his jacket down on the floor when Rain had slipped in beside us. Perfect. I hooked his jacket closer underneath me with one foot while he wasn't looking. Here you go, Rain said, setting my whiskey down in front of me. It was a double. Here, I got you some more water, Paul? Phil, said Phil. Yeah, sorry, Phil. Rain smiled at me and raised her glass. It looked like a G&T. I raised mine. Down the hatch, Rain said, and drank deep. I put my glass to my lips and made a big show of drinking, but didn't, keeping my lips tightly closed. I sniffed it instead. I was getting paranoid about this, thinking that Rain was watching me drink. I made my Adam's apple bob like I was swallowing. I put the glass down on the table, keeping it covered by my fingers so the level wasn't obvious. Nice. Bit peaty. Is it an Islay? Yeah, Rain said. Yeah, that's right. She wore tight leather pants, a couple of layers of pink and white chiffon blouse, and shades with a faint yellow tint that made her look a bit like Anastasia. Mid-20s, like her waist. Awfully good cheekbones, and a jawline like David Coulthard's, except smoother, obviously. Her nipples were kind of obvious through the chiffon, and something about her bare shoulders reminded me of Seal. Rain's hair was blonde and thick, and she kept flicking it back off her face. So, Rain, Phil said, ever skydived in La Mancha? He grinned inanely at her, then at me. I got the impression he was at least as drunk as me. We'd started mob-handed in the pub, gone on to the Groucho, then the Soho House, and ended up here, losing co-workers en route to pathetic excuses like food, prior engagements, life partners, children, that sort of thing. I had the vague impression that we'd had a good talk about the show during some part of this and come up with some new ideas and stuff for me to rant about, but I couldn't recall any of the details at all. Luckily, Phil usually did, and he normally took notes in tiny writing in the useful diary he always carried with him. It was a Friday, so we didn't have a show tomorrow. We were allowed to go out to play, damn it. Joe was absent for the weekend with the Addictor Boys in Stockholm and Helsinki. Also, it had been 3 weeks since I'd seen Celia, and I decided it was time for a jolly good drink. Sorry, the girl said. Phil waved a hand woozily. Nothing, ignore me. Yeah. Rain looked rather meanly at my producer, I thought. While she was distracted, I took the opportunity to pour about half my whiskey over Phil's jacket. then brought the whiskey glass up and did the pretend drinking thing again, just as Rain switched her attention back to me, and a smile reappeared on her face. She clinked glasses once more. I thought I could smell the whiskey fumes evaporating from the dark surface of Phil's old but still serviceably stylish Paul Smith. I swirled my whiskey round in the glass. Rain was watching. "You trying to get me drunk?" I asked her in a sort of kooky, role-reversal kind of style. She lowered her eyelids a little and slid up to me on the seat until I could feel the warmth of her through my shirt. "I'm trying to get you to come home with me," she murmured. I laughed and slapped my thigh. "You shall go to the ball, Cinders." Phil was snorting with laughter on the other side of me. Rain gave him a dirty look. I took her chin in my hand and brought her mouth towards mine, but she put her hand on my forearm and gently pushed my hand down. "Finish your drink and let's go, okay?" I'd already disposed of most of the rest of the whiskey and could happily have slugged the rest because it wasn't enough to make any real difference. But by now it had become something between a game and a point of honor to dispose of the whole lot without a drop passing my lips. So I looked over Rain's shiningly blonde head and said, "Okay. Shit, is that Maddows and Guy Ritchie?" She looked. I dumped the last of the whiskey onto Phil's jacket and stood up, lowering the whiskey glass from my mouth as Rain turned back again. "Guess not," I said. I felt fine, I thought. The prospect of sex with somebody new, especially somebody new who looked as good as Rain, was a profoundly sobering influence all by itself. Still, I felt myself sway as we edged out of the booth. "Phil, got to go." "Fine, have fun," he said. "That's the intention. You take care. And you precautions," he sniggered. "See you Monday." "I just have to visit the loo," Rain said as we crossed through the crowds. "I'll see you at the cloakroom." I spent a couple of minutes nattering to the cloakroom girl on the ground floor. "Ready?" Rain asked, passing her receipt to the girl. "Very," I said. It was raining as we left. I nodded at the bouncers, who smiled and nodded back. I stared at the rain and the traffic sizzling up and down the avenue, lights bright in the drop-jeweled darkness. "Is rain?" I said. "Right, yeah," she said, gazing down the street. "Yes, Kenneth," I thought to myself, like she'll never have heard that one in her life before. "Friday night in the rain," I said authoritatively. "Our best chance is a taxi dropping somebody off. I'll bravely volunteer to make a dash for one if it pulls up." Rain looked round. "Yeah, it's all right. Here's a taxi now." A black cab had just pulled up at the curb. "Glory be," I said. "Nah, it's lights off." But Rain was already pulling me across the pavement towards the cab. "Yeah, I flagged it." "Fine work, Rain," I said, grabbing for the door handle and missing. She opened the door, but I insisted on holding it open for her. I then hit my head getting in. "Ouch! You all right?" "Fine." I started searching for my seatbelt. "This is a really good omen, you know, Rain, getting a taxi that quickly on a rainy Friday," I said. "You're a miracle worker, or, as a combination, we're just blessed." "Right, yeah." The cab pulled out into the traffic, heading northeast. I finally got my seatbelt on. Rain hadn't bothered with hers. I started lecturing her on the extreme inadvisability of this, given what had happened to Princess Di, but she just looked at me strangely, and I realized that as well as preventing you from being flung forward, limbs flailing, in a bad crash, seatbelts also stopped you from snogging. They made you safe in taxis. I was appalled with myself. I was sure I'd known this before, but I seemed to have forgotten. "You're right," I said, though she hadn't said anything. I undid my belt. "Solidarity, sister." I slid along the seat towards her. I caught the driver glancing up at us in his mirror. Rain let me slip my arms round her, pressed up against the seat corner. I covered her mouth with mine. She opened up a little more this time. I fumbled to get my hands inside the Afghan coat. "Maybe you should put your seat belts on, eh?" the driver said. Rain pushed me away. "Yeah, I suppose we should, yeah," she said, with what I took to be obvious reluctance. "Ha! "See?" I said, wagging a finger at her. I felt for my belt again. She watched me, then put hers on. "Here," she said, helping me with one end. "Thanks." I sat back, closing my eyes. "Have a snooze, why not?" Rain said. I opened my eyes, looked at her. "I'm not tired," I told her. "Is it far?" "Yeah, a fair bit to go yet." She leaned over to me and said quietly, "Get some rest. You're going to need it." She gave me one of those heavy-lidded looks again and stroked my hand in a manner I decided was distinctly carnal. The taxi drove on, grumbling and clattering through the late-night traffic. It sounded a lot like my old Landy, very relaxing. The rain swishing beneath the tires and against the wheel wells sounded calming and soothing. It was quite warm here in the back. It made me think of darkened hotel suites. I took a deep breath and let it out. A little while to rest the eyes. Why not? A snooze would do no harm. On the other hand, I didn't really want to drop off and start snoring or drooling or looking gross, so maybe it wasn't such a great idea. Some time passed. A male voice said quietly, "Is that him gone?" "Yeah, I think so," said Rain. Her voice sounded different. "We're nearly there yet, then. Another 5 minutes." That was weird, I thought, behind my closed eyes, with my chin somewhere near my chest. Had I dropped off? Just a little, but why was Rain asking the driver if they were nearly there yet? Didn't she know the way home? Maybe she just moved in. But what did the driver mean when he asked her, "Is that him gone?" "Just check he's out, will you, doll?" Check he's out? What the fuck was that about? I felt a hand stroke mine, then pinch the skin. I didn't react. "Ken?" "Ken," Rain said, quite loud. I stayed just as I was. My heart had started to speed up. Then she said, "Yeah, he's gone." "Right." What the fuck was going on? Where were we going anyway? Had she given the driver an address as we got in? Wouldn't I have heard something? I couldn't remember. Shit. I was drunk. Of course I wasn't going to remember stuff like that. But he'd expected me to be out, to be gone, to be unconscious. Sweet Jesus H. Christ, the whiskey. There had been something in the whiskey. What was that date rape drug? I couldn't remember. But something like that. The drink she'd insisted she'd get, then watched me drink. Or thought that was what she was watching while I suppressed a giggle and played my silly game and anointed Phil's jacket with the stuff instead, distracting her. She put something in it. She must have fucking Mickey fucking Finn in his fucking day and fucking age and I'd have fucking fallen for it. Or would have, if I hadn't been determined to salvage some dregs of sobriety from my drunken stupor for the purposes of hopefully fucking. Oh, shit. Was I falling into a drugged sleep now? No. No, definitely not me. No how, no way. Very awake and horribly, edgily, tensely sober, with my heart hammering so hard I'm astonished that Rain, if that's really her name, can't hear it, that she can't see my entire body shaking with each thudding, crashing, flailing tremor of it. "You all right?" the driver asks. For one idiotic moment I think he's talking to me, and for a totally deranged micro-moment I'm actually about to answer him. Then the girl says, "Yeah," quite casually, as though she's bored. I open one eye very slightly, the left one, away from her. Where are we? I have a vague feeling we're somewhere in the East End, but I don't know. My head is down, and I can't see much without raising it. How long did the driver say? 5 minutes? Yes, it was 5 minutes. But how long ago was that? 1 minute ago? 2? 4? I can see the little red telltale light on the door at my side, near the handle. Of course, cab doors lock while the vehicle is in motion. We slow down here, and I start to get sweaty palms, thinking about grabbing the door handle and sprinting off. But then we speed up again. I sense Rain looking at me. I start snoring. Through the trembling blur of eyelashes, I can see a lightly trafficked road and low-rise buildings. We're well away from the West End here. We take a left into a darker, quieter road. What look like low warehouses and light industrial units line the road. We go under a bridge, engine echoing off the rivet-studded undersides of massive black girders. Nearly there, the driver says. We slow. There's a brighter, noisier road ahead, and traffic lights. Turning amber. Thank fuck. Turning red. The cab stops, engine idling noisily. The little red light by the door handle should click and go off now. It doesn't. Something in my bowels makes a terrible trembling course through me. The taxi driver's locked us in. I'm fucked. The driver is reaching for the gear stick. I sit up suddenly. Rain looks at me and her mouth starts to open as her eyes finish widening. I click my seatbelt unlocked and swing my right leg as hard as I can at the window to my left. It shatters first time. It feels like my leg does too, but the window's gone, spraying into 1,000 square-edged little jewels glinting sodium in the streetlight. The driver's shocked face turns towards me. Rain grabs my arm, and I do something I've never done before ever. I hit a woman, punch her square in the nose, and send her head whacking back. Then I'm out of the smashed window so fucking fast John Woo would be proud of me. I land with a wind-expelling whoomph on the road, just as the taxi jerks forward and then screeches to a stop again. I'm rolling on the broken glass and bouncing to my feet, starting to run. There's shouting behind me and a door slamming. The road ahead is broad and almost deserted. Some parked cars, 1 or 2 transits and Lutons. I angle for the pavement to put some of the parked stuff between me and them. The wind roars in my ears as I run. Engine noise back there now. I'm near the end of the street. The engine behind me whines, caught in the low gear of reverse. Then the engine seems to cut out. There's a squeal of tyres, a moment of silence, and the engine screams. Handbrake turn. I run out onto the street ahead at right angles and pelt across a sudden burst of traffic, horns blaring right and left as I spot a chip shop with a queue of people outside 100 metres away. I make the pavement and the grill nudges the flesh of my palm. I run for the chip shop queue, dodging between a few slowly walking people. There are 2 cars at the curb, just beyond the queue at the chip shop. I splash through a puddle. The rain is off, I notice. The cars beyond the chip shop are parked outside a little lit doorway and window with a cheap-looking sign above, glaring yellow-white above the pitted brickwork, and spelling out the 2 most beautiful words in the most beautiful language in the universe. Minicabs. I slow and look back just as I get to the queue, but there's no taxi anywhere to be seen, and nobody running. By the time I get to the first cab in the rank, nodding first to the guy in the doorway and then at the car, I'm actually whistling. Well, do you ever look at the number of a cab when you get into one? Nah, Craig admitted. Who does? Phil probably, I said. I'd called him on his mobile and home number, but only got answer machines. I still think, Craig said, you should have gone to the police. Christ, man, what exactly would I be ringing up to report? I think I was being kidnapped. I think somebody tried to spike my drink. But if you want any proof, you'll have to get another guy's jacket and test it for the drug if it's still detectable. I think some violence was planned for me, but I don't know. Fucking hell. The only definitely criminal things that actually happened were the things I did. I smashed a cab window, and I punched a woman in the face. I fucking hit a woman, man. I sucked very hard on the J. I'd wanted a brandy or something, but Craig had reckoned what I needed was a nice, mellow smoke. My very first thought, once I'd got into the cab, was to call Amy. She lived in Greenwich, which was feasibly in the area, and turning to her and up on her doorstep in an hour of need on the run from heavies might be just the sort of romantic icebreaker required to shift our relationship onto whatever next phase might be on the cards. Then I thought of Celia. Christ. Muriel. Maybe he was behind whatever had almost happened back there. I don't know who I'd imagined might want to have me kidnapped and whisked off to the East End for whatever, but of course Celia's husband had to be a prime suspect. Oh, shit. We thought we'd been so careful, but who really knew? Should I use the mobile number she didn't know I had? Try to warn her? But if it wasn't anything to do with her, with us, and she discovered I'd taken her number without asking, without telling her. Yeah, but if all this was about us, then it was entirely possible a phone call could save her life. I cursed through to Seal's entered but never used number. The mobile phone you are calling is switched off. Another couple of tries got the same response. No voicemail or message service available. I tried Amy next, but her mobile was switched to message and the landline to her place in Greenwich was on answer with a long beep time of stacked messages before the tone. I sighed and rang Craig. He was in, sitting watching TV, about to go to bed. "You should still go to the cops," Craig said again, looking down at the big old Geographia London street plan he'd spread on the kitchen table to see if we could work out where it had all happened. Idiotically, I hadn't thought to get the number or the name of the minicab company. The first thing I remembered from the drive was seeing a sign for Stratford Station off to our left as we'd headed in the general direction of Essex. "Report what happened," Craig insisted. "Because of what might happen." "Because of what might happen?" I echoed. "Supposing something else does. If what happened tonight comes out, the cops are going to want to know why you didn't mention anything about it. You've got to report it, man. The cops might be able to find out if an old taxi gets its left window repaired over the next couple of days. I doubt that a kidnap that never really happened will be far up their list of priorities just now. Plus, I have said one or two unflattering things about the boys in blue over the years," I observed, dryly I hoped. I was still shaking, and my leg hurt where I'd kicked the window out. There were various other mysterious aches, pains, grazes, and likely bruises I couldn't recall picking up in all the excitement. Plus my hands and fingers were a little cut where I'd grabbed the window. Craig had handed me a bottle of TCP and some kitchen towel and told me to get on with it. "I know," he said, "but you still have to report it. You don't have any idea who these people were? Suspects? Motives?" Craig asked, grinning. "Stop enjoying this, you bastard." "No, I'm being serious. Can you think of any suspects and what their motives might be?" "Oh, Jesus, do you want them alphabetically or in order of appearance? The world is basically composed of people who want me dead, and my close friends. I'm not sure those are mutually exclusive categories." "Fuck off. That's a tad paranoid, even for you." "Craig, I've lost count of the death threats I've had over the years. We have to report each one to the local Nick. They have a photocopied report form with my details already filled in. The people who open my mail get danger money. I'm not joking. It's mostly shit, not bombs, but still. The point is lots of people have claimed to want me dead, and that's just the ones who feel a burning desire to tell me. This could be fundamentalists of any persuasion. Fundamentalists don't listen to your show. Khomeini didn't read the satanic verses, so fucking what?"
End of Disc 2. Disc 3.
"You ruddy sod. My jacket stank of whiskey. I'm sorry, I didn't see it lying there," I lied. "Do you still have it? I mean, you haven't washed it or anything, have you?" "Exhibit A is in a bin bag in my kitchen," Phil said. He shook his head. "I still can't believe you punched a woman. For the last time, I didn't have a fucking choice." "Well," Craig said, "as long as you didn't enjoy it. About as much as I'm enjoying this," I muttered. Phil had picked Craig and me up on Saturday morning and taken us to the Temple Bell. I'd been worried what I might find there. I'd wanted reinforcements. Phil and Craig knew each other so well, they frequently had great sport with my insecurities, telling me they were actually better friends with each other than they were with me. This time they didn't do that, but they ganged up and made me swear that if they helped me here, I'd report what had happened to the police on the Monday morning. The houseboat was fine. Nothing had been disturbed. No horses' heads in the bed, nothing. We went for a pint and a light lunch, then set off for the East End in search of the site of the previous evening's fun. I found the place eventually. Haggersley Street, off Bow Road, which was where the chip shop and the cab firm were. It all looked very different in the fresh, pale light of an October afternoon. Just past the rail bridge, by the traffic lights, there was still window glass on the road. I took a handful. Phil was, compared to Craig, rather more sceptical about my account of what had happened the night before, probably because he had seen how drunk I was, and maybe because of his jacket. We were in a place of old, crooked curbstones, peeling tarmac laid over ancient cobbles, windscreen glass that crunched underfoot like gravel, burnt-out and abandoned cars with rusted panels and sagging plastic trim, and, framing it all on three sides, tilted lengths of desultory graffitied corrugated iron topped by rusting angle iron strung with thin strands of barbed wire, jagged strands of sharp, spaced knots decorated by the greyed-out tatters of ruined black bin liners, fluttering in a damp wind like the prayer flags of a half-hearted monochrome hail. The rain was coming on again. "I hate this place utterly," said Phil. "Yeah, you're right," I said. "Let us the fuck get." "Shoo off the German beer until your grammar gets back to normal, pal." I tried calling Seal at least twice a day from a variety of phone boxes throughout central London. She never answered. Instead, on the Thursday, just after I'd finished my show, a package arrived, by courier. It was slim and light, like Celia herself, but I didn't dare hope. I signed for it, opened it, and there, glory be, was a key card. My mobile rang. Something inside me melted and went south for the winter. From the mobile's tiny speaker, Seal's voice said, "1 Aldwych, Dome Suite." I couldn't fuck. I just wanted to cuddle, fully clothed. Seal seemed more confused than annoyed, but also more confused than sympathetic. "No, I didn't get the taxi's number," I said. "Whoever does." "I do. I used always to leave gloves, scarves, bags, umbrellas, and so on in taxis. Strangely, it was always easier to remember the taxi's number than to—" All right, I breathed. "Kenneth, don't you want to take your clothes off?" "Or mine?" "Well, I think we need drugs," Seal said decisively. "Luckily I have contacts." She was right. "Do you know what John does when he's not with me, or away on one of his trips overseas?" "No." "He goes caving, mostly in England and Wales, but also abroad." "That," I breathed, "is so not a gangster thing to do." We were lying on a giant circular table in one of the rooms in the dome suite. We had made it comfortable with sheets and pillows from the bedroom. The dome room had numerous small, high windows that looked straight down Waterloo Bridge, part way up the Aldwych, and down most of Drury Lane. If we'd stood up, we'd also have had a view to part of the Strand. There were 12 severe, formal-looking seats spaced round the giant table. Even all the soft accoutrements hadn't made the solid surface all that comfortable. But this was how and where Seal had wanted it. "Mobile phones do not work in caves," she said after a long time. I thought twice, in fact. "Don't suppose he goes scuba diving too, does he?" "Yes." I thought some more. "Why would he need that excuse?" "I don't know. That is why I think perhaps it's not an excuse." Some time passed. Then she murmured into my shoulder, "You have my mobile number, don't you?" I closed my eyes. Holding her had never felt more precious. "Yes," I admitted. She said nothing for a while, but I felt her give what might have been a small nod. "You have been careful," she said. "I appreciate that. I understand now why you were concerned. I'm touched, but please, be even more careful. You have the number committed to memory. I know it by heart. Remove it from your phone. All right. Thank you." This girl, was she very beautiful? Very attractive in a sort of obvious, blonde way. Seal was silent for a while. Then she said, "I feel jealous. I know I should not, but I do. I'm sorry. Me too. Well, I feel jealous of your husband. And yet there are times when you and I meet up when the last person to make love to me was you." I thought. "I don't know what's the more pathetic," I said quietly. "The fact that that does actually make me feel a little better, or the fact that we are clutching at this straw in the first place. It's not just about sex, Seal. I mean that I'm jealous he gets to be with you more than I do, that you two can have something like a normal life together. It is not very normal. He's away so much. No, but you can walk across the street together, holding hands." Another pause. He never holds my hand. "You admitting you assaulted this woman, Mr. McNutt? It was self-defense, but yes. I see." Shit, I breathed. There was no comeback. Nobody was going to press charges after all. And of course, as I'd expected, the cops did nothing. At least nothing they ever told me about. They couldn't even test Phil's jacket for traces of Rohypnol. A visiting friend had assumed the jacket in the bag was to be taken to a dry cleaner's, and done just that. Never mind. I'd fulfilled my part of the bargain, and reported the incident to the police like a good little citizen. "Well, maybe we should leak it to the press, yeah?" The speaker was Nina Boysert, Mouth Corp Group PR Chief and Special Advisor to Sir Jamie, whatever the fuck that was supposed to mean. We all looked at her. This was her office, an even more spacious one than Station Manager Debbie's. Also present were Debbie, Phil, and the group's chief in-house legal mind, Guy Bullen. The police did say not to," Bullen pointed out. "Yeah, but they've got their job to do and we've got ours, right? We have to think what's best for the group." Nina was business suit posh. Long, not inelegant face, perfect teeth, and silky skin. Black hair, bobbed. Deep voice, still under 30. "May I call you Nina?" I asked her with a smile. Yeah, sure." "Miss Boysert," I said, not smiling. "My life might be in danger. I'm not entirely sure from what you've been saying whether you fully grasp that fact. I'm asking for help from my professional colleagues and from the firm that employs me. Now, yeah, but I'm thinking what about the publicity? I mean, this would be quite big news, yeah? I'm seeing the front page of the Standard. Top DJ's death threat hell. And a photograph, of course. Something like that, yeah? I mean, that's big. We can't ignore that. You almost can't buy that." There was an awkward silence. I said, "Are you for fucking real?" "Look, Ken," Phil said quickly, rising and clapping me on the shoulder. "You've had a tough couple of days. You don't really need to be here. I can look after things. Why don't I meet you in the bow, half an hour, say, yeah?" He waggled his eyebrows at me. Guy Bullen was nodding fractionally. Debbie was looking at the floor. What a splendid idea. I got up, looked round them. "Excuse me?" As I got to the door, I heard a deep female voice say, "Was it something one of us said, yeah?" "Nah, mate, sorry, no." "Ed, come on." "Nah, Ken, you shouldn't even have asked me. Let's forget you did. Look at the view instead." I sighed and leaned back against the cover of the glass. We were on the London Eye, riding one of the big bulbous cars on its grand 40-minute rotation through the air. We were about two-thirds of the way round now, slowly descending. It was a bright end-of-November day, and most of Ed's extended family were here, laughing and pointing and generally having a fun time. The blazered attendant and I were the only white people on board. I had become quite worried on the way up. It had suddenly struck me that the Eye would be a perfect terrorist target. Jesus, I'd thought. A big enough bomb there, blowing the whole structure forward to fall into the river just a bridge away from Westminster. But we were on the way down now, my atypical paranoia subsiding along with the gradually flattening view. Ed had just come back from DJing in Japan, and this was the first chance I'd had to catch up with him. It had taken a good 25 minutes for me to get him alone. "Would you get me a gun if I was black?" "What?" Ed said loudly, incredulous. He lowered his voice. Listen to yourself, man. Ken, I mean fucking hell. I shook my head and sat forward, my head in my hands. I'm sorry, I said, sighing. I'm sorry, Ed. That was truly shit. Look, mate, I can see you're really shaken up with this. Don't blame you. Ed leaned down so that he was level with me. But a shooter is not going to solve your problems. It will just add to them, probably. It's only for self-defense, I said lamely. But I knew I wasn't going to convince him. Worse, I knew he was probably right. Yeah, that's what they all say, chummy. You're not denying you know people who could get me one, though, are you? Course not, but come on, Ken, Ed said. He gestured at the mass of people in the car. Look at this lot. I looked. They were a colourful, happy, mostly female bunch, all bright dresses and laughter and flashing smiles. Ed's mother saw me looking at her and waved, her smile as wide as the view of London. I returned the wave and could not help but smile back at her. I was well in her good books because I'd remembered to tell her as we boarded the car that her hair looked wonderful. I mean, it did look good, but it wasn't the sort of thing I'd usually comment on because, well, I'm a man. But Ed had given me the tip years ago, with black women in particular. Complimenting them on their hair was a bigger step into their affections than anything else he could think of. At the time, I'd accused him of belonging to that vast and mostly black movement, Sexists Against Racism, but of course, I'd used it ruthlessly ever since. I'm not some fucking yardy nutter, Ed told me, nodding at his family. I've got all them to think of, and a career. I don't need the sort of people who never leave the house without a Uzi. I've seen what that leads to, Ken, and it's shit. It just does the job the cops and the racists want done for them. Fucking hell, look at the States. The amount of brothers in jail and on death row is fucking obscene. I know, I sighed. I've mentioned this on the show. Yeah, well, a lot of that is down to fucking ordnance, mate, and unless you've got no other choices, which you have, and you know exactly what you're doing, which you don't, you just don't want to get involved. I'm not asking you to hand me a piece, I just want a name, a number, a place to go. What was that pal of yours that did the time? Robe, couldn't he? Nah, not Robe. Lost contact, haven't I? Ken, if you feel threatened in London, take a holiday. Go back to Scotland, maybe. I've got commitments, Ed. A show to do. I've got a contract. Yeah, well, but maybe somebody's got one out on you. That's why I thought of means to defend myself. Look, either they're so crap you won't need a gun to get one over on them, like you already have, or they're so good having a Glock down the back of your 501s ain't going to make a blind bit of difference. I looked at him. You know, I think you were right earlier. We should just admire the view. I didn't want to leave London. I liked it here. Part of it was pride, not wanting to run. Part of it was fatalism. Part of it was I had a living to make and a job to do, which I happened to enjoy. One thing I hadn't told Ed was that Capital Live and Mouth Corp were in on it now. Sir Jamie himself had phoned me from LA, assuring me that I'd be looked after. Mouth Corp's head of security, a grizzled, tough-looking ex-SAS geezer called Mick Beasley, had the alarm system on the Temple Bell replaced. A new CCTV monitor added on the quayside linked to Mouth Corp's own 24/7 security monitoring centre, and an X-ray machine installed in the post room. We were, these days, already looking out for anthrax. A satellite tracking system was added to the Land Rover, also feeding into the monitoring centre. Something called a Category 4 Thatcham alarm system apparently made the Landy virtually impossible to interfere with or nick, except by stealth helicopter. I was told I could even have a bodyguard for times when I felt I might be especially vulnerable. I said I'd think about the bodyguard idea. This is from the boss, Mick Beasley growled, handing me a chunky box. The boss was how he referred to Sir Jamie. It was a watch, a very chunky watch, with dials within dials and a rotating bezel with lots of marks and notches and tiny figures on it for working out when you might dream of making your last payment on it and it finally becoming yours, and a variety of buttons and knobs, including one very big one that looked like you could attach Big Ben to it and have a fair stab at winding the bastard. It looked like the sort of watch that would be no point waterproofing because it was so fucking heavy it would drag you straight to the bottom the instant you dived into the briny. I stared at it. What is this? I asked Beasley, Fucking James Bond. That is a Breitling Explorer, that is, he rumbled. Instructions included, but basically, if you pull this big button here, hard, a wire comes out and the signal goes out to a satellite. Only for use in genuine emergencies. Otherwise, you're left with a watch with a big long wire sticking out of it and no way of getting it back in again and a very expensive repair bill. After a real emergency, they'll repair it for free. Right. How much does it cost? $3.5 grand. So don't lose it. Bloody hell. I lifted it up. It wasn't as heavy as I'd anticipated, but it was heavy enough. Jesus. It does tell all the time, too, I take it. Beasley looked at me. I looked at him. After a bit, I scratched my head and said, "Did they teach you that look in the SAS?" Okay, we're back to that phone vibrator thing. For those of you new to the show, this is our long-running project to get somebody to build a mobile phone of the correct dimensions and degree of proofness to be used by ladies as an intimate comfort device. I think that was the euphemism we settled on, wasn't it, Phil? I recall so. Phil agreed from the other side of the desk. So, we're trying to get somebody to make it. Come on, there must be some enterprising manufacturer out there that can make the damn things waterproof these days. What's the problem? Not new technology. Okay, so there might have to be a thin sort of aerial thingy hanging down. Again, there's a precedent, Phil supplied. It has to be safe, it has to be shaped, it has to be comfortable, and it has to work. Phone sex will take on a new meaning. When a woman says, "Call me," you'll know she really means it, even though you also know you'll probably never get an answer. Come on, I said. We're talking to one of the most vibrant cities in the world out there. Phil guffawed. It can't be beyond the wit of humankind to invent a phone. It'd be an utter pleasure for a woman to use. And men, Phil chipped in. I raised my eyebrows at him. Some men, he said, shrugging. Just a thought. Well, we do know you are of that persuasion yourself, Philbert. Well, Phil said, taking off his glasses and starting to clean them with his hanky. Being gay doesn't automatically mean you feel a desire, you might even say a burning desire, to put electronic vibratory-type things anywhere near your sit-upon area. Give the words ringtone a new resonance, though, wouldn't it? I said, laughing despite myself. Let's hear what the people have to say, shall we? Phil said. Let's, I agreed. Jimmy, I said. First-time caller from Lambeth wants to make a point about the show. What would that be, James? I clicked the line open. A quiet, even male voice with no real accent said, "They're going to need a new presenter for it, dead man." Then the line went dead. Phil could see the expression on my face. He bleeped a lot. I made a cut-off gesture and said, "Whoa, serious bleep work there. Mother, I've told you not to call me at work. Hopefully we'll find somebody with a civil tongue in their head on line 5. Marisa, that's you. What have you got for us?" "Hello, Ken. Yeah, I'd like to place an order for one of them phones, but not too little a one." I clicked her off. Now that is more like the calibre of call we need and want on this show. More after, hey, some good music. How did that get in? The Spooks. I hit play and sat back, shaking. Maybe you should get another job, Joe suggested. Why? I love my job, I protested. Do you? Joe stopped and turned to me. We were walking down the Strand on the second Sunday in December. Ken, you hate most of what you do. Think about it. Would you listen to Capital Live if you didn't have to? Are you mad? Of course not. The music you play, like that? Don't be ridiculous. It's almost all shite during the day. Fucking Westlife and hearsay. What about the people who phone in? With a few honourable exceptions, they're dullards, deadbeats, opinionated dingbats and bigoted fuckwits. Fellow DJs? Vapid cretins. Offer them a straight choice between opening another supermarket for a fat fee and sucking Sir Jamie's cock for nothing, and the single brain cell would fuse. The Tories, New Labour, American Republicans, the CIA, the IMF, the WTO, Rupert Murdoch, Conrad Black, the Barclay brothers, what do you call him, Berlusconi, George Bush, Ariel Sharon, Saddam Hussein, Thingy Farrakhan, Osama bin Laden, the entire Saudi royal family, Muslim fundamentalists, the Christian right, Zionist settlers, the UVF, Continuity IRA, Exxon, Enron, Microsoft, tobacco companies, private finance initiatives, the war against drugs, the cult of the shareholder. She only stopped, I assumed, because she ran out of breath. I stared at her for a moment, then shook my head. How could you leave out Thatcher? She spread her arms. There is just so much you hate, Ken. Is there anything you really like, without qualification? There's loads of things I like. Like what? Students. Students? Yeah, it seems to be fashionable to be horrible about the little fuckers, but I think they're okay. If anything, they're a bit too studious these days. Not rebellious enough, but basically, they're all right. Joe guided me into the great courtyard of Somerset House, where a temporary ice rink had been set up for the winter holidays. Strings of lights articulated the wide quad. Tall windows, columns, arches, and chimneys looked down upon the scene, where hundreds of people ambled about, sat swaddled in thick clothes outside little cafes, or stood watching the skaters, who circulated above the inscribed white ice like a slow, flat sweep of leaves caught in a stirring wind. I could smell coffee, fried onions, and mulled wine. Above us was a watercolour sky, hues bleeding and feeding and fading into each other as the light started to wane above the skeins of slowly drifting cloud. A gap opened in the crowds on the ice. There was a blur of rising blue as somebody jumped, and that was when I saw it was Celia. She was dressed in a powder blue skating outfit, tights, a short flared skirt, and a sort of tight tunic with a high neck and long sleeves. Her hair was gathered up. Rising to the top of the jump that had first caught my attention, she twisted sleekly in the air, spinning once, then landed square on her right blade, knee bent, her left leg held out straight behind her. People got in the way, and I lost sight of her. I moved to the metal fencing describing the edges of the rink, putting my hands on the cold tube of rail. I saw her once more as the crowds on the ice parted again, and her skimming, sinuous course brought her gliding on a metal hiss towards me, like a fabulously exotic alien creature fallen into our mundane world from a higher reality. I suddenly realized two things. The first was that I had never really seen this woman in daylight before. The second was that she was the most beautiful thing I had ever beheld. She swiveled, poised, jumped and landed, and then swung into a neat spin, perfectly centered, not 10 meters away. She came out of it and pushed away again. A smattering of applause from people on and off the ice followed her, and she smiled, but didn't otherwise acknowledge the acclaim or look anybody in the eye. She passed only a couple of meters away from me, and a blush of rose glowed beneath the light brown skin of her face. A body leaned alongside me, rubbing against my side. "She's good," Jo said, putting her arm through mine. "Yes," was all I could find to say. "Fancy a glue vine?" "Hmm?" I said. "Oh, yeah, good idea. Ma round, back in a mo." When she came round the next time, Celia was looking at the spectators. She saw me, and did a brief double take, but her expression barely wavered. She skated past me, scanning the crowds further round the boundary, then waved to somebody there, and came to a stop at the edge of the ice about 20 meters away round the perimeter. Mr. Merrill was standing there. The giant blonde guy I'd assumed was his bodyguard when I'd seen them leaving Sir Jamie's party back in April stood at his side. I was amazed I hadn't noticed him. Mr. Merrill was talking to his wife. He looked right at me for a moment and nodded, though not in a way that meant hello. I felt like an ice sculpture, frozen, fragile, ultimately doomed. The ground, the whole huge courtyard, seemed to tip beneath my feet. I gripped the metal rail tighter. Mr. Merrill was still looking at me. Celia was shaking her head. The big blonde guy was looking at me too now. Oh, shit. I looked away, trying to appear relaxed. I brought my right elbow in, just reassuring myself that my mobile was still on my belt. Had I turned it on this morning? I didn't know it was on a Sunday. I shook my left wrist, feeling the suddenly reassuring weight of the big watch. I risked a sideways glance. Celia was still shaking her head, looking from her body language as if she was arguing or pleading with her husband. He was nodding, then shaking his head. Celia spread her arms in what looked like a gesture of defeat, tipped her head to one side, was greeted with a nod, and then skated quickly away towards the far side of the rink. I quickly looked back at the other skaters. Oh, fuck. Why did we have to come here? Why hadn't I just slunk away the instant I'd noticed her? Why did I have to stand like a love-struck adolescent staring at her? Oh, shit. Why the fuck wasn't life a computer game where you could go back and relive the last few minutes and make a different choice? I looked back again. The big blonde guy had disappeared. I couldn't see him anywhere. Jesus, they wouldn't try anything here, would they? Too many people. And there were cops around. I'd seen 2 lots at least. Mariel had gone too. "Mr. Knott," said a voice at my back. I froze, staring down at the ice. I turned. "John Mariel." The man put his hand out. I shook it. His face was slim, almost delicate close-up, eyes bright blue. "Hello," I said. My voice sounded very small. "That was my wife there in blue," he said. His voice was quiet, almost accentless. I saw a massive blonde head over the crowds behind him. "Very good," I said, gulping the words. "Isn't she?" "Thank you, yes, she is." He narrowed his eyes. "I think we were both at a party Jamie Weatherly threw back in the spring. Limehouse Tower. I think I saw you, now you've been pointed out to me." I believe we were," I said. "I'm fucking your wife. I'm fucking your wife. I'm fucking your wife," I kept thinking, some suicidally insane bit of my brain wanting to blurt it out, to just say it, to get this over with, to make the worst that could happen actually happen and not have to keep imagining it. "My wife listens to you on the radio," he said. "Yes, and that hand you just shook has been inside her." "Really? I'm very flattered." He gave a thin smile. "She doesn't want me to ask you this, but I know she'd be very happy if you played a request for her sometime." "Well, we don't really do requests," I heard some fuckwit part of my brain say. "What?" "Oh," he said. Was I fucking crazy? Did I really want to die that fucking much? "But," I said, clapping my hands together and smiling, for a friend of Sir Jamie's, and for such a beautiful ice skater, I think we can make an exception." Mariel was smiling now. "In fact, I'm certain we can," I told him. "Because, you see, I have absolutely no principles whatsoever when it comes right down to it, and I'll do anything at all to save my miserable, lying, hypocritical hide." "That's very kind, Mr. Knott," he said, evenly. "I appreciate it." "Oh, not at all. I love doing favours for people I hate." He twisted from the waist about 2 degrees as he said, "Here's my card." And the big blonde guy with the meter-wide shoulders was suddenly there at Mariel's side, and presented me with a plain white business card, which I took quickly so they wouldn't see my trembling fingers. "Call me if I can ever do you a favour." "Ah, right. Well, you could die conveniently. How about that?" I put the card in a pocket. "Thank you." Mr. Mariel nodded slowly. "Well, we have to go now. Good to meet you." "And you fucking nasty, murdering gangster bastard." Mr. Mariel turned to go, then stopped. "Oh," he said. He smiled his blade-thin smile again. "I should tell you her name, shouldn't I? It's Celia Jane." "Celia Jane?" I blurted. "Well done, Kenneth. Put plenty of emphasis in there. Clearly you do still want to die." He nodded. "Celia Jane." He reached out and patted my elbow once before turning away. They moved off through the crowd, the blonde dude leaving a spacious wake. Celia Jane, left the ice at one of the rink's access points, and they met her there. She didn't look at me, and she held onto her husband's arm while she changed from the skates to the shoes. I wiped my eyes with my hands. When I opened my eyes again, Mr. and Mrs. Mariel and their bulky minder had gone. "You fucking spoke to the guy? He shook hands with you?" "His wife's a fan." "What of? Kneecappings?" "Of mine, you buffoon." "You fucking kidding me?" Ed's voice went very high. The speaker in my mobile struggled to cope. "And you're going to play his missus a record? And he says now he owes you a favour? Well, ask him to find out who's got it in for you then. Fucking hell, dedicate a whole show to his bitch and he'll fucking rub them out for you as well." "I think that might be a little excessive." "He's an excessive geezer, mate." I was standing on the deck of the Temple Bell, looking out at the dark waters. Joe was below, opening some Korean takeaway containers. I'd felt I just had to tell somebody at least something of what had happened that afternoon, and Ed had been the obvious choice. "I was kidding about getting his help. Just you keep your skinny white ass away from people like that." "You sure? It didn't seem that bad. I mean—" "Listen, I'm going to tell you something about your Mr. Mariel." I heard Ed take a deep breath, or possibly a toke. "He's got this really big fucker works for him, right? Blonde geezer, built like a fucking nuclear bunker. Well, this is what I heard from somebody what was there when this happened once. When Mr. Mariel wants to find something out from somebody what does not want to tell him, or if he's upset with somebody, right, he has them tied to a chair, with their legs straight out and their feet tied to another chair. And then the big blonde guy comes and sits on their legs and bounces up and down with increasing force until either they talk or their knees bend the wrong way and their legs snap." "Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, Jesus Christ, that's fucking sick!" "And I heard this from a brother who is definitely what you'd call a hugely reliable source too, mate, and not given to telling milky whites." I feel ill. This brother's a big fucker too, and he can handle himself. But I swear when he was telling me all this, he went fucking grey. Grey, Kenneth." "Green," I gulped. "Me now." "Ken," Joe yelled from below. "That's my tea out, Ed, though I do seem to have lost my appetite for some reason. Anyway, thanks for the warning. No probs. You take care. Strength, brother. Bye." I didn't look properly at Mr. Mariel's card until the following morning, just before doing my under-vehicle bomb check and heading for work. The Mariels lived in Ascot Square, Belgravia. I put their home number into my phone in location 96, overwriting Celia's mobile number. Entering her home phone there seemed fitting somehow. I'd barely finished doing this when the phone buzzed in my hand. Phil at the office, and the rain had just started. I unlocked the landy and climbed in out of the rain. "Yep. Breaking news. It's starting on Jan 14th. It's definite this time, and you're in it. I thought you'd want to know." "You're right. It was the uncertainty that was killing me. If all you can do is be sarcastic, then it should be a good show today." I heard him laugh. Phil said, "You on your way in? Better than being on the way out. Save it for the show. Safe journey. Take care." I put the phone away. People kept telling me to take care. I looked out across the landy's battered bonnet. It was raining quite hard now. I sighed, and got out and did the checking for bombs under the vehicle bit. Nothing there. I hit the FX of a lonely desert wind blowing through a long-abandoned ghost town. "Listen, Phil, if I may be allowed to put on my serious voice for a moment." "Oh, no, not another charity announcement." "No, but, Philip, as you know, we don't tend to do requests. However, yesterday I bumped into somebody I met at a party, and I said I'd play a request for his wife." Phil blinked at me. I raised the dead-air stopwatch threateningly. "Is that it?" he said. "Sometimes, Phil, it's just banality all the way down. So for the lovely Celia Jane, here's 'Have a Nice Day' from the Stereophonics." I hit play and swept the faders. Phil looked nonplussed. "What's all this about?" I eased my cans down round my neck. "What you hear is what you get," I told him. We were going to play it anyway. No extra paperwork involved. The skin around his eyes crinkled. "You trying to get into this woman's knickers?" "Phil, she's married." Phil laughed loudly. "Since when has that ever stopped you?" I shook my head. "Okay, I confess I was put in a slightly awkward situation by a friend of Sir Jamie's. We met unexpectedly yesterday, and I sort of stumbled into promising I'd play a song for his missus. Will you stop looking at me like that? Well, this was unexpected. I wanted to say thank you. Jesus, what sort of Christmas box do you tip your postman? Seal smiled. Also, I won't be able to see you again until after the new year. I'm sorry. Ah, well. You had something planned this afternoon, didn't you? I shook my head. Nothing. Appointment with some lawyers. They can wait. Just a statement about an accident I witnessed a month or two back. So, what are you doing over the holidays? Going home. To the island? Yes. Mr. M too? Yes. And what about you? Staying here in London. Almost a year earlier, it had been agreed I'd spend Christmas with Jo and her family in Manchester. But now Jo would be abroad over Christmas and New Year, dutifully helping a dictator strike while the iron of fame was hot. I couldn't even go back to see my own parents. They'd decided long ago that they were fed up with Scottish winters and would be in Tenerife. Anyway, I'm glad we could meet up now. It was just luck that John had to leave this morning. Amsterdam again. She looked at her watch, which was all she was wearing. A flicker of a frown had passed across her face as she'd pronounced the word Amsterdam. However, we only have until 2:30. I levered myself up on one elbow and looked at her in the soft light spilling from the bathroom and a reading light above the scroll-top desk. I had no idea you'd be there yesterday, I told her. I shook my head. You looked so beautiful. I should have ducked away, but I couldn't take my eyes off you. She stroked my arm. It's all right. I was worried when I realized he'd seen me recognize you, but he thought he knew you already, from the party, or perhaps a photograph in the papers. He has a very good memory. So he left Delhi this morning and didn't hear me play your record? Yes. But I heard it. I looked around and decided on here. We were back at the Dorchester, where our affair had begun. I said, I confess I had been wondering what you'd do when you ran out of posh hotels we hadn't already been to. One scenario I imagined had us going steadily down market until we ended up sharing a bottom bunk in a dormitory in a backpacker's hostel in Earl's Court. She gave a small laugh. That would be an awful lot of assignations, even restricting ourselves to central London. I'm an optimist. So, what did make you decide to come back here? Well, I had thought to return on our first anniversary. Really? I said, smiling broadly. There is romance in your trim little soul after all, Celia Jane. She pinched my arm, making me yelp. Ah, she said, holding up one finger. But then I thought that would be a kind of pattern in itself, and so dangerous. And also it felt like something had changed, now that our different worlds have become entangled again. A wee, cowering, terrified part of me imagined that it had changed utterly, and you would never want to see me again, I confessed. Spell broken, you know. You have this thing about separation and entanglement, and a set of beliefs I find perfectly bizarre and that I can't comprehend or anticipate the results of. For all I knew, to you, yesterday was some sort of sign that absolutely meant, without argument or appeal, and according to a kind of faith I don't even begin to understand, we were over. You think I'm irrational, don't you? She said. I think you behave like the most rational person I've ever met. But you claim to have this completely crackpot belief in your own half-life, half-death, and a spookily entangled twin in another universe. Maybe that is profoundly rational in some deep sense that has eluded me until now, but I don't feel any nearer seeing it than I was when you sprang this frankly wacko ideology on me in the first place. Those almond amber eyes gazed up at me, steady flames in a deep well. You are a globalist, aren't you? You make such a big thing of developed countries, rich countries, not being allowed to impose their ways of life and their way of thinking and of doing business on smaller or poorer countries, and that extending to religions and customs and the like. And yet you want to make everybody think the same way. You're like most people who have to fulminate about things. You want everybody to think the same way you do. Doesn't everybody? But it's true, isn't it? You're a colonialist of the mind. You believe in the justified imperialism of Western thought. Pax logica. That is what you believe in. You wish to see the flag of your rationalism planted firmly in every brain on the planet. You say you don't care what people believe in, that you respect their right to worship as they wish. But you don't really respect the people or their beliefs at all. You think that they are fools, and what they believe in is worse than useless. I let out a deep breath. Okay, I said. Do I want people to think the way I do? I suppose I do, but I know it's never going to happen. Do I respect other people's beliefs? Shit, Seal, I don't know. There's this saying about how you should respect a man's religious beliefs the same way you respect his belief that his wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Casual sexism aside, I can see that. I do accept I could be wrong. Maybe the Abrahamists are right. Maybe their cruel, woman-hating, woman-fearing, unholy trinity of mega-cultism is spot on after all. Maybe even some tiny, tiny little strand of it, like, for example, the Wee Frees, who are part of the Presbyterian movement in Scotland, which is itself part of the Protestant franchise, which is part of the Christian faith, which is part of the Abrahamic belief set, which is one of the monotheistic religions. Maybe they, and only they, all few thousand of them, are absolutely bang on the money in what they believe and how they worship, and everybody else has been wrong, diddly wrong, wrong, wrong all these centuries. Or maybe the one true way has only ever been revealed to a one-man cult within the outer fringes of the Guatemalan Highland Sufism reformed. All I can say is, I've tried to prepare myself for being wrong, for waking up after I've died and finding that, my atheism was actually like a really big mistake. And do I think reason should replace irrationality? Well, yes, I do. Guilty as charged. And, bless it, society really is to blame. Society and education and inquiry and doubt and argument and disputation and progress. All the schools and libraries and universities. All the scholars and monks and alchemists and teachers and scientists. Faith is fine for poetry, for images and metaphors and art and for telling us who we are, who we've been. But when faith tries to describe the world, describe the universe, it just plain gets it wrong. Which wouldn't matter if it admitted it was wrong, but it can't, because all it's got is its unwavering certainty in its own infallibility. The rest is smoke and mirrors, and admitting imperfection brings the whole lot tumbling down. There are no crystal spheres, and the planets are not the result of some sky god's wet dream. If that is supposed to be taken literally, then it's a lie, plain and simple. If it's a metaphor, then it has bugger all to do with the way things really work. Reason works, the scientific method works, technology works. If people want to respect their environment by believing that the fish they eat might have been an ancestor, or learn to lower toilet seats because their chi is leaking out, I'm happy to accept and even honour the results, even if I think the root of their behaviour is basically balmy. I can live with that, and with them. I hope they can live with me. She spread her hand flat against my chest. I could feel my heart beating hard. I shouldn't let this sort of thing get to me like this, but I had no choice. This stuff was important to me. I couldn't help it. Sometimes, she said quietly, looking at her own hand, or perhaps at my skin. Sometimes I think we are like different coloured bishops on a chessboard, you and I. Bishops on opposing sides, and of different colours as well. Just the two of them there on the chessboard, with no other pieces present. I saw what she meant. They could never connect, I said. They could slide past each other forever, but never affect. They appear to inhabit the same board, but really they don't. Not at all. She looked up at me with heavy-lidded eyes. Perhaps. And is that us? Maybe. maybe all men and women, maybe all people, forever, without exception, without hope. I tried to say it lightly. She took my cock in her hand, then brought her other hand out from underneath her head and cupped her sex. "We connect here," she smiled. A smile, it seemed to me just then, fit to light up the universe inside the skull. A smile, indeed, to light up too. A smile to illuminate infinities. That will have to do for now. Craig was having a hogmanay party at his place in Highgate. Jude, my ex-wife, was giving me a word or three. "You don't know what it feels like. You just have no idea. All you've got is your theory, just your precious one-man party line, as usual. You have no concept what it's like. You haven't been there. You haven't felt the atmosphere. We're surrounded by people who hate us." Excuse me? This is me you're talking to here. I'm all too well acquainted with the telltale tingle on the temple that indicates the crosshairs of antipathy have locked onto me once more. But just back up a bit there. Who's this we? When the hell did you become a daughter of the Zionist revolution? When I realized it was them or us, Ken. Oh, fuck, you mean you really are? Geez, they all hate us. Every nation on our borders would like to see us destroyed. Our only way out's the sea, and that's where they want us. Ken, inside our own nation, these people murder and bomb and shoot us. Inside our own borders, on our own streets, in the shops, on the buses, in our homes. We've got to stop them. We have no choice. And you have the gall to claim that we've become the Nazis, and can't see you've become just another bloody anti-Semite. Oh, fuck, Jude, look, please don't put words into my mouth or beliefs into my mind that aren't there. They are there, Ken. You just won't accept it. I am not anti-Semitic. Look, I like the Jews. I admire the Jews. I'm positively pro-Semitic, for fuck's sake. I've told you this. I've been this way since I was a kid, since I heard about the Holocaust, and since I realised that the Scots and the Jews were so alike. The Scots are smart, but we get accused of being mean. Same with the Jews. It's culture, not race. But we've both punched way above our weight for civilization. The Jews are the only people I ever put ahead of the Scots in terms of their influence on the world, given the size of their population pool. This is so bullshit. I'm serious. I loved you guys from when I was a kid. So much I was embarrassed to tell you how much. I used to love Israel. This was true. When I was 13, I'd fallen deeply in love with a girl called Hannah Gold. Her parents took a dim view of our friendship and my obvious infatuation with their daughter. But I charmed them. Plus, I did my research. Within 6 months, Mr. G was expressing his pleased surprise at how much I knew about Israel and the Jews. The Golds moved to London shortly after Hannah's 14th birthday, and I went from desolation to something shamingly close to indifference in about 3 weeks. My new interest in Israel proved rather longer lasting, and at the time I didn't see how anybody could not love Israel. It was the world's most charismatic, brave, buccaneering nation, defying all these bullies around it. The 6-Day War, Diane and his eye patch, a woman prime minister, the kibbutzim. I used to get books out of the library about Israel. Great Jewish generals. Can you believe Trotsky was in there? I loved it. Yom Kippur, triumphing against the odds, nicking their own boats from under the noses of the French. The raid on Entebbe. It was breathtaking, cinematic. How could anyone not admire all that? But that was before the invasion of Lebanon, before Sabra and Shatila. That was done by Christian militias, Jude protested. Oh, come on. It was Ariel Sharon who let them off the leash, and you know it. I began to wake up to what had happened to the Palestinians, to all the UN resolutions that Israel had just ignored, that it was uniquely allowed to ignore. Then to the history. The bride is beautiful, but she is already wed. And to the illegal settlements and the secret nukes. I heard what Rabbi Kahane believed, what his followers still believe. I saw the bodies lying bleeding in the mosque, and I felt sick. And now civilians are just killed without any legal process whatsoever. And I've listened to a cabinet minister say, without irony, that if they can just round up all the terrorists and get rid of them, there won't be any left. And I can't believe I'm hearing an educated person suggest anything as monumentally stupid, as psychologically obtuse as that. Look, I don't believe in suicide bombings or attacking any civilians, and of course, you've every right to defend yourself, but oh God, look, can we just agree on this? That the Holocaust wasn't evil and horrific and the single most obscene and concentrated act of human barbarism ever recorded because it happened to the Jews. It was all that because it happened to anybody, to any group, to any people. Because it did happen to the Jews and there had been nowhere for them to escape to, I thought, yes, of course, they did deserve a homeland. The world felt that. Partly guilt, but at least it was there. But it wasn't a moral blank cheque, for fuck's sake. If any people should have known what it was to be demonised, victimised and oppressed and suffer under an arrogant, militaristic, occupying regime and possess the wit to see what was happening to them and what they were doing to others, they should have. So when Palestinian youths use slingshots against tanks, and the tanks put high explosive into tents where mothers are nursing, when every Arab village has its orchards razed, its houses dynamited and roads dug up. I mean, can't you see what you're doing there? Those are ghettos you're creating. I'm tearing my fucking hair out here, Jude. And then letters appear in the papers talking about appeasing the Palestinians and comparing Israel to Czechoslovakia just before the Second World War. And that's just absurd. Czechoslovakia was not the best armed state in Europe at the time. It was one of the weakest. It was not the only regional superpower with a monopoly on weapons of mass destruction. It was not the tooled-up victor of 3 earlier wars sitting on the occupied territory of others. But they kill us. Step on a bus, go for a pizza, drive back from worship, walk down the wrong path in your own city, and you've both got to stop. I know that. But you're the most control in this. You're the ones coming from a position of strength. It's always the one with the most power who has to exercise the most restraint, who has to take the final few blows before all the blows stop. Jude was shaking her tear-stained face at me. You are so full of shit. You'll just never understand. So we're not perfect. Who is? We're fighting for our lives. All you do and all you say just gives succor to those who drive us into the waves. You're with the enemy. You're with the exterminators. We haven't become the Nazis. You have. I buried my face in my hands, and when I surfaced, looking at Jude's angry, reddened face, all I could say was, I never said you had. And there is an Israeli peace movement, Jude. There are people, Jews, in Israel who oppose Sharon and what's been done, what's being done to the Palestinians, who want peace. Peace for land, if that's what it takes, but peace. Reservists who are refusing to fight in the occupied territories. That's who I'm with. That's who I respect these days. I'll never stop respecting, loving the Jewish people for all they've done. It's just that I can't stand to see what's being perpetrated in their name now by that fat, white-haired, war criminal bastard. Fuck you, Ken. Fuck you. Fuck you. Jude, no. Goodbye, Ken, and don't bother to call. In fact, don't ever bother again. Not ever. Jude, I'm ashamed I ever let you so much as touch me. And with that, my ex-wife threw a drink over me, turned on her heel, and walked off. Happy New Year. Bit later, drunk and maudlin and time to go to bed. I was crashing at Craig's place, in the second spare bedroom. Some people had been using it as an unofficial cloakroom, dumping their coats and jackets on the bed. I gathered them up and took them next door to the box room, which was the official cloakroom. Oh, hi, Nicky. Ken, Nicky said, taking something from her jacket. How are you doing? Tired, I said, dumping the coats and jackets onto the pile on the bed. Music sounded pumping from downstairs, and Nicky stood grinning at me. She held up the slim, silvery thing she'd taken from her jacket. Large orange lozenges. Got a cold, she said through her smile, almost smugly. I narrowed my eyes and looked at her. "What are you on?" "Oh, is it obvious?" "Uh-oh," she giggled. She put her hands behind her back and stood there, staring up at the ceiling and swivelling back and forth. I shook my head. "You young whippersnapper. You're loved up, aren't you?" "Afraid so, Uncle Ken." "Well, have fun. But remember Leah Betts. Don't drink too much water." "I love you, Uncle Ken," she said, leaning forward and smiling broadly. I laughed. "Yeah, I love you too, Nicky." She brandished the throat lozenges in my face. "Would you like a strepsil?" "Thanks. I'm trying to give them up." I stepped to one side and grasped the handle of the door, which had swung shut. "After you, ma'am," I said, opening it. "Thank you," she said, stepping forward, then bumped into the edge of the door and thudded into my chest. "Happy New Year, Ken." She raised her face to mine, still grinning. True enough, I thought. We'd managed to miss each other somehow in the hours since the bells. "Happy New Year," I said. She pushed her mouth against mine and gave me a big, wet, sloppy kiss, then pulled away, smiling happily, then did a little side-to-side thing with her head, made a noise that might have been "mm-hmm," and came forward again and kissed me once more, with a certain amount of openness, it has to be said, though no tongues. Oh my God, oh shit, oh fuck, part of me was thinking. I mean, another part was thinking, well, yes, but most of me was thinking bad things of one sort or another. I put my arms around her and kissed back, tasting and smelling her, sucking in her sweet breath as though desperate for some transfusion of youth. She squirmed in my arms, pressing herself against me and slipping her arms round my sides and back. Something dropped to the floor, the lozenges. Then she pushed back, blinking, and I had to let her go. The smile was gone for a moment. Then she shook her head and started laughing gently. She wiped her mouth delicately with the back of one hand. "What am I doing?" she breathed. "Well," I said, swallowing. "Making an old man very happy, obviously, but I don't think... No, I don't think either," she said softly, then laughed loudly, then started coughing. I stooped and handed her the packet of throat lozenges. Nicky's hoarse laugh echoed in the room. "Oh, Uncle Ken, probably better just pretend that none of this happened." "Yeah," I nodded. She shivered. "Sorry, Ken, but this is all just a bit weird," I suggested. "Yeah, weird." I'd opened the door again. "Oh, hi, Emma." "Mom, hi," Nicky waved, her smile broad across her face. "What's weird?" Emma said, looking gloweringly suspicious. I waved one hand dismissively and nodded at the pack of throat lozenges in Nicky's hand. "I was trying to proposition your daughter by offering her drugs, but she wasn't having it." I smiled sadly and let my shoulders sag while Emma glared into my eyes. "Just trying to get to bed, actually, Em. Dog tired. The shoe off, too." Emma clearly decided I'd been just casual enough. Nothing going on. Nothing you'd want to think about, certainly. "Yes," she said, then looked at her daughter. "Nicky, you ready?" Nicky popped a lozenge, flicked it into the air, and stepped forward with her mouth open, teeth clacking shut. She stepped back again, with the throat sweet displayed between her teeth. "Ready," she said. She turned and rummaged in the pile of coats until she found her jacket. "Night, Ken," she said, pulling on her jacket and kissing me lightly on the cheek. "Night, kid." "I'll be down in 1 minute," Emma told Nicky. "Okie dokie," Nicky said. "I'll say bye to Dad." Emma looked at me. "Uh-oh," I thought. "Now what?" "You all right?" Em said. She looked genuinely concerned. I relaxed. "Tired," I said, honestly. "I heard Jude gave you a hard time." "It was mutual, but yes, Jude and I agreed to disagree," I said. "Although, come to think of it, I'm not sure we even agreed that." Emma put one hand out and touched my arm, patting it. "You get some sleep. Night, Ken. You take care." She kissed me lightly on the cheek, just like her daughter had. I went to sleep thinking about Celia. hoping she was well and safe with her family on Martinique. I did this quite often these days. Part of me hoped that by going to sleep thinking of her, I'd see her in my dreams. But so far, this hadn't happened. Our client maintained strongly that he was not using his mobile at the time of the accident. Then your client is lying. Mr. McNutt, with respect, you could only have gained the most fleeting of glimpses of our client's car when, as I was saying, the young lady I was taking home made a phone call to report the accident to the police. That was about 5-10 seconds max after the crash happened. Why don't we talk to her mobile network and your client's and compare the times when his call ended and hers began? Because he was still holding the phone when he got out of the car, and I suspect he hadn't hung up. Let's see if that call and Miss Veron's overlap, shall we? The lawyer and her articled clerk looked at each other. Jesus, got enough wee funny lights in here. Right, Finney. It was the Friday night. Ed and I were due to be limoed to a gig in Bromley in an hour, but he'd wanted to show off his newly redecorated and refitted place, so I'd come to the family house, a much knocked through and creatively mucked about with complex, taking up 2 terraced houses in Brixton, one of them an end terrace incorporating what had been a small supermarket on the ground floor. I'd been slightly worried that Ed had heard from his mum that I'd been trying to get hold of his yardie pal, Robe, guessed that I was still after a gun, and wanted to shout at me or something. But nothing like this had happened so far. Ed's place within the communal house ran the length of the 2 lofts. The big dormers just looked out onto the other roofs, but the views inside were more striking. A long, mostly open space in warm ochres and deep reds with splashes of yellow. Trust me, it was a lot more tasteful than it sounds. It all smelled very new. The only certifiable style lapse was in Ed's moderately vast, impressively uncluttered bedroom. Mirrors, Edward. Yeah, wicked, eh? Mirrors. I mean, on both sides. They're wardrobes. But on the ceiling. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What? Just 'cause nobody want to watch your sorry white ass when you're banging some bird? Me, I'm a picture. If I wasn't straight as a bleeding die, I'd fall in love with myself. I'd folded my arms, taken a step back, and looked at him. Eventually, I'd just shaken my head. What? No, I'd said. You got me. I'm lost for words. Fuck me, hold the showbiz page. Come on, I'm off duty. Now we were in Ed's study den studio, and he'd turned on all his music gear. I gazed round the 6 stacked, angled keyboards, the 3-man-high, 19-inch racks, and a mixing desk you'd struggle to touch both ends of, even with your arms outstretched and your face jammed against the pots. There was a bunch of other bits and pieces too, much bebuttoned units lying on desks, a set of drum pads, and at least 3 pieces the functions of which I could not even begin to guess at. Most of the gear was twinkling in the heavily curtained darkness. Hundreds of little LEDs in broad constellations of red, green, yellow, and blue, plus dozens of softly glowing pastel screens with dark, blocky writing on them. 2 widescreen monitors bigger than my TV flickered into life as Ed's Mac powered quietly up. Ed's monitors were giant Nautilus jobs, 30 grand's worth of gleaming, shoulder-high, spiked blue ammonites with bright yellow cones sitting on the far side of the room and aimed at the big black leather chair poised in the epicenter of all this cool tech gizmology. What exactly does all this do, Ed? Makes music, man. I thought you just played the stuff. Yeah, well, I'm branching out, ain't I? You mean you're actually going to start composing? I picked up a dark red A4-sized manual for something called a virus and flicked through it, squinting in the low ambient light. Yeah, I thought it'd be a laugh. And anyway, just look at this stuff. I looked at it again. You know, you're absolutely right, Ed. It doesn't have to produce a fucking note to justify its total glorious gorgeousness hoodicity. Please, don't tell me all you're going to produce on it will be incha music. Incha music? Yeah, you know, the sort of music you hear from some brother's blacked out Astra passing you in the street. It always goes incha. Nah, mate, well, yeah, some maybe, but nah. One day I'm going to write a bleeding symphony. A symphony? Yeah, why not? I looked him up and down again. You don't lack for ambition, do you, Edward? Certainly fucking not. Life's too short, mate. I leafed through the manual for the virus thing. I mean, do you actually understand all this? Course not. You don't need to get good sounds out of it. But the deep stuff's there if you need it. Extended panic functionality, I quoted. Ha! How can you not love something with extended panic functionality, otherwise known as the all notes off command? Brilliant, I said, putting the manual back on its bookshelf with the others. My phone vibrated on my hip. I glanced at the screen. Jo, I told Ed. Better answer it. She's in, I don't know, Berlin or Budapest or somewhere. I'll fire up the software. Let you hear some uncha tunes. Hello? I said. And distantly, I heard, yes, 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 yes. Come on, fuck me. Fuck me, do it there. Yes, there. Fuck me harder. Fuck me really hard. Right there, yeah. Right there, yes. This was accompanied by what sounded like clothing rubbing on clothing, a series of slaps, and then a man's voice saying, oh yeah. It didn't stop either. Went on for some time. I stood there and listened for long enough to entirely convince myself that this was not a joke, not any sort of an attempt at humour at all, and also not in any way meant. This was about the time when Ed turned round from the bewilderingly complicated displays on his two giant monitors and looked at me. Just a glance at first, then back again, frowning, eyebrows rising. I handed him the phone. He listened for a while as well. The frown was replaced by a smile, even a leer for a moment or two. But then he must have read something from my face, because the smile disappeared, and he handed the phone back to me and looked down, clearing his throat and turning back to the screens. Sorry, bruv, I heard him say. I listened a little while longer. Then Joe's phone must have fallen, because there was a loud but soft-sounding thump, and the noises became very muffled, incoherent. I folded the phone off. Well, I said, I think the choice phrases involve sauces for ganders and geese and petards, whatever the hell one of those is. Ed knew well enough I wasn't faithful to Joe. Blimey, we'd been able to watch each other at it with two Argentinian girls on the beach at Brighton during early May. Ed looked round, chewing his bottom lip. Think that was a wind-up? No. Deliberate? I shook my head. I doubt it. I've had Joe's accidental calls jam my phone for hours at a time before. Usually her and her girlfriends in a bar or a club. I released a deep breath. Plus, that is the way she expresses herself during the act. I don't think she's a good enough actress to fake that. Whoa. Right then. So, you two have one of them open relationships then, do you? Looks like it, I said. Just neither of us have ever bothered to tell the other. Ed looked concerned. You still want to hear some tunes, man, or would you rather have a drink or a smoke or something? Nah. Play some tunes, Ed. Banging tunes, in fact. Play some banging tunes. I gave a small, not funny laugh.
End of Disc 3. End of Disc 4.
Joe said, listen. And I said, uh-oh. What? These days people our age, okay, my age and also your age, don't say listen like that without it meaning something pretty fucking serious. Joe looked down. Yeah, well, here we go, I thought. We were in the London Aquarium, housed in the old GLC building on the south bank of the Thames, beside the London Eye. Mouth Corp Records were having a bash, and I'd been invited. So had Joe. She'd pretty much just arrived, coming straight from Heathrow off the flight from Budapest. The aquarium was a slightly spooky place for a party, I thought. Especially a music industry party. Sharks in abundance, as above, so below. The light was freaky too. Apparently the fish wouldn't take kindly to lots of flashing disco-style lights, so all you had was this bluey-green wash of underwater luminescence, making everybody look slightly sick. Look, Joe said. Oh, I said, now it's look. We're covering the senses one by one, are we? What will your next exhortation be? Sniff? Jo sucked her lips in and looked at me. You don't want to make this easy on either of us, do you? Make what easy, Jo? Why don't you tell me? Ken, I think we should, split up. She said this and drew herself straight, putting her shoulders back and her head up, as though defiant. I thought of the night we met, and the way her stance had shown off her nipples through her t-shirt. Now she wore a big ribbed yellow jumper with a roll neck, black jeans. Only the DMs were the same. I stared at her. Of course, I'd known that this was the most likely thing she was going to say after listen. But somehow it still came as a shock, and I was left temporarily speechless for the second time in 2 days, and this time not in a good way. I thought that maybe she was going to say she knew what had happened with the phone and she was sorry, or that she was pregnant. Always a good standby, that one, if unlikely, as we always but always used a condom. Or maybe something else entirely, like she was taking a job in LA or Kuala Lumpur, or had decided to become a nun or something. But I'd known, at least since last night, in Ed's studio, that maybe whatever it was we had going was near the end. Still, I found myself feeling kind of crushed and surprised. I opened my mouth. She was still sucking in her lips, making her nose look longer. She had taken a sort of half-step away from me, almost bumping into people standing talking behind her in front of the thick, distorting glass of the aquarium windows. I wondered if she thought I was going to hit her. I never had. I'd never hit any woman, never would. Oh, well, apart from Rain, of course. But I reckoned I could claim massively extenuating circumstances there. Oh, well, I said. I looked down at my bottle of pills. I supposed I could throw that in her face, like Jude had thrown her G&T in my face at Craig's during the first hour of the new year. But then Jude had had the forethought to arm herself with a nice wide tumbler. I had a narrow-necked bottle. To achieve a satisfactory soaking of my intended victim, I'd have to ask Jo to wait a second or two while I jammed my thumb in the bottle and shook it up before emptying it in her face. That would be inelegant somehow. Anyway, I didn't really want to do it. So she'd cheated on me. Probably not the first time, but, well, so what to that, too? I'd done more than my own fair share of cheating. Is that all you can say? She said. Oh, well, is that it? I heard you fucking somebody last night, Jo, I told her. On the phone. Your mobile. It did that thing again. She stood, blinking. I didn't know, she said. She nodded. Found it on the floor this morning. Battery's flat. She took a deep breath. Whoa. She looked down at the floor, nodding, then up to me. She spread her arms. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to find out that way. Well, I did. Were you going to say anything? I hadn't decided. I thought in the meantime you might have realized what had happened, and whose mobile yours had rung, and when, and you'd be all contrite or come up with some embarrassingly unlikely explanation. Were you getting ready to dump me? Not particularly, Jo. It had occurred to me in the past that, well, all those foreign trips, the nights away, the rock and roll lifestyle, drugs and drink and stuff, I kind of suspected you might have had the occasional adventure, and so... And what about you? She asked, raising her head again, the underwater lights glinting on the studs and bars barnacling her face. You mean, I said, have I been playing away too? Yes. Well? Wait a minute, I said, starting to feel angry now. I'm being far too fucking reasonable here. I heard you fucking somebody else last night. You didn't hear me. And now you're dumping me, and you're looking for some sort of justification after the fact. Well, no fucking way. You have no fucking right to start asking me questions. Yes, I was going to dump you as a matter of fact. Actually, in my heart, in my head, I'd already dumped you before you dumped me. Don't be so childish. Fuck off, Jo. Don't you even want to know why I want out of this relationship? I don't know, and I don't care. Maybe your new boy's got a bigger cock than I have. Who fucking gives a damn? Oh, Ken, for fuck's sake, look. I hope you're both very fucking happy, okay? Now just get the hell away from me, and get your stuff off the bell as well. This was more like it, I thought. This was taking the initiative. I deserved to, after all, damn it. I was the injured party here. I'll give you till Monday morning to clear your shit off my boat, then it all goes over the side. Goodbye. I turned and walked away, the effect barely spoiled by bumping into somebody and accidentally spilling a little pills over the sleeve and having to mumble an apology as I stalked off. I spent the remainder of the party getting profoundly hammered on an exciting variety of alcoholic beverages, and I didn't see Jo for the rest of the evening. This was probably because she'd taken me at my word about chucking her stuff in the drink, and didn't trust me to wait as long as Monday morning, because when I did eventually roll home in the wee hours and poured myself out of the taxi and into the Temple Bell, she'd already been and gone. Her clothes and bits and pieces had been cleared out, and on the mat under the letterbox lay her key. I stared at it for a while, picked it up after only 4 or 5 attempts, took it out onto the deck, and threw it wildly into the dark, receding waters. I looked at the seat straight across from me, where the bad guy would be sitting. I glanced at my watch. I hated the way they kept you hanging around for TV. I just wasn't cut out for this medium. On radio, you just go in and do it. You can talk about stuff in the pub or the office beforehand, effectively rehearsing bits, and you can script little exchanges and sketches, and there's always trailers and pre-recorded stuff to work painstakingly over until it's note perfect. But most of it, the best of it, I think, is just stuff that happens, words that come out of your mouth almost as you think. On radio, that fresh stuff is the norm. On TV, it's very much the exception. Can. A very smooth Irish voice said from behind. Nice to No, don't you get up. Cavan, good to meet you. I couldn't have got up anyway, not with the mic wire securing me to the chair. I shook hands from a seated position. Cavan, hi. I smoothed down the flap over my right jacket pocket, making sure he couldn't see into it. Cavan perched one fawn Armani-clad buttock on the desk between my seat and his. His blue eyes were deep-set, brows dark and full and shaped. A sharp ledge of black hair sat over his forehead. It's very good of you to come in. My pleasure, Cavan. A translucent wire coiled up from inside the rear collar of his jacket and ended in a discreet flesh-coloured earphone in his right ear. No hard wiring for Cavan. You've been booked in for a while, Ken, is that right? For what has on occasion felt like a significant part of my life, Cavan, yes. He laughed soundlessly. Yes, well, we've all been kept hanging around while Winsome have been getting themselves sorted out. I'm sure it's been a lot worse for you than it was for me. Ah, yes, it's been a frustrating old time to have a current affairs show waiting in the wings while all the history's been happening. But hopefully we'll be making up for excuse me, will you? Sure. Lawson Brearley. That was the name of the man who walked out of the darkness, blinking in the light. My age, green cords, foggy jacket, yellow waistcoat, farm manager's shirt, and a cravat. I almost smiled. Tall, medium-heavy build, verging on beefy, hair like grey sand. He had the peering, scrunched look of a vain man on a date trying to do without his glasses. Ex-Federation of Conservative Students, one of the hanged Nelson Mandela Brigade, later thrown out for being too right-wing. Ex-National Front, quit when they moved too far to the left, and ex a few other extreme right groups and parties. According to Lawson, evolution was the ultimate free market, in which the white races were proving their innate superiority through money, science, and arms, threatened only by the perfidious guile of the Jews and the hordes of dark and dirty Untermenschen, breeding like flies, thanks to the misguided beneficence of the West. We'd got all this off the man's own website. Lawson genuinely didn't approve of democracy. He believed in getting rid of the state, and, in reply to the point that doing so would leave companies, corporations, multinationals, or whatever you would call multinationals when there were no more nations, in complete control of the world, he would have said, yes, so. These corporations would be owned by shareholders, and money was the fairest way to exercise power, because as a rule, stupid people would have less of it, and therefore less influence than more intelligent people, and it was the more intelligent and successful people you wanted controlling things, not the great unwashed. I'd decided my considered reply to all this would have been something on the lines of, Fuck the fucking shareholders, you ghastly fascist cunt. I watched him sit down and get mic'd up. He was being wired in, taped to the seat like I'd been. Good. He didn't look over at me. Cavan had spoken a few words to him and then nodded and gone to sit in his own big seat in the middle, getting his position just so, patting his tie down and running a hand over the air above his hair. My heart was beating hard now. My bladder seemed to think I needed to pee, but I knew I didn't really. It felt like I was listening to the right with the weight in my jacket pocket. To the right. How very, very inappropriate, I thought. The floor manager announced we were doing a taped rehearsal of the intro. Cavan cleared his throat a few times. "Okay, quiet in the studio," the floor manager said. Then, "Turning over." She did the 5-4-3 thing, with the 2 and the 1 shown only on her fingers. Cavan took a breath and said, "The vexed issue of race now, and the provenance or not of the Holocaust, in the first of a series of breaking news special features pitching two people with profoundly different views against each other. I'm joined tonight by Lawson Brearley, a self-labelled libertarian racist from the Free Research Institute, and Ken Knott from London's Capital Live, doyen of the—" Was I really a doyen? I wondered. That meant old, didn't it? More senior rather than ancient, if I recalled the dictionary definition correctly, but still. I felt a pain in my guts and wondered if I was giving myself an ulcer. The so-called shock jocks and, as he's described himself, unrepentant post-lefty. Cavan raised his eyebrows for effect. First, though, this report by Mara Englis on the undeniable existence of deniers. I looked over to Lawson Brearley. He was smiling at Cavan. "Good," the floor manager said, nodding. "Good, perfect. Cavan, okay, we're going for—" "How long's the video bit?" Cavan asked. The floor manager looked away for a moment, then said, 3:20, Cavan. Right. And we're just going straight into the interviews, the discussion bit now, right? That's right, Cavan. Okay, quiet in the studio. I put my hand in my pocket. Turning over. In my pocket, the plastic coating the metal felt cold and slick in my right hand. And 5, 4, 3. I leaned forward slightly to hide my hand coming out of my pocket. 2. My other hand was at my belly, holding, steadying. 1. Click. Cavan took a breath and turned to me. "Ken Knott, if I can turn to you first. You're on record as—" I'd snipped the mic cable with the pliers. I had tried to think all this through weeks and weeks earlier, and I'd guessed they might wire us up. That was why I'd brought the pliers in my jacket pocket. But that wasn't the clever bit. I let the pliers fall as I kicked the seat back and jumped up on the big desk. I'd have settled for 3 seats in an arc, but the desk was better. As long as I didn't take too long getting myself up there, it would provide a highway. So far, so good. Seat falling backwards out of the way, and a clean leap up onto the wooden surface. Though that wasn't the clever bit either. Cavan had time to shut his mouth and jerk back. Lawson Brearley's eyes were going wide. I ran at him across the desk. I'd worn a pair of black trainers for purchase, so I wouldn't slip, just for this. That, too, was not the clever bit. Lawson had his hands on the desk edge, tensing to push himself backwards. Cavan was falling off his seat as I passed him. From the corner of my other eye, I thought I saw the big camera and the guy with the handheld both tracking me. From the shadows behind Cavan, somebody threw themselves forward and grabbed at my feet, but missed. I threw myself down too, my left hand out to grab Brearley's cravat if I could, my right hand coming back in a fist. Lawson was moving backwards, but he hadn't started pushing away in time. I hit the desk on my belly and slid. My left hand missed his cravat, catching him by the padding in the left shoulder of his jacket instead, but my right fist smacked satisfactorily and painfully from my fingers into his left cheek, just below the eye. My momentum and his push carried us both back over his seat, falling in a flailing tangle to the floor behind, where I landed another couple of lighter blows, and he managed to thump twice with weak, painless punches before we were pulled apart by security guards and production people. That, obviously, wasn't the clever bit either. Brearley was ushered away, shouting about communist violence and intimidation, while I was held, the backs of my thighs against the desk, by 2 uniformed security guards. I was smiling at Lawson, and not struggling at all. Lawson already looked like he was developing what we used to call back where I came from a kicker, a nice black eye. A door closed softly in the darkness, and Brealey's shouts were silenced. "It's okay, guys," I told the security guards. "I won't run after him." They kept holding me, but their grip might have relaxed a little. I looked around. Cavan seemed to have disappeared as well. The floor manager came over. She looked professional and unruffled. "Ken, Mr. Knott, would you like to go back to the green room?" "Fine," I said. "Though I'll want my pliers back, or a receipt." I smiled. "I'll pay for a new mic cable." Still not the clever bit. "Ken?" Cavan came into the green room. The two guards were in there with me, and I was watching News 24 and relaxing with a scotch and soda. "Cavan," I said. He looked a little flushed. "Well, that was a bit of a surprise there, Ken. What was that all about?" "What was what?" I asked. "Cavan, I have no idea what you're talking about." The door opened again, and the exec producer came in, a small, bald, harassed, sullen-looking guy I'd met briefly before. "Ken," Cavan said throatily. "Ken, what was that? I mean, we just can't allow. I mean, that was really just. I mean, what on earth?" "Cavan, old son," I said. "Are you calling the police?" "I've no idea, Ken. Your man here might know. Mike, we calling the police?" "What? I don't know. Should we?" Mike looked at Cavan, who shrugged. He looked at me. "Guys," I laughed, "I can't tell you, but I think you should find out whether the feds are to be involved, because otherwise I'm about to leave." "Ah, leave," said Mike, the exec producer. "But, well, we thought we could maybe still do the discussion. I mean, if you would agree." Cavan crossed his arms and appeared innocently bemused. I was looking at the two of them, shaking my head. "Listen, guys, I've no fucking intention of even beginning to take that nasty little right-wing shithead's diseased ideas seriously, to debate them, for fuck's sake. Never did." The producer was standing with his mouth open. I frowned. "You did get it all on tape, didn't you?" "Yes, of course we did." "Good," I said. "Very good. So, if you could just find out if the boys in blue are going to be involved or not, okay?" I nodded at the door, and then went back to watching the guys in orange shuffling between the cages in Guantanamo. He shook his head at me and left. Cavan chuckled and got up to leave. "Well," he said, "if I'm not mistaken, Ken, you've totally fucked us. But it was elegantly done." He nodded as he left. "Look after yourself." I just smiled at him. Actually, at that point, I'd quite happily have settled for whacking a fascist and getting away with it. But according to the mad, bad plan, what had to happen next was that somebody did take the matter further, and the cops did become involved, and I was formally charged with assault, because then, despite all the witnesses, despite the cameras and the videotape and the thing being replayable in slow motion from 2 or 3 different angles, and certainly despite what I hoped would develop into a splendid black eye for Lawson Brealey, I had every intention, in front of the police, in front of the lawyers, in front of a judge, and in front of a jury if it came to that, of denying it had ever happened. And that was the fucking clever bit. "Do you think Brealey will press charges?" "No idea." I drank my London pride and smiled widely at Phil. "Don't fucking care. You've been planning this for weeks, haven't you?" "Months, actually, since it was first brought up in Debbie's office back in September. I had that classic dilemma thing going on where you don't want to give these people a platform, but on the other hand, you want to get them in public and grind the grisly fuckers into the dust. And I actually really thought I could do it because I'm a fucking militant liberal. But then I thought, nah, just give the piece of shit a taste of his own medicine." Phil was looking at me. "What?" "Maybe I don't know you as well as I thought I did." "Yeah," I grinned. "Good, eh? If he does press charges, though, you could be in serious trouble. First offence, no weapon involved, I don't think I'll be going to prison. I can stand a fine and being bound over to keep the peace or whatever. I was thinking more about your job. This could be the bale of hay that breaks the camel's back. I'd check your contract. I'll bet any criminal proceedings, even pending, threatened ones, means they can pull you off air without pay." Shit. I had a horrible feeling he was right. I'd better phone my agent. So, Mr. McNutt, would you like to describe what happened in the studio of Winsome Productions in Clerkenwell, London, on the afternoon of Monday, the 14th of January, 2002, in your own words? Oh, shit. It was the same DS who'd interviewed me about the East End trip, when I'd punched Rain in the face. The DS was a young white guy, sharp-faced but a little jolly, with brown hair starting to recede at the temples. He smiled. In your own time, Mr. McNutt. I didn't like the relish with which he pronounced my name. For about the 500th time in my life to date, I cursed my parents for not having changed their name by deed poll before I was born. It never happened, I said. A pause. What, the entire afternoon? No, whatever I'm being accused of, I said. Assault, Mr. McNutt. Yes, that. It didn't happen. They made it all up. I was starting to sweat. This had seemed like such a great plan right up until I had to start following through with it. So what did happen, sir? I went along to do an interview, and it was cancelled. I see. The detective sergeant looked at his notes. At what point was it cancelled? I never left the green room, I said, feeling suddenly inspired. The what, sir? The green room, the hospitality suite. It's where they put you before they need you in the studio. I never left it. They came and told me the interview, the discussion, was being cancelled. The DS looked at me through narrowed eyes. You are aware, sir, that you will be asked to repeat what you are saying under oath in court. Oh, shit. Why hadn't I thought of that? I had thought this through 100 times, but somehow it always ended with me modestly accepting Man of the Year awards, not being sent down for perjury. I gulped. I may well choose to say nothing under oath. Now the DS was looking at me as though I was simply mad. I cleared my throat. I think I should talk to my lawyer before I say anything else. You mean I won't even get to go before a jury? Not necessarily. Common assault, Mr. Knott. It'll be a magistrate. Shit, I said. The lawyer was called Maggie Sefton. She had deep brown skin and beautiful eyes behind the tiniest, most low-profile glasses I'd ever seen. But I'm pleading not guilty. I'm trying to make a political point here. This could make the news, damn it. Won't that mean it has to go to a higher court? Again, not necessarily. Can't I appeal? A frown flickered over her smooth brow. You haven't been found guilty yet. I meant about it going to a magistrate's court. She smiled the sympathetic, worldly-wise smile adults lay on children sometimes, when the poor darlings just totally fail to understand the way things actually happen in the big bad world. Right, she said. Well, I'm afraid it doesn't really work that way. I headed for the car park, and the car Capital Live had sent for me. Somebody had slashed the Landis tyres and smashed its headlights 2 nights before. Kids, the police reckoned. The CCTV tapes would be studied. My phone went as soon as I turned it on, walking up the pontoon. Debbie, you're up and running very early. How are you? Come straight to my office when you get in, all right? Why, what's happening? See you soon. She hung up. The Motorola vibrated again as I got to the Lexus waiting at the cab. A Lexus? It had been a Mondeo yesterday. I waved to the driver, who was reading the Telegraph. Not, I asked, unfolding the buzzing phone as he folded the paper, for Capital Live. It's me, boss, the driver said. I got in, belted up, and into the phone said, Yes, Phil? The papers have got it. What? I asked as the car pulled smoothly away. Lawson Brealey's Institute for Fascist Studies, or whatever it's called, released a press statement this morning, basically saying they can see what you're trying to do here, but blah, blah, blah. The full majesty of English law and common Anglo-Saxon justice must take precedence over arrogant and theatrical, pseudo-intellectual, cosmopolitan political machinations. You're not paraphrasing there, I hope. No, we've just had the Mail on the phone, followed by the Sun, followed by the Standard, and then ITN, the Eye, and the Guardian. I'm expecting to collect the rest of the set before the hour is out. Why is your landline down? I pulled it out last night. Some fucker rang about 1 a.m. and kept ringing but not leaving a message on the machine. Plus, her identity was withheld, so I got annoyed and wicked it. Probably a journal favoured by Mr. Brealey getting wind of it early. See you soon. Yeah, in Debbie's office. Damn, she's heard, has she? Oh, yes. That'll be who's jamming my internal line here. Better talk to you when you get here. Meet you down in the car park. See you there. I put the phone away. Shit. What if they were going to fire me? I thought that no matter how messy everything got with the assault in the studio, at least it would be great publicity for me and the show and the station, and because of that everybody would be happy. Good grief. Had I actually been insufficiently cynical? A dispatch rider swept past on his panny-eyed bandit. Oh well, I thought, if I did get fired, I could always get a job being a bike courier again. Or maybe Ed would take me seriously if I said I finally really wanted to be a proper club-type DJ. Fuck yeah, the money was good, and just because I'd been dismissive about it in the past and gone along for the fun, drugs, and women didn't mean I couldn't try to make a go of it as a career now. We were drawing to a stop in the mile, pulling into the side near the ICA. What's the problem? I asked. The driver glanced in the mirror, pressed the hazard warning lights, killed the engine, and turned round, handing the keys to me. I wondered what the hell was going on. I'd like a word, Mr. Knott, he said. This was itself enough to have me tense up and check that the door lock buttons were in the unlocked position. But I don't want to alarm you. He nodded at the keys in my hand. That's why I've given you them. If you want to get out, you can. He was about 50, a balding, slightly overweight guy with the sort of large-framed glasses last fashionable in the early 90s, and sad-looking eyes. He was neatly dressed in a light grey suit that only now was starting to look a little too well cut to be that of your standard limo driver. Uh-huh, I said. I'll just test the door, right? The door opened easily enough, and the sound of traffic and the chatter of a passing gaggle of Japanese tourists entered the cabin. I closed it again. I'll just keep my phone open here, too, I said warily. The driver nodded. He offered his hand. Chris Glatz. We shook hands. So what's going on, Chris? I asked him. Like I say, Mr. Knott, I'd like a word. About what? A matter that has, fallen to me to try to resolve. I screwed up my eyes. I'm kind of looking for specifics here. Here isn't perfect, frankly, he said apologetically. You suggest somewhere. I looked at my watch. An hour and 10 before the last possible time I could get to the studio for the start of the show. Tell you what, I said. I'll drive. If he'd taken too long or said no, I'd have walked. But he just looked a little surprised, nodded, and opened his door. I rang the office en route, but the lines were busy. Instead, I left a message with Debbie's secretary to say I'd be late. I parked the Lexus behind the Imperial War Museum. We got some coffees from a mobile stall and walked round to the front, under the barrels of 2 colossal naval guns. The air had an easterly tang to it, and the clouds were grey as the paint on the giant artillery pieces above us. Nice car, I said. Yours? Yes, it is, thanks. Should have known I wouldn't rate a Lexus from the radio station. Ha ha. So, Mr. Glatz. Chris. Well, Mr. Knott, call me Ken, please. Right, Ken. Well, I'll come straight to the point. This is all off the record, right? I'm not a journalist, Mr. Glatz, but yes, all right. Right, good. Now then, you'll remember you witnessed a road traffic accident a few months back. He sipped his coffee. See, he said, Mark, the gentleman involved, Mr. Southorn, is an occasional business partner of mine. Thing is, you see, he's sitting on 10 points on his license. 12, and he's banned. Sure you know how it is. Of course. And, well, the thing is, Mark really needs his car. He loves his car, loves his cars. But he does a lot of driving, which he enjoys, and... Hold on, Chris. That was a bog-standard 2-year-old compact he was driving. If he loves cars so much, yeah, that was just a courtesy car. His M5 was being serviced. Aha, I said. Serve me right, I thought. There I'd gone, making assumptions about the man just because he'd been driving the sort of car people bought because they wanted to say they'd got a BMW, rather than because of what it actually did. In fact, he had an M5. That was different. I'd test-driven an M5 about a year ago, A sleek brute with 400 horsepower, a brilliant motor, but wasted in London. "Look, Ken," Glatz said, smiling awkwardly. "Frankly, I think that the whole way this has been approached was pretty fucking stupid." Another stilted smile. "Excuse my vernacular. Well, obviously I am shocked, but all right." He smiled. "I'm going to level with you, Ken. Thing is, you see, we'd like you to retract your witness statement, especially the bit about Mark using the mobile at the time of the accident." "Oh," I said. I sipped my coffee. Actually, I hated this new coffee culture. People wandering around with these pint-sized cartons full of a mild, warm, watery drug it takes about 20 words and 5 questions just to fucking order. But enough. Mr. Glatz was making his point. "We'll get a good brief. We'll suggest that the biker guy was going too fast, and with a bit of luck and a following wind, we'll get Mark off. But we do need you to retract that statement, Ken, because that's the really damning bit." I nodded. "Right," I said. A very strange, disturbing, but oddly relieving idea had occurred to me. "This occasional business relationship you have with this guy, Mark." "Yes, Ken?" "In terms of above-boardness, whereabouts would we be talking here?" Chris Glatz chuckled. "You're catching on here, Ken. Frankly, pretty well below the waterline." "Right. And when you say that this has been mishandled, what exactly are you referring to?" "Ah," he said. "Well, when, and I hasten to add here, Ken, that I was not personally involved at this point, when it was decided that my colleagues might be able to help Mark with this problem, how's best to put this? A rather extreme plan was formulated to impress upon you the fact we were serious in our commitment to aid our friend and colleague." "Is this about my trip to the East End in a certain taxi? To fucking Haggersley Street?" I almost shouted the last bit. My new pal Chris looked around and patted the air with one hand. "Now, I can see why you might be upset about that, Ken, but you fuckers were trying to drug me and kidnap me because of a fucking traffic violation." Again, I had trouble keeping my voice modulated for maximum mellifluousness. Glatz did the ear-patting thing again. "Ken, I'm not going to lie to you," he said in a tired voice. "That was an overreaction, but," he said, holding up one hand before I could respond to this, "the need was felt to impress on you that we are serious people, and that we have the necessary resources and the will to follow through with any, what's the best way to put this, incentivization framework we might wish to implement. You can back up threats because you're crims." Chris actually laughed quite loudly at this. "Well, basically, yes, if we're being frank with each other." "I see. And the threatening phone call, and the tyres on my Land Rover, and the headlights?" He nodded. "All a bit messy, frankly, Ken. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm approaching you as one reasonable man to another." I gave a small laugh. "You obviously don't listen to my show." He smiled, sipped some more coffee. "Ken, we'd like to compensate you for the damage and distress you've suffered." "I see. You mean bribe me?" "Frankly, yes." "How much?" $2,000. And we'll settle the bill with the garage." "And what if I say no?" He looked around at me. "Frankly?" "Frankly." "Then I go back to Mark and say that we've done our best. Gone out on a limb for him even, and it hasn't worked. We've tried money, and that hasn't worked either. And unless he wants to raise the offer to something you'd accept. I'm not poor or greedy enough, Chris, and I am easily proud enough not to." I smiled. "Fair enough," he said, dumping his coffee in a bin. "So," he said, "I'd tell Mark that maybe he should just take his punishment like a man, and take more care driving in future, and get a chauffeur for however long his ban lasts. And unless he does something very stupid, which I shall try to persuade him not to do, that'll be the end of the matter." "Really?" I looked into the man's eyes. I formed the distinct impression that actually Mr. Glatz wouldn't be at all averse to his business associate having to swallow his pride and accept his punishment. He shrugged. You have to have a sense of proportion about these things, Ken, he said reasonably. Otherwise, people end up getting hurt, which is messy, and messy, generally, is not good for business. So I said, if I say I'm not going to retract my witness statement, that'll be that. It should be. I know it should be, but will it? Ken, Glatz sighed heavily. I am not here to threaten you. I am here to make you an offer, which I've done. You seem to be rejecting it. That's the end of the matter as far as I'm concerned, and as far as my colleagues are concerned, insofar as you're concerned, if you see what I mean. I think so. Go on. I can't speak for Mark, who may wish to approach you himself. And what the fuck does that mean? Ken, he said, holding up both hands. Don't get upset. It means just what it says. It's not a threat. He gave what was probably meant to be an encouraging smile. Mark is not... He's not the physical sort. Know what I mean? With us washing our hands of the case, the direct action side of things is pretty much off the agenda. Good, I said. I thought. I pointed a finger at Glatz. Just in case he does get any ideas, you tell him there's a man called John Merrill who owes me a favour, all right? Glatz looked very surprised for a vanishingly brief interval of time. Then he looked slightly surprised. Mr. Merrill? He asked. Really? Really, I said. And if he doesn't know who John is, I think maybe you ought to enlighten him. Don't you? Glatz was looking away from me, nodding. The big guns felt like a shiveringly appropriate place to be when invoking the name of Mr. M to another palpably lesser villain. I see, Ken, he said, still nodding, glancing at me. Well, that is interesting. I'd no idea. A favour, eh? That's what he said last time I saw him, I told Glatz. He looked at me and nodded. I can rely on your discretion here, can't I, Ken? Off the record, as we agreed. Obviously, all of this is strictly between you and me. Obviously, providing your friend Mark doesn't do anything stupid. I'll have a word, he smiled. Right. Well, I think we're finished here, Ken. Would you agree? I grinned. I think I would, Chris. Okay. He clapped his hands. Let's get you back to your radio station. Do you want to drive, or shall I? Allow me, I said. We started walking back to the car. Mr. Glatz nodded at my left wrist. By the way, nice watch. Mm-hmm. Oh, the sheer bliss of it when we arrived at Capitol Live. I got to do the old Ronnie Reagan thing, cupping my hand to my ear, pretending I couldn't make out what the press was saying. Of course, rather than doing this across the White House lawn on the way to my helicopter with the press 50 metres away behind a rope guarded by Marines, I was about 10 centimetres away from the journos, separated from them only by the thickness of a window I could have lowered with a single click of a button. This made it all the more fun. Ken, is it true you kicked this guy? Ken, is it true he hit you first? Ken, these pliers, did you throw them intending to hit him? It was great seeing so many journos here. Real celeb stuff. Must be a quiet news day in the Capitol. I did the hand-ear thing, shook my head, smiled broadly, and mouthed, I can't hear you, as I nudged the car slowly forward and angled it towards the car park ramp. They were trying the door handles, but I'd locked all the doors. 2 snappers were standing right in front of the car, aiming straight through the windscreen. I let the car trickle forward and drive, brakes creaking, slowly forcing the photographers backwards. In the passenger seat, Mr. Glatz had looked puzzled when he'd seen the small crowd of reporters gathered round the office entrance. When they'd spotted me driving the car through the traffic towards the underground car park and come running over to hammer on the windows, tape recorders aimed, flashes flashing, he'd been horrified. But by then it was too late. He'd picked up his newspaper and hid behind it. This was, of course, entirely the wrong thing to do, because now the ladies and gents of the press were starting to think, hold on, who's Mr. Shy in the passenger seat? A couple of Jay the Snapperistas took photos of Mr. G's hands and the Torygraph they were clutching. Sorry about this, Chris, I said. Jesus, he said. What the fuck's all this about? Oh, I was on a telly programme with this guy who deserved a good slap, so I duly whacked him one. Bit of a fuss about it for some reason. Did I not need this? Glatz breathed as I nodded at the security guy in the booth at the top of the ramp. The striped pole rose, and we roared away down the slope. I stamped on the brakes and got a very satisfying squeal out of the tyres at the bottom. Mr. Glatz left looking unhappy, resigned to facing down the crowd of muttering rotters still milling at the top of the car park ramp. I bumped into Timmy Mann in the lift. "Timmy," I said cheerfully, "you're in early." "Oh, yeah, hi, Ken," Timmy said, displaying the incisive wit that has made him such a hit on the lunchtime show. He looked down as the lift doors closed. Timmy was something of a throwback, older than me, an ex-Radio 1 breakfast show presenter, dark hair worn in a style dangerously close to being a mullet. He was short, even for a radio DJ. I felt my good mood evaporate as the lift whined into action, and my stomach seemed to drop. "Oh, yeah, of course," I said. "You're here to do my show, aren't you?" "Ah, just half," he said. "Maybe." "Well, don't forget to apply for overtime." "Ah, yeah." "Where the fuck have you been?" "Talking to a man about a fucking death threat," I told station manager Debbie, throwing myself into a couch. The couch was a pale mauve oval carpet away from her ash and chrome desk, where producer Phil and Guy Bullen, Mouth Corp's legal geezer, were sitting. "Hi, Phil. Guy. I didn't say you could sit over there." "Good, Debbie, because I didn't fucking ask to." The sofa was big and plump and cerise, without actually looking like a pair of lips. It smelled very new. "What's this about a death threat?" Phil asked quickly. "It's been resolved. It was all a hideous mistake, an overreaction. I know what it was all about, and it's almost certainly been taken care of." Phil and Bullen looked at each other. Bullen cleared his throat. "You met whoever it was who's been behind all this?" "It was an organisational thing, Guy. I met the guy whose desk this landed on after people below him didn't get the results they'd wanted, and arguably took it all too far." "Who was it? Who is it?" Phil asked. "Can't tell you," I said. "Sworn to secrecy." "Is this—" Bullen began. "Can I just point out that we've a decision to make about a radio show due to start in 20 minutes? Debbie said loudly, swinging our attention back to her. "Debs," I said. "The breaking news Loss and Brearley thing. I'm denying everything. It didn't happen at all. It's a lie. They made it up." I looked at Bullen and smiled. "That's the line I'm taking." He nodded, then smiled too, uncertainly. "But you have been charged," Debbie said. "We can take you off air." "I know. So, going to?" Debbie looked at me as though I'd just crapped on her new couch. Her desk phone wobbled. She glared at it, grabbed it. "Don't you fucking understand English? I said no." Her eyes closed, and she put a hand to her brow, making her glasses slip down her nose. "Yes, of course. Sorry, Lena. Put 'em on." Each of us chaps looked at the other two. Debbie drew herself up in her seat. "Sir Jamie." Chumbawamba and tub-thumping. Good to hear the old signature tune all the way through there. Bit of comfort music in these trying times, don't you think, Phil? Knock people down and they just jolly well get back up again. Phil agreed. Miss Nutter, Mr. Prescott, and I would all agree. But what makes you mention knocking people down, Phil? "Oh, nothing." Phil waved a hand airily. "Just the lyrics of the song." "Splendid. Time for some vitally important advertisements. Back in a mo if we haven't been removed in the meantime for gross moral turpitude. Back, in fact, with Iain Bury and the Blockheads and Hit Me With Your Rhythm Stick. Just kidding. It's actually corner shop and lessons learned from Rocky 1 to Rocky 3. Stop that, Phil! I FX'd the squeaky noise for Phil's head shaking. "What are you like?" he sighed. "Just keeping things topical, Phil. I despair." I laughed. "Yeah, I know, it sounds pretty crap now, but just wait till later. It won't even be pretty. Hit the ad cart, Ken. It are hitted." We both sat back and put our cans round our necks as the ads played. "So far, so good," Phil said. "Getting away with it," I agreed. "All my life." Phil glanced up at the portrait of Sir Jamie on the wall. Wonder if himself's listening in on the internet feed. Sir Jamie had called station manager Debbie from the archipelago he owned in the Caribbean. He'd just heard about the press getting hold of the breaking news story and called to say he thought it was vitally important that I should do my show unless the station had no legal choice but to pull it. I did believe it was the first time I'd actually felt a mild glow of affection for the man. He'd even had Debbie pass me the phone and spoken a few words to me. He told me he was right behind me, 110%. I can only hope and trust, I told Phil, that I am living up to the faith placed in me by our dear owner. What the fuck were you doing trying to get hold of Robe? Oh, come on, guess. I told you not to. I told you to leave it. I was desperate. But listen, it's all right now. It's not all right. It is. He wouldn't sell me, wouldn't even meet up, and thought you were a cop, didn't he? Thought you was filth trying to set him up. I did kind of get that impression, but now he's giving me grief because you got his number from me. From me mum, Kenneth. From me mum. I'm not amused. Ed, I'm sorry. I was scared and I panicked. But I really am sorry. So you should be. But I don't need the article in question anymore. That's the good news. You don't? Why not? It turns out it was something of a misunderstanding. I met with somebody who's in the process of resolving the matter. You're sounding like an accountant. Has somebody got a gun to your head now? I think it's going to be all right. Almost certainly. Right. So now you only got to worry about fascist book boys coming round in the middle of the night and kicking your head in retaliation for thumping this Holocaust geezer on the telly. Oh, you've heard. Of course I've heard. You're in the Standard, mate. Really? Which page? What, you haven't got one? Not yet. I'll get one. Which page? 5. Above the folder below. The what? The middle of the page. It doesn't matter so much in a tabloid, but you've got a whole page, mate. Well, apart from an advert for cheap flights. The whole page? Wow. Says they reckon you did it because you was under such stress from having a death threat made against you and being kidnapped and stuff. What? Well, yeah. Fending off journalists became a game for that week. But the crowd shrank rapidly until by the Thursday I got to work completely unmolested. I got it into my head that Seal would be listening that day, and that there would be a package and a phone call from her. But nothing. That left Friday. There had to be something from Seal on the Friday. Otherwise she'd forget what I looked like. She'd find somebody else. Jeez, suppose she already had. The Friday show ended. No package. I felt utterly depressed. I was walking along the corridor to the office when my phone vibrated. Yes! Shit. My lawyer again. Maggie, I said, sighing. Good news. Lawson's dropped the charges. You're kidding? No. He had some backers who were going to bankroll him in any resulting civil action, and I think they decided if they saw it through they'd just give you a platform and let you make the point you're so obviously trying to make. So they've pulled the plug. You fucking beauty. Brilliant! Maggie, thanks for everything you've done. I appreciate it. I really do. That's incredible. Yes, well, the bill will be in the post, but for what it's worth, congratulations. It was nice to meet you, Ken. Likewise, Mags. Superb job. Okay, enjoy the champagne. Damn right. Craig! Brilliant! I've been trying to get you. Ken. I was standing outside the Bow. Behind me, the pub's CD box was playing Outcast's Miss Jackson. We'd persuaded landlady Clara to turn the volume up to levels commensurate with serious celebration. I got off! I yelled into the mobile. Lawson fucking brilliantly caved in. Isn't that fucking brilliant? I'm very happy for you. His voice chilled me. Craig, what's wrong? Well, the good news is that Emma and I are getting back together. Yeah, well, that is fucking superb. Yeah, Craig said. The bad news is that we had a sort of clearing of the decks about our other relationships. Uh-oh, I thought. Uh-huh, I said. I had 1 or 2 episodes to report. Yeah, I said, suddenly cold. Emma had 1 or 2 little dalliances to put on the table too. And one, just a one-night thing. She didn't want to tell me who with. But after a bit, well, eventually, I just realized who it had to be. Ken. There was a long pause. Yes, I said. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, 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 oh, fuck. It was you. Yes, it was me. A long pause. Well, come on, Ken, Craig said softly. How do you think that makes me feel? I took a deep breath and released it. It was just something that happened, Craig, not something we planned. It was one of those comforting things. Just got a bit beyond, well, you know. No, I don't know, Ken, Craig said. The only time I was in a remotely similar situation. Like a mug, I agreed with Joe that it wasn't worth jeopardizing our relationships with you for a quick shag. Craig, for God's sake, man, I'm sorry. I never wanted you to get hurt. I so did not want you or Emma to get hurt. It just happened. It was one of those things. Oh, Jesus, listen to me. One of those things. Was that really the best I could do? God, man, it wasn't me getting one over on you. It was just trying to be a friend to Em, to help her through what she was going through. It was all tears and, well, you know, drink had been taken, and so there were a lot of tears and hugs and and you fucked my wife, Ken. I closed my eyes. No, I said. No, that just isn't what it was all about. Two people who'd known each other and been friends and had somebody in common that they loved or had loved and still loved. Two people like that were together, and one was very lonely and vulnerable and needed a shoulder to cry on, and the other was a bit lonely too and was so glad to be able to offer some support and flattered that the other person felt comforted being held and hugged and shushed by him, and neither of them could stop just a sort of natural response happening when they held each other, and it was just that. It was not about fucking my wife, Ken. No, it wasn't, Craig. I did not want to hurt you or her, and I'm so sorry I have. I paused. I mean it. The sad thing is, Ken, you probably do mean it. Look, could you just leave us for a bit? Just the two of us. We need time to settle in together. Know what I mean? I wanted to be sick. Sure. Yes, of course. Yeah, of course. I found I'd bitten my lip. I could taste blood. I hope you're both really happy. I hope it all works out. I really do. Yeah, well, thanks for being honest, at least. I'm glad your court thing came out well. Yeah, thanks, yeah. Goodbye, Ken. And, oh Christ, just the way he said that. I felt tears on my cheeks as I said, bye, Craig. The phone clicked off. Eventually I wiped my nose and dabbed my cheeks, squared my shoulders, and went back to the bow. Pints, whiskies, a cigar. I bumped into an ad creative I knew and scored some reasonable quality coke off him to sober myself up a little, but I spilled most of it on the toilet floor. I didn't remember leaving. All I remembered was getting home to the Temple Bell and standing on the deck, looking out at the waters and deciding that it was absolutely necessary that I phone Seal. I'd just escaped a court case, and I might have lost one of my two best friends, and I needed to talk to her, badly. I had to use both hands on the phone and keep one eye closed, but I found my way to location 96 and immediately hit OK when it said call number. And then I heard her voice. It was recorded, but it was her. I found my eyes filling with tears. A message. I could leave a message. Ha! Dirty, why not? Maybe she'd like that. Oh, lady, I want to fuck you so much, I said, slurring. It's been far too long, Seal. And that's not just my cock I'm talking about. Please get in touch. I need you. I miss you so much. Love you. Night. Night, Seal. Oh, it's me, Ken. Ken the naughty. Ha! Night, night, night. Night, Seal. Love you. Want to fuck you. Night, night. Some bit of my brain must still have been working, because when I woke to the light of morning it was not just to a total bastard of a hangover, but to the full, awful, blood-draining, bowel-loosening, heart-constricting realization of what I'd done. Oh dear holy fucking Christ almighty. Fuck upon total fuck to the power of fuck. I hadn't had it. Oh dear God, let it be a dream. Let it be a nightmare. Let it not have happened. I fell off the bed, still fully clothed. The phone wasn't in its little holster on my hip. I looked around. Where the hell was it? Oh my God, oh my God. I had to find the little fucker. I had to make sure that what I was terrified I had done, I hadn't really done. Oh fucking hell, they could be on their way now. They'd have the 2 seats set up. The big blonde guy would be looking forward to the sound and feel of knees bending the wrong way and snapping. Then they'd castrate me. Then they'd torture me to death. Oh, but dear God, Seal, what would Mariel do to her for what she'd done with me? I turned the living room upside down. I threw cushions, lifted rugs. This had to be a dream. This had to be a nightmare. My heart was probably about to stop out of sheer horror. I had to wake up. I really did. I stumbled into the bathroom, turned on the cold tap, and splashed my face, staring at myself in the mirror, at the white, terror-struck face of a man who was not going to wake up from his nightmare because it was the worst sort of nightmare, the kind that's real, the kind you can die from, but never wake from. I looked down at the shelf above the sink. The phone was there. I grabbed it. But it was dead. No power. I screamed at it. No words. Just a scream. Yes, scream, I thought. Get in some practice for later. Seal. I had to phone her. I ran out, put the phone into the recharging unit, and lifted the boat's own landline phone. I called her mobile number, the number I knew by heart. Oh, please be there. Please have it switched on. No, please don't be there at your house. Please be somewhere else, anywhere else, somewhere you can run, hide, get away from him. Oh, sweet Jesus Christ, answer, Seal, answer. Hello? Celia, hi, it's Ken. Ken, no, listen, I've done something really unbelievably stupid. You need to get away. You need to run. Yes, she said calmly. I'm in Scotland. Scotland? I yelped. But then that was good. Anywhere away from London was good. Unless she was with him. Unless she was with him and he was going to access that answering machine remotely from wherever they were in Scotland. Oh, shit. You're breaking up, I'm afraid, she lied. I'll call you back when I've got a clear... Oh, no, gone. Well, I heard her say to somebody else. That was unusual. And she was gone. I picked up the mobile, hoping it had recharged sufficiently. No. I sat down, shaking. Seal was alive, in Scotland. She'd had a warning of sorts, and she was going to call back when she wasn't with whomever she was with. Maybe Mariel was with her. Maybe, probably, they were away for the whole weekend. That gave me a day and a half to do something. What could I do? Burn their house down? Break in? Set fire to the fucking place. When the fire brigade came, ring them just beforehand, but not the police. Let them break down the door and then go in with them. Pretend to be a plainclothes corp or from special branch, or find a fancy dress shop and hire a police uniform. Oh, please, let it still not have happened. Please let it be a really vivid false memory syndrome thing. I felt sick. I felt really sick. I got up and stumbled to the loo. 10 minutes later, still getting the occasional dry heave, I tried the mobile again. I had to rest it on my lap so that I could hit the right buttons. I started crying with the awkwardness and the hopelessness of it all. The little phone buzzed awake on my thigh. It only had a single bar of battery capacity showing, but that was all I'd need. Just keep going for a minute or two, you little piece of shit. You could have fucking died on me last night before I made the call that might get me tortured and killed, and my beloved too, you silvery button turd. Okay, last call's made. Select. Okay. Here we go. I stared at the number. Call? Said the little bit of script at the bottom of the screen. No. No, I don't fucking want to call it again, you worthless, stupid piece of crap. I want to undo. I want to press F1 or go to the relevant menu with a mouse arrow and undo, totally fucking undo what I did last night. I closed the phone. Maybe he wouldn't guess who it was. I'd said it was Ken. I remembered that, I thought. But maybe he wouldn't think to link that drunken Ken with the guy he'd met once in the courtyard of Somerset House. Oh, shit. I was a fucking radio DJ. I was proud I had a distinctive voice. Even if Mariel didn't ever listen to this show and had missed my high TV and radio presence over the last few weeks, somebody he knew would recognize me. And anyway, I didn't bar my mobile phone number. His answering machine would have remembered the number the way they all did. Yeah, right. But even if he had the number, how would he know it was mine? I hadn't given him my number. He couldn't. Yes, and of course, as a big crime lord, he'd have absolutely no way of finding who a mobile number belonged to. Of course he would. I know, I thought. He owed me a favour. Muriel. He'd said to call him if there was ever a favour he could do for me. I'd phone and phone and phone until I got an answer. Or go over there and slip a note through the door. Ask him to just not listen to his messages as a favour to me. Just trust me. Heavens, yes, that was bound to work. And O.J. was innocent, and Al McGrahy was guilty. Phone now, I thought, and find out if the fucking answering machine was still switched on. Why hadn't I thought of that first? Because I was still drunk, hungover, and panicking under the influence of the most catastrophically fuckwittish mistake ever made in the long history of catastrophically fuckwittish mistakes. I reached for the landline, and I took 3 attempts to press the number into the phone. My hands were shaking so much. Seal's voice recorded. Her beautiful, clear, calm, perfect voice. Leave a message after the tone. Then a series of beeps signifying the message or messages already left. Mine. Mine was there. That dirty, drunken, rambling shite being spooled past right now. Then the beep. I didn't leave another message. I put the phone down. So, probably, nobody had listened to the message. The worst had not yet happened. The landline phone rang. Kenneth. It was her. Thank fuck. Her. Still alive. Still not screaming in agony. Still able to talk. Now able to talk. What's wrong? I told her. In all my life, and there might not be much more of it to come, I had never known anybody stay so calm in the face of a disaster as utter and unmitigated. She just asked a couple of sensible, measured questions to clear up some of the holes I'd left in my semi-hysterical account of what had happened. Then I heard her sigh. Right, she said. Well, I'm in Scotland, staying with some friends near Inverness. John is caving in the Peak District. He's due back tonight or tomorrow. Tonight? Oh, Jesus Christ! I ran a hand over my face. Can you access the messages on your answering machine from outside, from a different phone? No. John specifically did not want one which could do that. Right. Bien, I can claim an emergency and ask to be run straight back to the airport. I'll get on the next flight. I can get home before him, wipe the tape. Oh, please, yes, please, please. I'd better let my host know. I heard her exhale. I'll call you back as soon as I know what's happening. Seal. What? I love you. This time it was an intaken breath. Yes, she said. Well, talk to you soon. And off. Bless that smart, sexy, wonderful, gorgeous, fantastic woman. She might never talk to me again. She might write me out of her life forevermore and curse me ritually every night before she went to sleep for the rest of her hopefully long life, for the ignorant scumbag dickhead that I so surely was. But at least she'd be alive to do it. At least we'd both live. Seal rang back 40 minutes later with the news that Inverness Airport was out of action for the day. Fog-bound. You have to run, I said. That's all we can do. Run, or Seal... No, she said crisply. I'll find out when there's a flight next to London from Aberdeen, Edinburgh or Glasgow, then hire a car to whichever one. I'll charter a plane or helicopter if I can. The timing will be tighter, but it ought still to be possible. But there is another possibility. You could get into the house. How? Is there anybody in the house? No. The staff have the weekend off, and there's a key in the back garden, inside an artificial stone. There is? This sounded a bit low rent and risky for such a posh address. Yes. Then once you're inside, you'll have to switch the alarm off. I'll give you the number for that. However, there is a problem. Shit, what? Getting into the back garden from the lane. There's a high wall. So what's the point of... There's a garage off the lane. You're supposed to be able to get into the garage with the remote control in the car and then use the spare key. Or there's an ordinary door, but it's locked too. Right, okay. How high is the wall? 3 meters, perhaps 3.5. Any razor wire or anything? No. Okay, I think I can get into the back garden. I suppose it's overlooked by other... Yes, but it's usually quiet. It's a dead end off the mews further down. This artificial stone, how do I find it? Counting from the rear wall of the garage, there are 2 lanterns on the west garden wall, then the third one. The stone with the key inside is directly under the third lantern and 2 stones out from the wall. Once you see it, it looks almost obvious. I rubbed a hand over the back of my neck. All this was just what I needed in the condition I was in. What about the alarm? Is it linked to a security firm HQ or anything? Yes, and to the local police station. The local police station? Really? You might be surprised at the arrangements John has with the Metropolitan Police, Kenneth. Yeah, I dare say I might, I agreed. What about surveillance cameras? No. Well, none that I know of. Here's the alarm code. OK. I lifted Mario's card, which I'd used futilely to check the landline number. Go. I wrote the code down on the back of Mario's card, then repeated it. And where is the answering machine? It's in John's study, on the first floor. Oh, now what? The study might be locked. It's a gun room, too. It's supposed to be locked. A gun? Jeez. Right. So, if it is, then what? I have a key in my bedroom. That's on the second floor. John doesn't know about it. You'll have to go there first if the study door is locked. Seal's bedroom. I'd fantasized about something like this for months, but not exactly in these circumstances. OK. Where's the key? In my bathroom. There is a cabinet above the sink, inside the box of tampons. Smart thinking, I guessed. Right. When you get to the answering machine, you wipe the tape by pressing function and then clear. Got that? Function and clear. OK. Please be careful, Kenneth. Oh, I will. I put the phone down. I wasn't shaking so much now. I drank some water. At least we had a plan of campaign. At least I had something I could do, rather than just wait for Celia to come and fix things.
End of Disc 4. Disc 5.
Ascot Square was quiet. The Marios lived in number 11, near the centre of the imposing 4 stories plus basement terrace. No obvious signs of life at number 11. Tall limes and beeches in the private gardens in the centre of the square. I drove on through into Chester Square. I parked in a residents-only space for a couple of minutes, climbing into the back of the landy and pulling on my overalls. I'd got them when I bought the landy, thinking I'd do my own repairs, and a size too small. My shirt sleeves and the bottom of my 501s protruded from the green overalls by a good 2 or 3 centimetres. Great. So now I looked stupid as well as villainous. I had an old Sony Music Awards baseball cap. I put that on too. Sunglasses from the cubby box between the front seats. Gloves. Of course I needed gloves. I was going to break into a house. I didn't want to go leaving fingerprints all over the fucking place. I had some somewhere. I rummaged behind the bench seats on either side, feeling down between the seat cushions and the backrests. Blimey, you could hide a complete fucking toolkit along there. Gloves. Got them. They were thick, padded things for pulling out bramble bushes, not at all the sort of fine, thin things you'd want for the delicate business of letting yourself into somebody else's house, but shit, they just have to do. I jumped back into the front and set off again, back past Ascot Square proper and round into the mews behind it on the south side. Lots of close-packed but very expensive mews properties with differing treatments of the old architecture. A jumbled variety of windows, large and small, balconies, awnings and outside steps. Lots of plants, too, hanging baskets, big pot plants and trailing vines. I drove on past the mews cottages into the last part of the lane where the garages and tall garden walls began. There was a number 11 on the gleaming green pedestrian door that gave out onto the lane beside the equally fresh-painted garage doors. I killed the engine, got out, climbed onto the roof via the front bumper and bonnet. Then I jumped up onto the rounded top of the tall stone wall. Japanese garden, raked gravel forming dry round lakelets, with big smooth boulders forming islands in the frozen ripples of greyness. Small, tightly clipped bushes and shrubs. A still pool with another big boulder. Decking under green awnings. Something about its calm organization told me this was Celia's garden more than her husband's. I was going to have to drop the whole way into more gravel. It was easily 3.5 meters. I swung one leg over, then the other, and let myself dangle as far to the ground as I could. In Scotland, we'd called this dreeping. I had no idea what it was called down here. I dropped to the gravel bed, rolled, and didn't break anything. I'd have to do some remedial work on the gravel bedwork with a rake, though. I looked up at the wall. I'd worry about getting out again later. My phone went as I was walking up the path towards the stone with the key inside. Seal. "I'm in the back garden," I said. "Good." I phoned the weather centre. The Peak District has had more rain than expected overnight. I think it's very likely he will be back later today. Oh, shit. What about you? Aberdeen is out. It's a 3 or 4 hour drive to Edinburgh or Glasgow. I'm trying to arrange a charter from a smaller airport closer to here, but it's not proving easy. Hold on. I stooped to the stones. The thick gloves meant I took a couple of attempts, but after some muttered curses I was able to announce, "I've got the key." But the door in the garden wall, back into the mews, where would I find the key for that? To the left of the back door in the utility room, looking out. It has a green plastic tag. Can I lock the door without it? I'm trying to get out without having to climb the wall. Yes. Open the door, put the key back, put the little button down on the lock, and then close the door from outside. That will do it. Don't forget to put the house back door key back inside the stone first. Christ, I said. Do I so not need all this with a serious fucking hangover? The back door swung closed and relocked. I walked quickly through the utility room, the kitchen, and along the hall. An insistent beeping noise was sounding from the far end, near the front door. I punched the code into the alarm unit. The noise stopped. My heart was thudding, my hands shaking. God, I was hot. I took off the stupid baseball cap and shoved it into a pocket. Something made me think that I should keep doing things while I thought of them, so I went to the back door, left it unlocked on the catch, and wedged with a welly boot while I went out to the garden and replaced the key inside the artificial stone. I closed the back door again. As I walked along to the foot of the stairs near the main door, I realized I seriously needed to visit the toilet, or I was going to soil myself. Partly, I guessed, it was the result of my colossal alcohol intake from the previous night, but partly it was simple fear. I recalled reading something about this, how burglars who left crap in the middle of their victims' carpets weren't necessarily just being shits themselves. They just couldn't help themselves. Breaking into somebody else's house was a scary thing to do. Most people would be scared shitless, and, as a rule, they weren't invading the privacy of fucking London crime lords. I started looking for a toilet upstairs. I could feel my bowels loosening. A muscle down there starting to spasm as I tried to hold things in. No loo here that I could see. Various sitting rooms and one locked door. Upstairs. I did a weird, knee-knocking sort of walk to the stairs leading up to the next story, then minced up the steps. Even as I got to the next floor, I was thinking running up here had been stupid. There must be a loo downstairs on the ground floor, where the kitchen and dining room would be. Too late now. I nearly fell as I went into a bedroom. Big, dark behind dark grey vertical blinds shielding 2 tall windows. There was a door to each side of the wide black and white bed. I pulled the left one open. A fucking dressing room. Jesus fucking Christ, couldn't these rich fuckers just have fucking wardrobes like fucking normal people? I hobbled round the bed, trying to keep my legs together and yet still walk, and actually putting my right hand to my backside, trying to press upwards, help keep things in. Christ, if this door didn't lead to a loo, I was going to shit my fucking pants. The door swung open, and I was looking straight at a beautiful white china loo with a rich dark wooden seat and lid. I quickly pulled both gloves off. My whimper of relief turned to a terrible keening of frustrated rage and despair as I had to tear at my stupid fucking undersize overalls before I could even get to my jeans and pants. I started shitting even before my backside hit the wooden rim of the toilet. It was a ghastly, splattery, and appallingly malodorous experience. Sitting back, for a few brief, fleeting moments, I let myself surf along the wave of animal relief surging through my body. Fucking hell, I breathed. Cleaning up took a while. I'd nearly finished when I realized that I'd just taken a seriously fucking rancid dump. in what looked like John Merrill's own bathroom. Flushing a couple of times extra and using a loo brush to make sure there were no marks left seemed like a good idea. I wiped every surface I'd touched down with loo paper, then flushed again. I left the place as I'd found it, apart from the smell. I found another large bedroom across the hall. This was all pale greens and blues, from ceiling and walls and carpets to the furniture and fittings. Bursts of tropical colour on the walls were provided by paintings of riotous jungle scenes, all profuse abstractions of flowers, leaves, sky and rocks, shot through with what looked like squadrons of parrots or cockatiels racing across the scenes, caught in blurs of chromatic chaos. Definitely Seal's room, I thought. The bathroom was on the opposite side to the room across the hall. I had to take the damn stupid big gloves off again. The Yale key was secured to the floor of the little box of tampons by a piece of double-sided tape. I put the tampons back and then did the wiping finger-touch surfaces bit again. I went down to the locked room on the first floor. It opened with the key, and I let it close behind me. The study was more old-fashioned than what I'd seen of the rest of the house. The big desk was unironic retro, and I couldn't see any sign of a gun safe, but I guessed it might be hidden. The answering machine was on its own little table near the door. I looked at it accusingly, as though this was all its fault. You see the trouble you've put me to, you nasty little piece of office beige shite. I moved towards it. That was when I heard the siren. It must have been on the fringes of my hearing for a couple of seconds. I'd been feeling a general unease, which seemed at odds with the fact I was now within sight of the thing I'd spent so much effort, angst, and sweat getting to. Then I realized. A siren. The emergency services. If you're driving, and providing you're not the sort of cack-brained bozo who can have a fucking 20-ton fire engine right behind him with its lights flaring and its sirens screaming and still not realize it's time to get the fuck out of the way, then you do still take notice when you hear a siren. Otherwise, you hear it, but you pay no attention unless it signifies something you're waiting for, or it keeps getting louder all the time until it gets very loud and then stops. I listened to the siren get closer and closer. Doppler, you fuck, I thought. Fucking Doppler, you fucking whooping arse on past. Don't stop. Don't pull up here in the mews or in the square outside. Keep on going. Let it be an emergency somewhere else. Let it be anything at all, but not a patrol car coming to check on a suspected break-in at the rear of Ascot Square. I stood there, staring at the answering machine, knowing that I should keep going, knowing that the sensible course of action was to keep doing what I was doing. Get at the tape. Wipe the fucker. But I couldn't. I had to hear what was going to happen with that damn siren. Go past. Go past. Oh, just fucking go past. Saint Doppler, I appeal to thee to intercede on my behalf. Oh, fuck off, what a load of fucking shite. Next I'd be appealing to the patron saint of atheists. The siren's note started to deepen. I let out a breath I must have been holding for a minute or more. A roaring noise in my ears began to fade, and the room took on more colour and stopped looking like the view down a pipe. Jeez, I must have been close to blacking out there. I walked over to the skinny table in the answering machine. It had a little black-on-green LCD display, which was in message counter mode at the moment. 5 messages. I was still staring at the machine when it rang. "Fuck!" I screamed. Then, "You fucking bastarding little cunt!" At the time, this seemed only reasonable. The machine clicked after 4 rings. "There's nobody here right now," Seal's calm, beautiful voice said. "Yes, there fucking is!" I screamed hoarsely, shaking my fists in front of my chest. "Please leave a message after the tone." "No!" I yelled. "Don't fucking bother! Whoever the fuck you are, just fucking fuck off!" Another click and a hum as the machine's tape wound itself forward. Then, hello, yes, my name is Sam. I'm calling on behalf of BT. We'd just like to check that you know of our latest offers for domestic customers. I'll call again at a later time and hope to discuss these offers with you. Thank you, and goodbye. Fuck off! I screamed as the phone clicked again and the tape started to wind itself back. Fucking typical, I thought. Go X-Directory because you're fed up getting junk calls from fucking double-glazing salespeople, and what happens? You get fucking junk calls from B-fucking-T. At least I ought to find it reassuring that even metropolitan crime lords weren't immune from that sort of shit. When the machine had gone quiet again, I carefully identified the function and clear buttons. I pressed 1. The display asked, "Clear all messages?" I pressed the second button. Nothing happened. Actually, something had happened. The display now read, "No messages." But there was no more clicking, no humming, no other sounds at all. Was that it? That didn't seem right. Shouldn't it wind forwards and wipe the tape after Seal's introduction? I guess not. It would just forget about the messages sitting there already recorded, and record over them when there was another incoming call. Was that good enough? The message I'd left was still there. If you took the microcassette out of the answering machine and put it in an ordinary dictation machine, you'd still hear what I'd said. I couldn't decide what to do. In theory, it was all fixed now, mission accomplished, definitely time to get the fuck. But the message was still there. Was it worth the risk of leaving it there, even though it wasn't likely that anybody would take the necessary steps to access it? I took off my glove again, got out my mobile and started walking to the door. I'd call the fucking answering machine myself and just leave a soundless call that would last long enough to overwrite my incriminating message from last night. Maybe not soundless. Maybe the machine would sense that and switch off. I'd rub my hand over the microphone on the mobile so it would pick up some sound and lay that down on the tape. First, though, I had to set up my mobile to ban its caller ID on the next outgoing call. I pressed menu as I opened the door to the first floor hall. I walked towards the stairs to the ground floor. Phone book. Okay. I got to the top of the stairs. Oh, Jesus. I hadn't locked the fucking study. I turned back. No, wait. The study's Yale had locked itself. I didn't need to actively lock the damn thing. I got to the top of the stairs again. Call-related features. Okay. Fuck. I had to put the key back in Seal's bathroom. I turned round to head for the stairs leading up. Show battery meter. No. Next. Restrict my phone number. Okay. I walked upstairs. At last. Okay. Crossing Seal's bedroom, I clicked back until I could make a call, then rang the number here. I still jumped when the landline extension in the bedroom rang. There were no beeps in between, just the tone, immediately. I held the mobile clumsily in my gloved left hand and rubbed it with my thumb while I closed the cabinet and wiped it with the paper hanky again. I was closing Seal's bedroom door and still enthusiastically rubbing the phone's mic with the glove fabric when, distantly, down the stairwell, 2 stories below, I heard the sound of the front door opening. I froze. No. Not happening. Not happening. No happening of such like thing. Just fucking like no. "Celia?" said a voice. My bowels suddenly felt like there was unfinished business needing attention in there. Oh my God. It was him. Oh fucking hell. Now what was I supposed to do? "Celia!" Again. Louder. "Maria?" I took a couple of steps back to Celia's bedroom door. I'd take sanctuary there. It was right. The natural place. My love's inner sanctum. Well, that was a load of bollocks. Assuming that was him, and he was looking for her, where would be the first place he'd try? Well, yes, Kenneth. I stepped farther back, to another door. I could hear footsteps down below. The door led to a shallow cupboard. Not enough room to hide in. That was it. There was his room, hers, and to access any others, I'd have to walk past the stairwell and be visible from below for a certain amount of time. The footsteps were hard to make out. Was that somebody walking up the stairs to the floor below, or somebody walking along the hall on the ground floor? I gripped the mobile so hard I was in danger of breaking it. My jaw was grinding like I'd taken 20E an hour earlier. It felt like I was right slap bang on the verge of a heart attack. Sweat was trickling from my brows. I could taste it on my upper lip. Jesus Christ. I'd been on the piss from mid-afternoon yesterday. Slept in my clothes. Got up without changing or washing. Suffered at least one full-on panic attack per hour since I woke up. And now I was sweating like a paedophile in mothercare. Even if I found the perfect hiding place, the fucker was going to smell me. I walked as fast as possible past the stairwell towards the rooms at the front of the house. 3 doors ahead, one to the side. That one led to another, narrower staircase heading steeply for what would have been the servants' or the children's rooms when the house was designed. I closed it. Central door. Another cupboard. Not as shallow as the one along the landing, but nowhere to hide if he did look in. Right-hand door. Jesus. Was this his bedroom? Big enough. Maybe the one opposite hers was somebody else's, the bodyguard, the big blonde guy. The third door revealed a gym. A very well-equipped gym, with a polished blonde wood floor and lots of machines. 2 more tall windows and translucent vertical blinds. There were footsteps coming up the stairs. I was starting to hyperventilate. I slipped into the gym. Heck, the smell of stale sweat might even be less conspicuous in here. I still needed somewhere to hide. 2 more doors. The first led to another ensuite. The second belonged to a large, deep cupboard. Oh, shit. I could hear somebody out on the landing. The cupboard held old bits of fitness equipment, plus various items of sports gear, including some scuba apparatus. This would have to do. I closed the door and made my way through the darkness as rapidly as I could, barking a hand on something hard and metallic. When I hit the rear wall, I got into a corner and squatted down. A door opened. Was it the door to the gym? Oh, fuck. If Muriel had just come back from caving, what was he likely to do? Put the gear away. Where would he come straight to? Right here where Mr. Fuckwit was hiding. Steps. A tread coming closer. Shoes on polished wood. Oh, fucking hell. I wanted to cry. I was going to cry. I put my head down, bowing to the darkness. Maybe he was walking upstairs. Maybe the door to the cupboard opened. Light sensed through the eyelids. I stopped breathing. How long? What would happen? Would he smell me? Would he see me? Oh, fuck. I was going to lose control of my bowels again. Something clattered, making the floor under my backside thump. I came very close to both jumping and yelping. Then the door closed and the light went. Steps sounded going away again. I breathed again. "Yes, Celia," I heard him say. "I'm home. Yes, there was too much rain, but listen. The alarm wasn't on when I got in." "Of course I'm sure," he said. "Don't ask stupid questions. I don't even have Kai here with me. So were you last out or what? Well, somebody forgot to set the fucking alarm, Celia. Or just fucking leave her alone, you fuck. Maybe if I rushed the bastard and smacked him over the head with something heavy. Kill the fucker, murder the man. He was a fucking people-smuggling, life-ruining, knee-snapping crime lord, for fuck's sake. I'd be doing society a favour. Then Seal and I could run away together. Or, better still, say, just hide here in the darkness and hope. Well, I'm calling Kai. Get him to have a look at the alarm. I'm going to take a look around. Make sure there's nobody in here. It's not being paranoid, Celia. I'm not taking a shower thinking there could be some smackhead on the loose in here looking for your jewels or something. No, I don't want to know how your weekend is going. Do what you want." There was a soft snapping noise, like a phone being closed, perhaps. Then steps, a pause, more steps, a door opening off the room, then closing, then another door, and then silence. I looked carefully through the keyhole. Nobody in the room. I wedged myself against the wall and dialed Celia's mobile number. "Yes? I'm in the cupboard in the gym," I whispered. "Can you hear me?" "Yes, I just had a call from John." "I know, I heard. Who's this Kai?" "John's bodyguard, Swedish. You've met him at Somerset House." "Oh, fuck." "Have you cleared the tape?" "Thoroughly." "Get out, quickly as you can." That was my intention. He said he'd have a look around and call Kai to get him over. Also, he might have a shower. If he does, you should hear it. It's a power shower, and it makes a fair amount of noise. Why don't I phone him again? I can try to find out what he's going to do, and I might even try to convince him he should go out until Kai gets there. "Good idea," I said. "Call me back." "All right. Be ready to move." Seal rang off. I was about to close the phone when the display faded of its own accord. Oh, no. Out of power. I supposed I'd been lucky to get what I had out of it after such a short charge-up time this morning. I sighed. A surprisingly large part of my brain really did seem to want to do nothing. Staying here in the darkness and hiding quietly seemed like a seductively good idea. No. Out. Get the fuck out. Now. Get back to the door. Look through the keyhole. Confirm nothing happening and nobody there. Take hold of the door handle. Twist handle and slowly open door. Rise. Feel knees complain, as though they're anticipating what might happen to them later if this all goes horribly wrong. Take a deep breath. Close door again. Walk quietly to door of gym. No keyhole, so can't look out to hall. Stop and listen. Footsteps outside in the hall. Coming closer. I shrank back behind the door. The footsteps went past. A door closed and locked. When the pump started up, I jumped. It sounded like it was just through the wall from where I was standing. Okay, signal to go. I went quickly but quietly out into the hall, gently closed the door, and went along to the stairwell, treading on the sides of the steps to keep down any creaking noises. I was right at the bottom stair when I heard the sound of a key in the front door's lock. There was no time to dash back upstairs or get to the kitchen. There was maybe just enough time to get to the door to the right of the main door. I lunged for it, leaping from the bottom stair, grabbing the handle, and pulling the door open to fall into a cloakroom as I hauled the door closed an instant before I heard the front door open. I was panting, close to wheezing, worried that I was going to make so much noise that whoever it was, Kai probably, would hear me. The front door closed. "Boss," a deep male voice boomed. "John?" Then silence. I crouched down, behind and underneath the thickest clump of coats. The door opened. Oh God, this is it. All I could see, as I was buried under and behind the coats, were two very large Timberland boots and the broad shins of a pair of jeans. There was a swishing noise, the sound of fabric on fabric. Then the door closed. I stayed where I was. Give the big blonde bastard time to do a double take. "Just a minute. Whose were those shoes that I saw you there?" Then I heard footsteps going rapidly upstairs. My legs almost collapsed under me. I was a meter from escape. I'd used the front door, and the hell with getting out the way I came in. Thank fuck I'd replaced the key earlier. No keyhole here. I risked cracking the door and looked out. Nobody about. The door opened and closed almost silently. Upstairs, a door closed. The front door swung open without a sound, and I went out. The fresh, cool air of a bright winter's afternoon hit my face as I skipped down the steps, breathing deeply. It tasted like freedom. 2 left turns, and I was in the mews. There was nobody at the Land Rover. I got in and reversed out. I whooped and hollered most of the way back to the Temple Bell. I parked on a double yellow by a phone box on Buckingham Palace Road to phone Seal's mobile. Message service. I licked my lips, trying to think what to say. "It's all okay," I said. I blew a kiss at a parking warden already starting to take the landie's details. Then, when I got back to Chelsea Creek, for the second time in 12 hours, I collapsed onto the bed and was asleep in seconds. They came in the depths of the night and the bottom of the tide, when the whole ship was tilted, out of true and out of kilter, sloping away to one side on the dark slope of ancient mud where the smell of cold death rises from. The light clicked on. A tall, well-built white guy I didn't recognize was standing above me. Another big guy stood at the door, a large box just behind him. My right hand moved to my left wrist, where the Breitling was, but the first guy punched me hard in the belly, and the wind whooshed out of my lungs. He grabbed my wrist and tore the watch off my hand. Released, I curled up, gasping and mewling, and they bound me in that position, sticking silver gaffer tape over my mouth and tying my hands and ankles, then roping my neck to the four-way knot securing my wrists and ankles so that I was trussed into a fetal position. That way, I fitted into the foam-lined metal shell of a washing machine in the big cardboard box I'd glimpsed earlier. I heard the cardboard flaps slap down above me and the tearing noise of more gaffer tape being applied. Then I felt myself being lifted up the steps. I tried to move, tried to scream down my nose, tried to kick or punch or do anything, but all that happened was I produced a pathetic keening noise through my snotty nostrils. Oh God, oh fuck, oh shit. The very best I could hope for now was that this was still something to do with that wanker in his dangerous driving case. Maybe he had more villainous resources of his own than Mr. Glatz had credited him with. Except I didn't think so. It was all so fucking practiced. These fuckers had done this before. It was Muriel. I started to cry. All the things I'll never get to see. All the rants I'll never get to rant. There was one shaping up about context, about blindness, about selectivity, about racism, and our intense, our blank, glazed inability to accept and comprehend reality in the form of statistics. It's because there was a reliable source of statistic Phil discovered the other day, that every 24 hours, about 34,000 children die from the effects of poverty, from malnutrition and disease. 34,000. From a world that could feed and clothe and treat them all, with a workably different allocation of resources. The latest estimate is that 2,800 people died in the Twin Towers. So it's like that image, that ghastly, grey billowing double-barreled fall, repeated 12 times every single fucking day. 24 towers, one per hour, throughout each day and night, full of children. We feel for the people in the towers. We agree with almost any measure to stop it ever happening again, and so we should. But for the 34,000 each day, given our behaviour, you could be forgiven for thinking that most of us just don't give a damn. So, maybe not such a terrific world to be contemplating leaving. At least I said I loved Seal. I told her, in the conventional 3 words. That's something. It seems like a long time before the van stops. It feels like my heart is thrashing against my ribcage, desperate to escape. A rat in an already humming microwave. Sweat pours off me. Then I'm lifted, set down, and there's the sound of tape being ripped. The lid comes off, and a little light seeps in. I'm hoisted out easily by the 2 guys who had put me into the box. They undo the rope holding my neck down to my ankles and wrists, and cut a plastic tie holding my wrists and ankles together. I'm opened out like a penknife, and stand precariously between them, ankles still tied to each other and wrists the same. I'm in a big rectangular concrete tunnel. It's quite dark, lit only by a couple of armoured glass ceiling fixtures. Ahead, there are 2 wire mesh gates and distant ceiling lights forming a grid in a larger space beyond. The air smells dank and filthy. They drag me to the mesh gates and push them open. We're on a slight slope. Beyond, the slope disappears into darkness, black as night. Lights come on across the black gulf. The main beams of a car, blinding. The blackness is water. We splash into it, raising a smell of something dead and rotten. We get to where the car is. It's a big, dark, modern Bentley. By its offside, there is a little island of pallets arranged to provide a sort of crude pontoon above the shallow sheet of dark water. In the centre of the pallets, a single metal column comes down from the roof. There are 2 piles of bricks on each side of the column, about 60 centimetres high, bound to it with thick black insulating tape. A metre away, facing this, there is a single big plain wooden seat, sturdy and armless. When I see it, I try to struggle, but it's almost comically ineffective. The one who hit me before whacks me with one fist, crunching into my cheek. I lose it for a moment, and when I'm fully aware again, I'm already tied and taped into the seat, and they're just finishing taping my feet to the iron column. My heels are resting on the piles of bricks. When I'm unable to move much beyond a twitch, the driver's door of the Bentley opens, and John Merrill gets out. So there goes my last hope. I am here because of the message, because of Seal, and not because of some idiotic points-dodging scam. I shit myself. I just sit there and listen and feel, and then smell it all happen. Mr. Merrill wrinkles his nose. The shit fills my underpants. Nothing, I think. I'm to be spared nothing. The guy who hasn't hit me goes to Merrill and offers him the stuff they've taken off me. Merrill takes a large pair of latex gloves, puts them on over his black leather gloves, and then accepts the big Breitling, hefting it. He smiles. Nice watch. He hands it back to the guy. He tries to turn my phone on, but of course it's dead. Then he looks in my wallet, taking out my various credit cards and bits and pieces and inspecting them. He pauses at his own white calling card, the one I'd written on. From here, I can see the back of the card, where I wrote down the code Celia told me over the phone, the code that turns off the burglar alarm in the Merrill's house. I've been sitting here desperately trying to work out what to say, and I do have an idea, but it all depends on the fucker not looking at the back of that little white card. In that instant, I'm suddenly with Seal and an absurd entanglement theory. In one universe, Merrill flips the card over in his fingers and sees the alarm code written there. In the other, he just looks at the one already printed side, and that's all. Maybe I deserve what might happen here. I know I'm not a particularly good person, so maybe I'd have no real cause to complain if I'm made to suffer here. But nothing I've done deserves the death penalty, or even having my legs broken, does it? If only deserving something was all there was to it. Actually, it doesn't matter a damn. I'm in the realm of pure luck here, even if Seal's crazy ideas are true, which they just damn well aren't. So roll the dice. Let the universe do the fucking maths. Merrill slips the card back into my wallet, without looking at the other side. He hands everything back to the man in the overalls, then slowly removes his latex gloves and gives those to the guy, who comes and stands behind my shoulder again. Merrill says, "Take the tape off his mouth, would you, Alex?" The guy who's hit me twice so far does that. It hurts a bit. "Good evening, Kenneth," Merrill says. He sits on the wing of the Bentley. "Well, I expect you're wondering why I've invited you here this evening. This is probably meant to be funny." I keep on breathing, not willing to say anything. I look about the place, squint into the Bentley. At least there's no sign of Celia. "Do you like being underground, Kenneth?" Merrill asks. I don't think he really wants an answer, so I don't give him one. "I do," he says, smiling, looking around at the darkness. "I don't know. Just makes me feel safe. Yes, I like it here. Useful old place, this. Mr. Merrill," I say, voice quivering. "I honestly don't know why." Merrill raises one hand to me and looks towards the ramp I was brought down. Lights and the sound of a big car engine. A Range Rover trundles down the slope and into the water. It comes hissing slowly towards us on small, inky bow waves, then loops away into the darkness and comes back in again, stopping on the other side of the little pilot island from the Bentley. The Range Rover kills its lights. The air smells of exhaust. On the far side, the driver's door opens and Kai gets out. He comes splashing round, steps up onto the pallets, and puts one hand to the passenger's door handle. Mariel is watching me intently. I can feel it. I stare at the Range Rover's door. For as long as I can, I'm going to do what I can to protect her. That might not be very long, but it's all I can do, the only control over anything I have here. When the door opens and I see it's Celia, I look surprised, no more. I stare at her, then look round briefly at Mariel. Celia appears uninjured. She looks at Mariel, then Kai, still holding the door open for her. She steps out, wrinkling her nose at the smell. She's dressed in blue jeans, a thick red shirt, and a yellow and black hiking jacket. Hair down, spread, hiking boots. She looks calmly angry. "What did you think?" she starts to ask Mariel. Then she seems to see me properly for the first time. She frowns. That's Ken Knott, the DJ. She glares accusingly at Mariel. What the hell's he supposed to have done? The question ends on what is almost a laugh. Mariel stays where he is. Kai quietly closes the door of the Range Rover and stands beside Celia, with his hands folded over his crotch, bouncer style. "Let's ask him, shall we?" Mariel said, pleasantly. "So, Ken, why do you think you're here?" "Mr. Mariel," I say, "I don't know. I don't know what you think I've done, but—" Mariel shakes his head. "Ah, no, Ken. You see, you've started lying already now, haven't you?" He looks genuinely disappointed. "I thought you were always saying on your show how people had to be truthful. How they had to be truthful even when it hurt. But there you go, you see. The first proper answer we've had from you so far, and it's a flat lie, isn't it?" If, I stammer. I suck in a deep breath. "If I've done something you don't like, I'm sorry, Mr. Mariel. I really am." Mariel shrugs. "Well, everybody's sorry when they get caught, Kenneth. But I think you do know why you're here. Kai, you have Exhibit A, do you?" Kai nods and opens the Range Rover's rear door. "John," Celia says, "I don't know what's going on here, but I don't want to be a part of it. I want to go home, now." She sounds distinctly pissed off. "I'd like you to stay a while yet, Celia," Mariel says. "Indeed, I insist." Kai is holding an opened laptop computer. Celia narrows her eyes. "There had better be a very good reason for this, John. You've kept me away from this sort of thing until now. This changes things between us. You can't go back from this. I hope you realize what you're doing." Mariel just smiles. "Show Kenneth the evidence, would you, Kai?" Kai presses return and a big grey-blue window already open flickers into life. If I hadn't already crapped myself, I would know. It's the interior of the Mariel's house. Daylight. First floor. There's me, coming up the stairs and jerky, every few seconds, 2.5 slow-mo. The sort of thing you see on TV real-life crime programs when they're showing a recording of a raid on a bank. Looks like the shot is taken from the ceiling. The cameras are inside smoke sensors, Mariel tells me casually. Celia takes in a deep breath, puffing herself up. "You put surveillance in my home?" Celia says, rage overflowing. "How could you? How could you?" Meanwhile, on screen, I try various doors, then disappear upstairs. The clip switches to the next floor up, and me ascending the stairs. I go into the bedroom across from Celia's. "Okay, Kai," Mariel says softly. Kai closes the laptop. "So, Kenneth," Mariel says, "what were you doing in my house?" I look at him. "I was wiping the tape on your answering machine." "Were you now? And why would you want to do that?" "Because I left a message on it that I thought would get me into trouble if you heard it." I gulp. "What did the message say, Kenneth?" I honestly can't remember the exact words, I say. I was very drunk. I'd had a bit of an emotional sort of day, to be honest. A friend found out that I'd been seen as estranged wife, but I also discovered that I'd just got out of a court case. Obviously, I wouldn't have been stupid enough to have made the call if I hadn't been extremely drunk, but I was. What happened was that I'd found out from another of my friends what your profession was, what it involved. I felt angry that I'd played you, your wife, a record. I felt complicit, dirtied up. I called you to tell you this, and I got a little carried away. I called you things I would not call you to your face now, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Merrill nods slowly. And my wife? I may have referred to her as a gangster's moll or something. And so you thought you'd burgle my house, he said. I realised what I'd done when I woke up, so I called your house again. The answering machine was still on, so I guessed you were away for the weekend. I drove to your place, climbed into the garden from the roof of my Land Rover, found a key to the back door and one of those artificial stone things, realised the alarm wasn't switched on and thought, hey, the gods are with me here. Then I really needed to take a dump, so I started looking for a toilet. Then I went back down to the study, wiped the tape and... You're leaving my wife's bedroom out of all this, Muriel said. I can't help noticing. Celia glared at me. I'd thought earlier that if there was any sign that anybody had been in, then I should try to make it look like a robbery, I tell him. So I took a couple of rings from Mrs. Muriel's dressing table. After I'd got the tape cleared, I realised taking the rings would just draw attention to the fact that somebody had been in the house. So I went back and put them where I'd found them. I shrug as best I can. I'd never done this sort of thing before, Mr. Merrill. I'd talked to people. I knew about artificial stones and fake Campbell's soup tins and pretend main sockets for hiding valuables in, but I didn't think I'd get in and out without an alarm going. But it didn't matter. I was going to get in no matter what it took, because even if I was caught by the cops, it had to be less unpleasant than what would happen to me if you heard that answering machine tape. And if my friends in the Met had caught you, what were you going to claim was your purpose in breaking into my house? I shrug again. My first thought was to claim that I'd become obsessed with your wife. But then I thought you'd probably be pretty upset about that too, so I decided I'd claim that I just wanted to give you a taste of your own medicine, subjecting you to a crime. It didn't matter how stupid it sounded, as long as I got that tape wiped. But the study was locked, Kenneth, Muriel says reasonably. Just lie, I think. Trust to the graininess of the image and the big gloves I was wearing to obscure the fact I used a key. No, it wasn't, I tell him. The study was open. I stuck my head and caught a glimpse of the answering machine and kept going. It took about 2 seconds. I was desperate. I let my voice fall away. I was about to do what I've just done, for Christ's sake. I closed the door and kept on going. There are tears in my eyes. God, man, what I'm telling you is bad enough. What more could make it worse? Muriel looks from me to Celia. That's what I've been asking myself, Kenneth. He switches his gaze to Kai. That possible? What he just said? Kai shrugs massively. Perhaps. Muriel looks at me. The study was locked when I got back yesterday. Well, I don't know, I say, almost wailing. Maybe I put the snake down. Muriel looks puzzled. Scottish word, I say desperately. The catch thing on the lock inside the door. Anyway, I was about to leave when you came back, so I hid in the cupboard in the gym. I heard you on the phone to your wife, and then when you were shouting, I almost made it to the front door when... I gestured at Kai. When he came in. So I hid in the cloakroom. Once he'd gone upstairs, I just walked out. I let out a juddering breath. That's it. Whole truth. Nothing but. Mr. Merrill nods, and I realise then that there is just the hint of a chance. Because complicit in the conspiracy Seal and I are involved in here, attempting to deceive Mr. Merrill, there is, surprisingly, a third person, and that third person is Mr. Merrill himself. The man doesn't really want to find out he's been cuckolded. His own pride puts him on the same side as Seal and me. None of us wants him to know the truth. Merrill gets down from the Bentley, walks slowly over to me. He stops and looks at Celia. Maria was last out, apparently. I think we need a new maid. Celia's frown deepens. Merrill comes up to me. He sits down gently on my right knee. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Totally fucking wrong about all the above. Oh fuck. Here it comes. He smiles at me. This is on account, Kenneth, he says easily. Nothing compared to what will follow, I should think. But this is for me. For invading my privacy. He takes a good backswing and punches me hard in the balls. I'd forgotten how much it hurt. School playground last time this happened. I'd forgotten the lights, the nausea, the waves and waves of subtly differing types of pain that course through your body when this is done to you. Not being able to double up properly just makes it worse. I screamed, loud and high and shrill, then sucked and wheezed and gasped in the slowly ebbing aftermath. How fucking dare you, Celia said. Her voice sounded more menacing and cold than Merriall's had at any point so far. She was looking levelly, gravely at Merriall. How fucking dare you do that to him and make me watch it? She walked across the pallets towards Merriall and stopped a metre from her husband. You have no right to do that, she said. Her voice was shaking with controlled fury. You have no right to make me witness it. No right to make me part of it. No right to make yourself the law and me no better than one of your fucking thugs. I am not one of your fucking gang. Oh, for Christ's sake, he yelled back. What do you think buys your jewellery, your dresses, the holidays? I'm not stupid, Celia exploded. I know damn well I'm undue. I stupidly thought until tonight that I didn't get involved in this sort of thing in return for me staying with you, even though I know what you do, what you've become. Merriall shook his head. It was always like this, Seal. She clenched her fists in front of her, shaking her head. I did not marry this, she said, a sort of tumultuous control infecting her voice. I married a man who took me from a bad place and bad people and a bad thing inside myself. A man who made me feel protected as well as desired. She stood back. I will not stand for this, John. You've been having an affair, he told her quietly. What? She said. We have photographs. More video, he said. You have nothing, she said quietly. Nothing except paranoia. My girlfriends have boyfriends, husbands, brothers. Sometimes, when we meet, one of them will get there just before or just after me, before the others do. Don't think that a photograph of me sitting in Harvey Nicks with a man you don't know constitutes an affair. Leave those people out of your sordid imaginings. Merriall looked from her to me. Celia frowned, then glanced back at me. With him? She said, and laughed, and stopped laughing, looked serious. Mr. Knott, no offence, but I could do better. None taken, I managed to wheeze round the pane. Celia whirled round to face her husband again. Show me then. Show me what this evidence is. Merriall just smiled at her, but the smile was strained, and by then even I could see what she'd sensed instantly. He really didn't have any evidence on her. He'd been hoping to force a confession out of her with the accusation alone, if a confession had been due. I have been a faithful wife to you, Celia said in an utterly sure and certain voice. "I have always been faithful to you," she said, her voice breaking. And sitting there, right then, God damn it, even I believed her. Part of me found the time to wonder how the hell she was doing this. And that was when it occurred to me that Seal's patently lunatic ideas about entanglement were making a real and crucial difference here. Maybe at this moment she genuinely believed that she had been a faithful wife, because in that other reality she claimed to be linked to, she actually was. She was speaking not so much for herself, but for the Celia on the other side of that divide. The Celia who was a perfectly, unimpeachably good wife who had never cheated. The Celia who could rightly claim, as she just had, that she had always been faithful to her husband. "Can you say the same to me, John?" Her voice was as sad as the sound of earth hitting a tiny coffin. Mariel met her gaze. "Of course I can say it, Celia." "Do not treat me like a fool, John," Celia said, and her voice was like the voice a glacier would have if it could speak. Mariel cleared his throat. I want a divorce, John," she said. Fucking bombshell, just like that. Mariel blinked. "I don't think here is really—" "We talk about it here, now," Celia said quickly. "Business and marriage are the same now," she told him. "They're in the same arena. I said, I want a divorce." Mariel cleared his throat. "Actually, I want a divorce, Celia. Yes, I need a divorce." Mariel gave an unhealthy-looking little smile. "I don't like the term widower, Celia, so I hope you'll be as accommodating as I require you to be." She laughed a quick, convulsive laugh. "And what does that mean?" Mariel looked just plain nasty now. "It means don't expect any money." She gasped. Really gasped. Genuinely astonished. "I don't want your money, John," she told him. "I didn't marry you for money. I didn't want it then, and I don't now. Keep the money. Have your divorce." Her voice had quivered over the last few sentences, barely under control. "So," she said, regaining command, "has one of them insisted you make an honest woman of her? And is she younger than I am, John? Is she more beautiful? Is she fertile?" Mariel's gaze might have flickered a little. Seal nodded. "Ah," she said. "She is pregnant, is she?" Mariel gave a small laugh. "You always were good like that, weren't you, Celia?" "Well, congratulations," Celia said bitterly. She seemed suddenly to collapse inside then, looking quickly away and putting one hand up to her eyes. Silently, her shoulders shook. Spasming once, twice, 3 times, Mariel looked even more awkward and uncertain. "You beautiful, brave, intelligent, fabulous woman," I thought, staring at her with tears in my eyes. This was a woman fighting for her own life and that of her lover, but she wasn't settling for just the result. She seemed determined to accomplish the task with audacity, bravura, and style. Even if it all still went horribly, painfully, lethally wrong from here on in, at least I could suffer and die, knowing I had been in the presence of genius. Celia dried her eyes with one hand, then fetched a handkerchief from one of the pockets in her jeans and dabbed at her nose and cheeks. She drew herself up. "I don't want any money, and I won't say anything to the press, the police, to anybody. I never have. I never will. But I want to be left alone afterwards. I want to live my own life. You live yours. I live mine. And nothing must happen to any of my family, any of my loved ones." She raised her chin to him. Mariel nodded, then said softly, "Fair enough." He made a small gesture with his hands. "I'm sorry it had to end like this, Celia." "I'm sorry it had to be so bloody undignified. In front of Kai and these guys and—" she gestured in my direction, "this poor clown." Mariel sighed. "I thought," he began. Then he fixed me with a stare I shrank back from. "One word on your show about this, Mr. Knott. One word to anybody at all, friends or family or police or public, and I'll make sure you die slowly. Do you understand?" I swallowed, nodded. I didn't trust myself to say anything sensible. The fuckwit bit of me with its thumb seemingly superglued to my personal self-destruct button wanted to say something like, yeah, fucking omerta or I die in drawn-out agony, yada, 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 big man. But your wife's just worked you over, and we both fucking know it, and this compensatory macho threat stuff isn't convincing anybody. Mariel nodded to the two guys standing at my shoulders. "Give him back his stuff, and take him back to where you found him." "In the box, Mr. M?" said the guy who'd hit me. "No, not in the fucking box. In the back of the van. Put some tape over his eyes, that'll do." I thought, yes, but just a tad too soon. Kai stepped past Celia, lowered his mouth to his boss's ear, and muttered something. Mario smiled that thin smile of his, and quietly said, "All right, one little one." Then he looked at Celia and sighed and said, "Maybe you'd best look away." Celia rolled her eyes and did so. Kai stood in front of me. "This is for crapping in my loo." He punched me so hard across the face, I didn't wake up until I was in the back of the Astromax again, eyes taped over. My head and my balls hot like fuck. Blood was bubbling from my nose. My pants were full of chilled shit, and I was very cold indeed. A bitter winter breeze was whipping through the van from the open front windows. I didn't blame the guys. It was reeking in here. Withheld. Yes? Don't forget to wipe your phone's last calls made and receive memories, just in case. I've tidied everything at this end. Already done. I'd destroyed the calling card with incriminating code number on it too. Though now I'll have to do this one, of course. Celia. What, Kenneth? Thank you. You were brilliant. You saved my miserable life. It was my pleasure. I love you. Well, thank you, Kenneth. What happens now? I have to pay the woman who was our maid some money to compensate her for her dismissal. That's not what I meant. I know. Well, wait. For what? For a package and a phone call. You know it will not be the same, though, don't you? It can never be the same again. I know, but maybe it can be better. John has started divorce proceedings. He's in Amsterdam most of the time now. So can we meet up soon? I need to be very careful still, but I hope so. Soon. I must go. I'm sorry, Seal, about getting us both into that mess. Good came of it. Never do its like again. I promise. I must go, my love. Hey, wait, did you say? I never did get that package and that phone call. Instead, she decided we ought to start meeting in public. She suggested the British Museum the first time, the room that held the Pergamum altar. This was in March, in front of that vast, white, towering edifice of imperial plunder. We met, nodded, shook hands, then went for coffee in the museum's cafe. She asked how I was, and I said I was recovering. She apologized for her husband's behavior, hurting me as he had, and I apologized for mine, entering her home without permission. We talked as though playing parts, then parted with another handshake. I slipped the folded piece of paper she'd passed during the handshake into my pocket, and met her in the Sanderson the next afternoon. The sex hurt. Me, not her, obviously, but it was still great. We started to meet up more often, through the spring and into the summer, while Mr. M set up his operating base in Amsterdam and the divorce proceedings slid smoothly along and his new fiancée blossomed. We met in public as friends. In private, less often, as the lovers we had always been. One day in June, she kissed me on the cheek as she left the bar, and the following week brushed her lips with mine as she got out of the taxi after dinner. It was late July before she came to the Temple Bell and stayed overnight, so that I finally got to spend a whole night with her and wake up with her. We never did discover if anybody had been watching, but the risk had not been worth taking. I still worry that one day Muriel will wake up and just somehow know that of course Celia and I had been lovers back then, when it seemed he had suspected we might be, and still take his revenge. But Seal seems quite sanguine about this. John thinks I am too proper and too concerned with fairness, she told me. Paying off Maria and meeting you to apologize for all that happened appear like symptoms of an amusing obsession to him. He thinks that I am going out with you to spite him, that I am deliberately or subconsciously taking what he suspected wrongly and making it true, just to punish him. I can see what he thinks, and I know how to make him think certain things. An appalling thought occurred to me. You can't do the same with me, can you? Celia laughed lightly, squeezed my hand and said, What could possibly make you think that? I had no real answer. So I think we're safe. But still. Another of my worries was that what we had between us would all have changed too much, that we'd only ever existed as the fervently coupled entity we had been as a sort of two-person sexual freak, exquisite and fine in the rarefied hothouse atmosphere of those episodically connected lily-scented hotel rooms, but utterly unsuited to the rest of life, to the day-to-dayness of mundane existence, where such a delicate bloom would shrivel and die in the light of the commonplace. Perhaps we both had habits that the other had never experienced, because until then, in those lush, reality-divorced suites, we'd been too busy having sex to exhibit any other behaviors. So she discovered that I snored if I'd been drinking, and I found out that, try as she might, she could not resist slipping into rapid-fire Martinique-style French patois whenever she was with her relations or talked to them over the phone. That's about it. Well, that and the craziness about being entangled. Her 28th birthday had come and gone without incident or appreciable change, and she had seemed vaguely, distractedly disappointed for a day or so, then had shrugged it off and got on with things. "How can you just give up on all that?" I protested. "I thought you really believed in all that crap." Seal shrugged. "I think perhaps that the crossover point came earlier than it was meant to, in that underground car park. That was a strong event. It pulled matters towards it, distorting things sufficiently." She'd nodded, as if coming to a decision, and smiled at me radiantly. "Yes." Craig and I became friends again, though we were kind of starting from scratch. Emma was probably the most okay about it. Nikki found out about me and her mum and said, shaking her head ruefully, "Ken, what are you like?" They all think Seal's wonderful. Ed does too. The first time he laid eyes on her, he immediately said, "Leave him, be mine. I'll give up all the others, and I mean forever, probably." Celia smiled and said, "You must be Edward. How do you do?" Later that evening, when she was out of earshot, I asked him, "You like her then? Think I should stick with this one?" I was trying to be funny, but he looked at me pityingly and said, "Mate, I don't think it's a question of you deciding to stick with her." Even now sometimes he'll just stare at the two of us and shake his head and look at me and say, "Ow." I suppose he's right. I don't make a big thing of it, but I have told Seal I love her. While she doesn't so much tell me as let it slip. Rarely. About the only time I ever see her get flustered or embarrassed is when she says something like she said that first time over the phone, and calls me my love or something similar. I asked her about this one night when we were particularly relaxed and easy with things, and she just smiled and suggested that love was a word that had become cheapened. "Where love is concerned," she told me, "you must be a behaviorist." I thought about this and decided, well, I feel loved. I kept my job, amazingly. The month before we were due to go to Martinique, we flew to Glasgow. All Celia had really seen of Scotland was this fucking bleak estate and draughty castle near Inverness, and I wanted to start showing her the rest of the place in all its late summer glory. We spent some time shopping and wandering around Glasgow during that first day, before we went back to my parents' place for dinner. And, in a sudden shower, dodging traffic, we ran across Renfield Street, holding hands.